Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Momoga and Lafan had no idea what the Great Tomb's guardians were really thinking. If they did, they would probably lose their minds on the spot. Seriously. Their masters were cautious to the point of paranoia, yet the guardians themselves were bold enough to believe they had created the world. The audacity was almost admirable. Fortunately, the guardians kept those thoughts to themselves. None of it ever reached Lafan or Momoga. That was how it had always been. Even in the past, Momoga rarely knew the full details of the Guardians' plans. He usually found out only when those plans were already in motion. That was also why Momoga often felt a dull ache where his stomach should have been. The Guardians' imaginations were so unrestrained that given the slightest push, they could evolve into absolute monsters. Managing subordinates like that was exhausting, and yet who wouldn't want them? Setting Dahua aside, their loyalty and devotion were flawless. When Lafan saw the vision of 4 shooting stars streaking across the sky, real panic finally set in. He steadied himself and spoke seriously. "Momoga, this world is too dangerous. We need more power, a lot more." Momoga nodded without hesitation. "I was thinking the same thing." Encouraged by the agreement, Lafan quickly followed up. "Then let's open the 11th level of the Great Tomb." Momoga froze. "Hold on, 11th level?" Lafan waved his hand casually. "An underground reserve kingdom. The entrance will be on the 10th floor. We seal it with barriers and stockpile troops inside." Momoga's eyes lit up. If they could amass a massive number of summons, it would give them a solid fallback in future conflicts with unknown powers. "All right," Momoga said, excitement creeping into his voice. "Let's do it." Lafan nodded, but his expression turned serious again. "One condition, we conserve at least half our mana. If something unexpected happens, we can't afford to be empty." "Agreed." With that settled, the two returned to the 9th floor, one carrying Nabe, the other carrying Zizi. After setting them down and instructing them to rest, they explained the plan. When Nabe and Zizi realized they were not leaving the Great Tomb but expanding it, both relaxed immediately. Under the protection of Ainz Ooal Gown, the two descended to the 10th floor. Pandora was already waiting. The moment she saw Momoga, her creator, she exploded with joy. A storm of German phrases poured out, accompanied by an exaggerated military salute that made Momoga's non-existent stomach twist. Lafan glanced at her and sighed inwardly. What a shame. If Pandora weren't locked to old data, she could have helped with summoning too. Momoga understood the frustration. Pandora's abilities were tied to registered data. She could transform into 41 forms, but only with 80% of the original power. Skills, magic, even summons all suffered the same limitation. After dismissing Pandora, Lafan raised his hand. Triple magic, earth modification. He slammed his palm into the ground. In an instant, 1,000 cubic meters of earth vanished, leaving behind a hollow void. Lafan dropped down effortlessly and Momoga followed. Seeing Momoga's mana pool wasn't as deep as his own, Lafan said considerately, "You expand the space, I'll handle the barriers." Momoga looked around the empty cavern. "How big are we talking?" Lafan smiled. "Let's start small, enough to house an army of about 1,000,000. Momoga felt a chill crawl up his spine. Since when were you this terrifying? But he liked it. 1,000,000 troops as a small goal. That sounded perfect. They got to work. Triple magic earth modification consumed only 80 mana per cast. For Momoga, with 58,000 mana, it was barely a scratch. From the 10th floor entrance, Pandora peeked in repeatedly, staring at the flashes of golden light with wide eyes. 2 supreme beings digging a tunnel. She would never understand it. As Momoga reshaped the earth, Lafan layered barrier after barrier, sealing off sections of space and merging them together. Each barrier could withstand 3 10th-tier spells. The cost was steep, 200 mana per barrier, but the defense was overwhelming. Except for spatial magic, almost nothing could break through. And spatial magic required super-tier barriers. Lafan couldn't use those. Momoga could, but had no interest. Support didn't mean learning everything. 5 hours passed in a blink. When they finally stopped, the space before them stretched 2 kilometers in length and width, 50 meters high. They looked at their work in silence, both satisfied. Lafan broke into a grin. "Now let's apply the demon god's blessing." Momoga winced. "Isn't that a bit much? Every use is one less we have." Lafan shrugged without hesitation. "This isn't wasteful. We need to confirm whether it works the same here as it did in the game." He paused, then added calmly, testing is preparation. Momoga sighed. He had no counter-argument. The demon god's blessing was one of those items every mage loved and hated in equal measure. It was powerful, ridiculously so, and it was also the ultimate pay-to-win trap. Demon god's blessing consumes one item. Upon activation, restores 100% of the user's mana within a short period. Cooldown 24 hours. On paper it looked like instant recovery. In reality it restored all mana over the course of an hour, then locked itself for an entire day, once per day. That alone was restrictive, but the real cruelty was elsewhere. Players could only purchase one per month. No trading, no stockpiling through alternate accounts, no shortcuts. Even Momoga and Lafan, despite their calm expressions, were running dangerously low on these golden items. As for natural mana recovery, the system itself was borderline sadistic. Mana regeneration scaled with level. Once a player reached level 100, they could only recover 200% of their maximum mana per day. Momoga had 58,890 mana. That meant his passive recovery barely reached 2 points per second. Lafan wasn't much better, 7 points per second at most. It was a brutally effective anti-addiction system. This was one of the inherent weaknesses of World Tree players. Of course, there were ways to mitigate it. Equipment, for example, both of them wore premium accessories. Ring of the Demon God increases mana regeneration speed by 10%. They had brought 10 rings each, the maximum allowed. Even then, the recovery rate was still painfully slow. The saving grace was synergy. The ring's effect stacked with Demon God's blessing, allowing them to regenerate up to 200% of their mana during that single hour. After doing the math, Momoga rubbed his chin. A test, huh, he said. But expanding the space further won't cost much mana. Burning resources unnecessarily still feels wrong. Why don't we just summon directly? Lafan considered it. All right, you use 10th tier demon summoning. I'll use 10th tier elemental summoning, 1000 mana per cast. Momoga paused, then nodded. Elemental summoning was the fastest summoning spell among 10th tier magic. Demon and angel summoning required several seconds per cast, and each cast consumed 1000 mana. Even with boosted regeneration, that kind of drain added up fast. Fine, Momoga said. I'll start from the left, you take the right. They moved to opposite ends of the massive chamber. A radiant card appeared in each of their hands, then it vanished. Blinding light erupted and torrents of mana poured out of their bodies. Lafan raised his hand and began casting 10th tier elemental summoning. This spell had one drawback, randomness. The element summoned each time could not be chosen, but it was also unmatched in speed. Any of the 9 elements could answer the call. Lafan fixed the mana cost at 1000. The first to emerge was a fire giant. Compared to the wind-fire fusion giant he once used to show off to Aura and Mare, this one was stronger. In the elemental realm, purity mattered. Mixed attributes diluted strength. Hybrid giants could never defeat true purebreds. One by one, giants appeared: fire, ice, storm. Their presence subtly warped the space itself. Fire scorched the air, ice froze the ground, hurricanes twisted mana currents, light and darkness distorted perception, lightning cracked violently. Water, forest, and earth giants were calmer, their influence restrained. Soon, rows of colossal figures stood in formation. On the other side, Momoga had summoned his third demon. Each was a full-fledged demon lord. Time slipped by, an hour passed. Momoga had summoned 80 demon lords. Lafan had summoned 400 elemental giants. Every single one of them was level 95. Before acquiring a world item guardian, fighting even one of these monsters head-on was suicide. Put simply, this chamber now held the equivalent of 480 Sholtiers. If unleashed, the world outside would not survive. Even so, neither of them felt satisfied, still not enough. Summoning with massive mana bursts was inefficient. Spending 10,000 mana on a single cast was reckless. Lafan's thoughts turned cold. No, if I release that much mana at once, those monsters will notice immediately. Summoning weak units is safer, they won't care. And when the time comes, these weaklings can self-destruct together. That alone will be enough to wound them. Momoga nearly broke down on the spot. Now he understood why Lafan had chosen elemental giants. They had a notorious ability, self-destruction. Long ago, an elemental-focused guild had dominated guild wars using this exact tactic. Waves of summoned giants detonated in unison, wiping out entire battlefields. The flaw was obvious. If the summoner died, the summons vanished. Later, speed-based critical builds became dominant, and that guild collapsed overnight. Still, the destructive power remained terrifying. While elemental giants were slightly weaker than archangels, Momoga stared at the 400 giants and inhaled sharply. Why didn't I summon these too? Then another thought struck him. Death Lords caused backlash upon destruction. Lafan really had thought of everything. With that, today's work was finished. They established a teleportation point within the chamber. From now on, whenever reinforcements were needed, they could return instantly. Momoga would even be able to teleport in warrior form later on. Lafan hated admitting it, but this level of preparation was necessary. The threats of this world were simply too great. Fortunately, no one outside knew what these two had just done. If they did, they would probably collapse in fear. An army on this scale, what did it even mean? An army equivalent to 1,000,000 Sholtiers. Who could withstand that? No one, and the worst part, these monsters weren't even meant to win. They were meant to die. Absolutely insane. In the 10th level area, as Leffen and Momoga left, Pandora looked at the repaired ground and was too frightened to walk. He could only use magic to levitate in midair. And I promise I will never go here again. It wasn't for any other reason than that he had just glanced down at the scene below and was so frightened that he burst into tears. Who can hold back these 480 level 95 monsters? Moreover, Pandora also overheard Lord Leffen and Lord Momoga's conversation. Specifically, their suggestion to summon 1,000,000 to calm their nerves. Are these the invincible Lord Momoga and Lord Leffen? Even their small goals are so grand. Then Pandora slowly flew onto the sofa and transformed into Lefan's appearance, which was the world champion armor combined with the heavenly music sword. It is also the strongest form in the world. The main reason Pandora was so timid was because the following scene was simply too terrifying. Momoga had no idea that this action had terrified his own son, leaving him sleepless and trembling with fear. Momoga didn't go back to his room because he didn't need to sleep. He then arrived at the throne room. Albedo had been taken back by Leffen, so it was Demiurge who appeared. Lord Momoga, this is our next plan, what do you think? Watching Demiurge carefully submit a document, Momoga opened it out of curiosity. Luckily, it wasn't written in this world's script. Looking at the contents, candy and whip. And now we have a target, the lizardman tribe in the Great Forest. Momoga nodded and said, very good. Hearing Momoga's approval, Demiurge became even more convinced that his inner thoughts about Demiurge were correct. But he felt it wasn't enough. Perhaps Lord Momoga had some other hints. He bowed and said earnestly, yes. All of this is thanks to your guidance, Lord Momoga. We will definitely fulfill your and Lord Leffen's expectations. Momoga felt a bit of a stomachache upon hearing this. What about my and Leffen's expectations? What can we expect from a lazy bum who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun? And what are my thoughts? Yes. My idea is to find Lefan true love so that he will stop loving me and stop thinking about making me change jobs. Damn, I almost forgot the important goal. Although this world is dangerous. What world isn't dangerous? That's a matter for the universe, none of our business. All we can do is try our best to be on guard. Life goes on. And we absolutely cannot let Lefan have any more outrageous ideas. This guy, is he trying to win my heart with a sense of crisis? That's a shameless tactic, HMPH, I almost fell for it. By the way, what about those girls from Blue Rose? Is there any true love in it? For example, there's Evelu, who's a legally 252-year-old loli. But my brother shouldn't be a lolican, right? Demiurge was taken aback when he saw Momoga remain silent for a long time. Did I do something wrong? Terrified, Demiurge immediately knelt down. Lord Momoga, have I done something wrong? Momoga snapped out of her daze upon hearing this. Ahemna. You did very well. Get up. Seeing Demiurge get up, Momoga suddenly thought of Demiurge's great wisdom. Perhaps he knew how to help Leffen find true love. Demiurge, let me ask you this. If a man clearly likes girls but remains single because of his best friend, what methods can help him regain his feelings for girls and find true love? Demiurge looked at Momoga and then fell into deep thought. Was Lord Momoga giving me a hint, man-girl? But he has to abandon the girl because of his best friend. What methods can be used to make this man continue to like girls? And are you looking for true love? At this point there are 4 clues. The first clue, men and women. Does this refer to the various races? They like each other because each race has unique skills and products, which were previously traded. The second clue is the appearance of a close friend. Could it be related to a racial issue? Because of racial issues, the various races are unable to complete the trades they used to do. Without trade is the only way for the races to obtain the items they lack to be through war. The third issue is to find a way to eliminate the racial issues between the various races and allow them to resume trade. The fourth question is true love the kingdom of God. Lord Momoga's intention is for me to discover the special talents of each race and to publicize them. Is it possible to tell other races that each race's special skills can help everyone, allowing each race to restore peace and thus establish a peaceful divine kingdom? Is this the supreme being? He possesses unparalleled power, yet prefers to use wisdom to solve problems. Is this the highest level of peaceful conquest? But how can I do that? I don't understand, but I'm sure I have to get started first. We need a kingdom, and then we need to subdue different races and make them mutually beneficial and helpful. This will be the governing principle of God's kingdom in the future. Momoga sighed as he watched Demiurge, who had been thinking for several seconds. That's right, he thought, how could Demiurge, a cruel demon, possibly know anything about matters between men and women? Demiurge said earnestly, Lord Momoga, I believe that close friends are not the key. The key is for men and women to know each other's good qualities. Only when they know and love each other can they find true love. Hearing Demiurge's answer, Momoga took a deep breath. Yeah, why am I thinking so much? Why not just introduce more girls to Lafan? If he doesn't feel anything for this one, he can find another one. I refuse to believe you're not interested in so many girls. Momoga didn't have anything to reward Demiurge. And since Demiurge was a strategist, drinking alcohol would damage his brain, so he should just give him magic cola instead. Haha, not bad, here, take this. It's called magic cola, a drink made by Lafan. Hearing Lord Momoga's words, Demiurge accepted the 3 bottles of magic cola and looked at Momoga with excitement. Lord Momoga, I will definitely work even harder. Momoga was also completely bewildered. What did he mean by work harder? Well, it's good that my subordinate is working hard, but I still want to comfort him. Thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest. It's important to balance work and rest. Yes, Lord Momoga. Demiurge carefully put away the magic collarbone and left. Seeing Demiurge's admiring look, Momoga suddenly had a terrible thought. Would Demiurge take the magic cola home to collect? Momoga immediately said Demiurge's cola is a beverage. Although it won't expire, don't hide it and be reluctant to drink it. Beverages are meant to be drunk. Hearing Momoga's words, Demiurge stopped in his tracks then said excitedly, yes. I will not let down Lord Momoga and Lord Leffens. Momoga said, ahem, then remember to drink it. Demiurge then left. Demiurge returned to his room, where he looked at the 3 bottles of magic cola in his hand. He took a deep breath excitedly, opened a bottle of magic cola, and then carefully held it in both hands, gently and slowly taking a small sip. The aroma of cola exploded on his taste buds and, in an instant, the special effect of magic cola appeared. It could refresh the mind and keep people calm. In an instant, Demiurge seemed to feel his mental abilities improve. Many questions that I couldn't understand before suddenly became clear in that instant. At this moment, he stared intently at the cola in his hand. Is this the help that Lord Momoga gave me? Ah, how kind and great Lord Momoga and Lord Leffen are. It has to be said that he is the opening character of Daihua. Daihua's imagination is amazing. The delicious taste made Demiurge take another bite, and the calm and refreshing feeling it brought to his mind was something he would never forget. He would cherish the remaining 2 bottles of magic cola like priceless treasures, and he would never open and taste them unless it was a special occasion. If Demiurge knew that his 2 maids, Hizuna and Beta, had magical cola to drink every day, I wonder what he would think. The seemingly peaceful night passed by the large tomb. But the world has undergone a tremendous change. Because the slain theocracy announced last night that an invincible god has descended. The slain kingdom is a nation that prioritizes human rights. Now that an invincible god has descended, the surrounding demi-human kingdoms are terrified. If the slain theocracy were to wage war, could they survive? Fortunately, this invincible god didn't make any major moves. As a religious nation, doctrine is of utmost importance. This morning, all citizens sincerely prayed and offered sacrifices to their faith. At the very top of the church, hundreds of meters high, the high heaven of elements watched millions of people kneeling in worship. Does this how these ants view their master? That's right, the master is like a god. However, I am still quite curious about the 4 bright spots in space last night. How these ants are so physically weak. I sensed that many patients suffering from illness were also kneeling in worship. There are still many patients in the slain theocracy, such as combat personnel from the 6 major holy departments. In battle there will always be casualties. Moreover, the slain theocracy boasts the highest level of medical care among humankind, attracting wealthy individuals from all over the world when they fall ill. After all, light magic is the best healing magic. All people in the world with the attribute of light will be recruited by the slain theocracy. Basically, 90% of people with the light attribute are in the slain theocracy. Very well, though you are but ants. Since you are so sincere and loyal to my Lord, I will bestow upon you divine grace. The supreme heaven of elements murmured a phrasand then. With a wave of his hand, the entire slain theocracy was enveloped in endless light. With a gentle wave of his arm, the supreme elemental heaven unleashed a 10th-tier light magic spell that enveloped the entire slain theocracy, creating a healing domain. All those who knelt on the ground became the recipients of healing. The healing field disappeared 5 seconds later. I have felt your sincerity, and this is your reward. The divine voice of the elemental supreme heaven resounded throughout the entire slain theocracy. All those kneeling on the ground felt the warm light for those 5 seconds, and they discovered that their physical injuries and illnesses had been healed. Many people were excited and wanted to cheer, but no one dared to stand up. They remained kneeling in worship. After all, this is the slain theocracy, and everyone who enters this country must accept its rules. This is also why many powerful individuals do not join the slain theocracy. Otherwise, why would so many powerful humans not join the slain theocracy, which is known to protect and safeguard humanity? The main problem is this doctrine. It's disgusting. Although the invincible God might descend at any time, that doctrine is practically unnecessary. But what if it happens? Who can endure kneeling and praying for half an hour every day? However, they had no idea that praying would bring such treatment. That praying could remove their injuries. It was an incredibly good deal. Unfortunately, they all missed out. The supreme elemental heaven looked down at the kneeling figures of death and asked, "How long will you kneel?" Zetsume's cute lowly face turned into a sickly expression as she said, "Invincible God, our prayers and chants to you will take half an hour. From now on I will not perform useless prayers, as they will only disturb my peace." The supreme elemental god vanished as soon as his words fell. Upon hearing this, Zetsume let out a maniacal laugh, displaying a yandere-like quality. "Ah, what a powerful, what a magnificent being. I must conceive a child of a god." After half an hour of chanting in the church, everyone stood up and cheered. Having witnessed such a miracle and being protected by such a divine being, no one would be unhappy after all. The fact that such a powerful god is protecting them means that the slain theocracy has become the strongest existence. However, when Zeshchi conveyed the order from the elemental supreme heaven to the high priest and the 6 high priests, they were also taken aback. Does God not like his people to worship and pray? However, since it is the command of the invincible God, They will absolutely obey. In the countries surrounding the slain theocracy, those who witnessed the slain theocracy's miracles were thrown into panic. The elf kingdom was the most panicked as an ancient being. The elf king knew the terror of the invincible god. If it were just the 6 great gods who spoke of the invincible god, that would be one thing, but the 8 desire kings, the demon gods, and the 13 heroes, all these heaven-defying beings chanted the invincible god's invincibility. This absolutely cannot be fake. And when the invincible god descended last night, the terrifying magic circle that could be seen for tens of thousands of miles around, even the entire world submitted its voices proclaiming, "Greetings, me lord, welcome to the invincible god general." Every single one of them terrified the elf king. Elves naturally possess an absolute perception of the elements, and it is precisely because of this that the elf king knew the terror of the invincible god. That surpasses even the oldest and strongest elemental dragons. Even last night, the elemental power of the elemental temple in the elf kingdom disappeared. That is the place where the elemental dragons are worshipped, and it is also the only god worshipped by the elves. The seriousness of this situation is self-evident. Now the elf king can only pray that the invincible god does not share the same belief in human rights as the slain theocracy. If so, then all races in the world except humans will be exterminated. Because he possesses that power, they return to the most luxurious room in the slain theocracy, a room entirely made of the finest gemstones. The elemental supreme heaven is now awaiting news from its master, having replaced him and taken control of the slain theocracy. However, the slain theocracy's policy was very flawed, to exterminate all races other than humans and to be the absolute protectors of humanity. Isn't that strange? After all, I'm not human but an angel. There's also Zeschi who's a half-elf and half-human. And other half-humans. Moreover, neither the owner nor his friend are human. Around noon, Leffen released Albedo and stood up, seemingly sensing a special call. Leffen knew that the elemental supreme heaven had something to discuss with him. He used his soul connection to locate her coordinates and then activated a portal spell. Then a dazzling figure slowly walked over. The elemental supreme heaven was also taken aback when it looked at Leffen and Albedo beside him. Why does the master stay with this weakling? The elemental supreme god could not understand. But that did not stop her from kneeling on one knee and saying, "Greetings, me lord." Sensing the fear emanating from Albedo beside him, Leffen immediately pulled her into his arms saying, "It's all right, don't be afraid." The elemental supreme heaven did not look up, but listening to her master's words, she was even more confused. Did her master like weak girls? After calming Albedo down, Leffen looked indifferently at the girl kneeling before him and said, "You don't need to kneel anymore. Is there anything I can do for you?" The supreme elemental heaven rose and looked at Albedo, who was still trembling, still puzzled. But she dared not ask the question directly, and could only raise the current issue. "My lord, I have discovered that the policies of the slain theocracy are not very friendly. It is a country that prioritizes human rights. If these policies are implemented, all non-human races on this planet will be wiped out." After thinking it over, Leffen felt that she couldn't let the elemental supreme heaven do whatever she wanted. But she also couldn't wrong her too much. "Don't worry about that. You'll be in charge of the slain theocracy from now on. That region will be a divine realm, an absolutely peaceful area anyone of any race can enter. And there's no need to expand territory. Simply establish an absolute domain. And you are the only true God. Everyone else can do as you please. Just don't cause large-scale destruction." Listening to its master's words, the elemental supreme heaven roughly understood the strategy. The owner's meaning is that that area is under my jurisdiction, and I will manage it peacefully. If someone disrespects you, you can kill them at will. but don't cause large-scale destruction. Looking at Albedo being held by its master, the elemental supreme heaven finally mustered its courage and asked, "Master, do you need any tribute?" Lefan asked curiously what kind of tribute. The elemental supremes dared not point at Albedo, but simply stared at her and said, "That's right." Just like that, looking at the appearance of the elemental supreme heaven, Lefan smiled, "Haha. If there is anything that can catch your eye, I wouldn't mind." The supreme elemental heaven replied earnestly, "Yes. I will strive to cultivate a tribute worthy of my master." Lefan suddenly remembered that the elemental supreme heaven could summon 9 elemental spirits as attendants, and each of these 9 spirits was more beautiful than the last. But Lefan doesn't like these kinds of body pillows. If he liked them, he wouldn't lack body pillows at all. He wants things to happen naturally, not something that can be manufactured. "I prefer the natural way. I'll skip the summoned creatures that are created using summoning magic." The supreme elemental heaven nodded upon hearing this, naturally. "I understand." Lefan looked at the elemental supreme being in full armor and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, go back. Don't be too restrained. Just enjoy the feeling of being alive." "Yes, master." After speaking, the elemental supreme heaven bowed and walked to the other side of the portal. Lefan closed the portal and looked at the person in his arms. The elemental supreme heaven is one of the 10 supreme heavens, and it naturally has an absolute suppression over you. Albedo was drenched in sweat, and the terrifying bloodline suppression from the elemental supreme heaven up close almost suffocated her. If Albedo hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that such a terrifying being existed, whose mere aura could overwhelm her completely. But if there is a next time, Albedo wants to see the elemental high heavens again. Only in this way could she feel Lefan's care. Lefan paused, looking at the vanished elemental supreme heaven. "This guy is going to find me a body pillow. I hope there's one that can evoke some feelings." Then he looked at the weak and pitiful Albedo. Actually, she was quite nice, but unfortunately, he didn't want Momoga to treat him like an old father-in-law. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have devoured her in a heartbeat. Albedo had no idea what Lefan was thinking. If she had, she probably would have chopped Momoga down with her sword. It was because of Momoga that her beloved Lord Lefan had been so reluctant to accept her. Seeing that his magic power was full, Lefan released Albedo and said, "Rest well." As Lefan disappeared, Albedo collapsed again, catching a whiff of his scent. It took her a few minutes to come to her senses, time to get back to work. Within the 11th level area, Momoga had been working for several hours, and the entire space had been expanded to a vast area with a length and width of 3 kilometers. Holy crap, Momoga is working this hard. No wonder he's a corporate slave. It's so comfortable here, sleeping with Albedo in my arms. It's a shame I can't eat Albedo now. Hopefully the elemental high heavens can find me a cute little one to eat. Momoga listened to Lefan's inner thoughts and also complained. "Bro, you are toxic. The first thing you said when we met was that I'm a corporate slave. But this bro actually went to find a cutie. Could it be that he couldn't hold back any longer? This is a good thing, elemental supreme heaven. Give us some support." "Good morning, Momoga." "Morning. Morning, my foot. It's already noon. Hurry up. We still have to go back to Yelantal after we finish this." Listening to Momoga's energetic Chinese letter, tu cow, a form of humorous commentary, Lefan smiled and began working. The elemental supreme heavens of the slain theocracy brought the adorable Yandia lowly Zeshi to his side. She then walked around Zeshi Zetsume with amusement. "Can you handle this type?" Upon hearing the words of the supreme elemental god, Zeshi instantly understood. Her adorable face once again revealed a sickly expression as she excitedly said, "I can do it, Lord God, I can do it. Not only you, but even giants and dragons, I can do it." Please don't worry about me. Hearing Ju Ming's words, the supreme elemental heaven was stunned for a moment. Although this weakling was stronger than those ants, that was all, and its personality is so eccentric. But it's still innocent and sensible. I wonder if its owner will like it. This is a completely natural growth. Once I have managed the divine kingdom well, I will take her to the master and let him see what she is like. The elemental supreme heaven itself has no gender. The reason it appears in this form is because it is based on the host's needs. Even the seraphim of the most merciful heaven are genderless. The reason they appear as peerless beauties is entirely because LaFan longs to meet a beautiful woman. In fact, the elemental supreme beings are the most beautiful women. But unfortunately, all 10 supreme beings are covered in armor and their appearances are not visible. Therefore, others cannot tell her gender or appearance. Of course, Seth's is the real world and the armor can be removed. However, without LaFan's order, the elemental supreme heaven will not remove its armor. This is why, despite the elemental supreme's graceful figure, Zetsume still considers him a man to all outsiders. She appears genderless. Only the summoner knows she is female. As for why LaFan didn't attack the elemental supreme heaven, it's because he wasn't interested in what he had summoned. Well, every intelligent life that is summoned needs to be based on its own soul. Therefore both kindness and elements possess LaFan's soul. And no matter how beautiful they are, LaFan sees them as he sees himself. As for the elemental giants, they are naturally not fully intelligent life forms, but rather more like robots, which can be summoned as many as desired. Unlike benevolence and elements, if LaFan were to use the same soul summoning method again, it would definitely not be one of those two. Although they are both elemental supreme beings or benevolent beings, their appearances and personalities are completely different. I could feel Zetsu's heart pounding faster, and he was breathing hot air looking like a Yandia fanatic. The supreme elemental heaven gently patted her cute little head. Let's get down to business. The main reason I summoned you this time is to change policy. I don't like the supremacy of human rights. And I'm not even human, I don't like conquering the world. I want to build my divine kingdom within the existing territory. All war, oppression, and crime are forbidden within my territory. Within my territory I treat all beings equally. Whether human, demon or dragon, within my territory, all life must have me as their absolute faith. The simple and direct declaration stunned Zetsuki. God. What if a fugitive, a murderer, or someone else escapes into God's kingdom? The supreme elemental heaven calmly replied, I will establish an elemental barrier. Except for a specific entrance, no one can enter the divine kingdom from any area. You only need to guard the entrance to the divine kingdom. Anyone of any race can enter. But if people flood in without thinking, the territory of the divine kingdom is so small that it cannot accommodate too many people. Therefore, screening is necessary. And the screening work will be carried out by you, yes. But aren't the gods afraid that the high priests, being human, will refuse entry to other races? That's your business. Understood. I will have the priests carry it out immediately. After watching Ju Ming leave, the elemental supreme heaven also left the room. In the blink of an eye, the elemental supreme heaven arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then raised the elemental scepter high. Elemental barrier subsequently. Elements from all over the world surged toward the slain theocracy, and the entire slain theocracy was instantly surrounded by countless elemental forces. Everyone at the border was blocked outside. Seeing the sudden miracle, they all knelt down and prayed, hoping to be allowed to get in. Looking at the vast territory, the elemental supreme heaven set up 6 enormous entrances. Each entrance is a 100-meter square, guarded by one of the 6 sacred texts. This sudden scene astonished all the people of the slain theocracy. The miracle happened this morning. And now another one is happening at noon. Is another one coming tonight? But what is this miracle? Although it looks spectacular, it doesn't have much effect. Of course, the ordinary people can't sense it. But mages and powerful warriors can. Within the territory of the slain theocracy, the air contains powerful energy. The supreme elemental god extracted 5% of the world's elements and infused them into the slain kingdom. This serves two purposes. Firstly, to maintain the energy required to create the barrier. Secondly, this vast energy atmosphere will allow the people of the slain church to live longer and be healthier, thus enabling the birth of more lovely girls. The actions of the elemental supreme heaven are truly audacious, and this place will become a true sacred ground for cultivation in the future, where those who come to cultivate will achieve twice the results with half the effort. At this moment, many mages and powerful warriors knelt before the cathedral, shouting, "Thank Yami God for your blessings." The ordinary people in the surrounding area were completely bewildered. After some inquiries, they learned that the air contained enormous energy. From now on, living in the Slan theocracy will lead to longer lifespans, better physical health and more effective cultivation. The word spread quickly, and people all over the country knelt down to express their gratitude. After conveying God's instructions to the priests, Zeshi Zetsume sensed the energy emanating from the air. Perhaps I can become stronger. And Jusi Juming had no idea that it wouldn't be long before she was taken by the elemental supreme heaven to see Lafan. I wonder what Lafan thinks of this cutesically and sensible 100-year-old lowly. The grand instructor and the 6 high priests heard the order of Zesai Zes, and the Ministry of Magic also sent a message that 6 large gates had appeared in the barrier. The high priest and the 6 great gods unconditionally support the will of the invincible god, although they still believe in the supremacy of human rights. But they also knew that the invincible god was a god, not a human, and would not look down on the human race. But now that they've been granted human privileges, any alien races that want to enter the territory of the slain theocracy can simply be driven away or killed. The world still belongs to humanity. What they need to do now is to send troops out immediately to stop the alien race from entering. The slain theocracy was originally a divine kingdom, and its history is incomparable to that of ordinary kingdoms. With just one command, the entire population will obey unconditionally. Because God resides above everyone, no one dares to disobey God's commands. After the magic department dispatched various forces to guard the 6 divine gates, the high priest and the 6th priest discussed other decisions. Although 560 could allow humans to enter, there were simply too many humans. With the current powerful efficacy of the divine realm, no one can refuse its miraculous effects. What needs to be done is to select a leader for the human race. The first point is that they must have absolute faith in the invincible God. Moreover, all entries cannot be treated equally. There are 6 main entry points, 1 for assessment, 1 for Tradetwo for exports and 2 for imports. This would perfectly solve the problem. But the first thing we need to do is establish a large-scale assessment and certification system. This is not difficult, but it is not simple either, because the population of the slain church is too large. With more than 4 million people, it would take a long time to issue all the special certifications required for manufacturing. Then there's the specialized trading post, a gate through which goods pass but people don't, allowing people without proof of God's kingdom to do business. Then the slain theocracy was renamed the Invincible Divine Kingdom. A series of actions kept all the priests extremely busy. The high heaven of elements paid no heed to the priest's busy work. She was currently exploring the people within the divine realm. I just hope I can find another weakling like Zetsuki. But it's too difficult, they were all ants. So the elemental supreme heaven had to lower its standards. Even ants would work right, but can ants really? Even a weakling probably couldn't handle it. Oh well, why should I care? The world has never had anyone worthy of a master. And the master is also pitiful. Even the invincible have their difficulties. I don't know if I can handle it, fortunately. Le Fan was unaware of the elemental supreme heaven's thoughts. If he had known, would have exclaimed, "Holy crap. Don't come any closer, I'm not interested." After experiencing the enhancement effect firsthand with Momoga, Le Fan learned a method using powerful enhancement magic. For example, Tier Magic Super Physical Enhancement. Super Physical Enhancement Titan's Body Dragon's Body. A series of magic enhancements that increase physique and defense. With such enhancements, even an ant could probably withstand it. This is why Momoga no longer talks about finding a powerful goddess, but instead asks for a girl that Le Fan likes. Momoga and Leffen have been discussing this method for several days, but Leffen still hasn't touched anyone around him, which is why he's afraid. You said it was because of your physical condition before, but now that the problem is solved, you're still not doing anything, and you still say you don't love me. If Le Fan knew what Momoga was thinking, he would definitely spit it all out in his face. Le Fan isn't an animal. Any human being would want to use that kind of thing. For Le Fan, feelings are the most important thing, unless he encounters the kind of love at first sight that makes his heart race. Outside the divine realm, this sudden barrier directly blocked the flow of millions of people. Because the morning's divine power was spread by the Magic Association and the Adventurers Guild using special props. The global human elite were all aware of this. And at that moment, everyone yearned for the divine kingdom and rushed to it. But this suddenly appearing barrier shut everyone out. Of course, there were also lucky ones, those who arrived outside the 6 divine gates and entered beforehand. Unfortunately, the slain theocracy forces appeared later, preventing further influxes. Everyone was upset after learning that the slain theocracy had changed its name to the Invincible Divine Kingdom, and that entering the Invincible Divine Kingdom required an examination. But forcing your way in is impossible, because there are gods inside, an invincible god, who would dare to risk their life to force their way in. Many of the people who came to this area were sick, and all their police gifts, and even running around, were to no avail. Because the divine kingdom at this moment is no longer the divine kingdom of the past. The divine kingdom now has the existence of gods, and all the clergy have become extremely serious. The scene returns to the kingdom of Restige, where the 3 noble families learn that the legendary invincible god has descended and has already taken over the slain theocracy. They were so angry they wanted to die. God had come to the kingdom, and they could have taken advantage of the situation. But instead they lost both their wife and their army. If they had insisted on forcing the abdication, perhaps the king of the kingdom would have been chosen from among the 3 of them. But because of greed, he turned around and went to find the gods, abandoning his attempt to force the emperor to abdicate. 0997013325 Chinese letter 112,311,141. They thought they could find the gods, but the slain theocracy beat them to it. The 3 noble families were furious. The people from the slain theocracy were acting like children, not staying in their own country but lurking everywhere in our country. Of course, the 3 noble families didn't dare to voice their anger, since they were the ones who permitted the slain theocracy to infiltrate the kingdom. Now that the gods have descended but not been found, and having lost their initial momentum, the 3 noble families see no hope of success and can only lead their troops back to their own territories. Meanwhile, in the capital, the old king transformed himself into a believer in an invincible god, engaging in various forms of worship and prayer. As for concerns about the slain theocracy invading the kingdom, the human nations were not worried after all. The slain theocracy was the guardian deity of humanity and would not attack humanity. Moreover, The establishment of these countries was aided by the slain church. If there's anything to worry about, it's the Aegean kingdom and the alien kingdom. The nations of the Aegean were trembling with fear, and all countries entered a state of high alert. Furthermore, the nation led by the Elf Kingdom began to unite with other non-human kingdoms. Because this is an invincible god, it cannot be defeated by the power of a single race or nation. Only when all the races of the world unite can it be defeated. The most interesting thing is that the strongest nation, the Council of States, directly declared its isolation and stopped interfering in worldly affairs. You have to understand the status of the Council of Nations in this world. They are the referees of this world. Now that the invincible God has appeared, the referees have simply run away. The various non-human states were terrified, but they couldn't run away, and surrendering was unlikely, since the slain theocracy was a genuine champion of human rights. At this time, Demiurge in the Holy Kingdom also received the first intelligence. The script has been changed. Are Lord Momoga and Lord Leffen trying to make it more difficult for us? Could it be a battle between alien races and humans? No. Perhaps the two lords saw through our plan and made the humans play the villains. Which is why this scene unfolded. So we can't take over these alien kingdoms now. We need to make them suffer the harm from humans before we take them over. First, we must expose the evil of humanity. What a powerful force it is. Our meticulously planned scheme has been seen through in an instant. And Demiurge, looking completely absorbed, crossed his arms. He felt no regrets in his life for being able to serve two such esteemed individuals. It has to be said that Lao Dai is truly Lao Dai. Who in the world can match his ability to fill in the blanks with his imagination? An invincible god. Interesting. I'm actually being treated as an invincible god, ha ha ha. Could it be that one of the 6 gods who transmigrated from before was my henchman? But which of my many henchmen is it, after all? I'm the originator of the speed critical hit auto-attack build. Forget it, who cares which one they are? They're probably too weak to attract the attention of those powerful beings in outer space. We can't let these dead underlings get to us, elements. You must do good deeds for my master, understand? You must deceive the enemies in outer space. Lie low for 100 or 200 years. And then I'll throw millions of elemental giants at Mars to detonate them. Then we'll be safe once we take them all down. In the Adventurers Guild. Momoga had no interest in listening to the adventurers talking about the slain theocracy, because Leffan's inner thoughts were truly terrifying. What did he mean by 100 or 200 years? What does it mean for a giant with millions of elements to blow up Mars? Are all others necessarily enemies? Don't you think you're being cruel? What if the other player is friendly? Shouldn't we try to be friendly with them? You're going to bomb their base without even exchanging a word or looking them in the eye. No wonder the people in the game say you're crazy. But thinking about it, they're right. Since the other party has come to the outside of the planet, they have not come in to meet us. I doubt they're a player either, and if they're not a player, they're definitely not a good person. It's best to hold on and survive. I need to step up my game and set a small goal, summon 1,000,000 demon lords to devour them. The group of adventurers in front of them kept boasting about the legend of the invincible god and the power of the invincible god kingdom. Although I haven't witnessed any miracles, I can just keep boasting about them, completely unaware that their conversation made the two cowards, who were using the excuse of self-preservation at level 25, even more cowardly and fake. They are actually insane lunatics. And these words have made them even more insane, truly. So much has happened in the last 2 days. A lot of information is spreading in the Adventurers' Hall. For example, the bloody battle in the capital, the descent of the gods, and the invasion that everyone had just experienced. After sitting in the Adventurers' Hall for an hour, Momoga accepted another Adamantite-level quest to hunt down the Forest Sage. The chubby hamster in the original story looks quite interesting. I wonder what it would taste like roasted. Wait, why would I even have the idea of grilling it? On the way to the forest, Momoga heard LaFan's inhuman thoughts again and was speechless. The four had barely walked a short distance when a carriage stopped ahead. You can clearly see an old man and a young man in the carriage. The young man stepped down from the carriage as the group arrived. Your Excellency Yoshin. Your Excellency Woody, Your Excellency Zizi. Your Excellency Nabe, greetings. I would like to express my gratitude to you all. A drug-using man blocking the road. Is the original plot unchangeable? Wait, wasn't the plot in the royal capital already changed? Listening to LaFan's inner thoughts, Momogia wondered what would happen if she didn't interact with this drug-using man. I just wanted to give it a try, no need to thank me. We still have a mission, let's go. LaFan was stunned for a moment as he watched Momoga, who was about to leave without a care in the world. Momoga is such a cold person, how come I didn't know? Is he playing hard to get? Waiting for the other person to take the bait? At this moment, the old woman beside the boy came out carrying a box and said, Please wait a moment, please accept this. We have lost all our wealth because of the Yelantir incident. But this is what we have left behind, I hope you can accept it. Looking at the old woman's box, Momoga was also a little curious. But according to LaFan's thoughts, the person opposite him was just an ordinary pharmaceutical worker. It probably contains that kind of blue potion. I wonder if the other party has any mana potions. Perhaps this grandmother and granddaughter really do have the ability to make mana potions. After gaining access to LaFan's inner thoughts, Momoga became incredibly confident thanks to various memorable moments and predictions. It made him believe he was very smart, so he could relate to the role. How could someone as intelligent as himself possibly use ordinary people? Momoga then walked up to the old woman and said, Open it and take a look. The old woman smiled and opened the box, which contained 10 bottles. 10 bottles of medicine that were slightly different colors. You can see various shades of blue, deep blue sky blue azure, light blue cyan and more. The sheer variety of potions naturally surprised Momo. I knew it. Momoga was playing hard to get, and it really worked. Those two grandmother and granddaughter are probably doomed now. This is the Momoga I know. Momoga looked at the potions intently. Do these potions restore magic power? Upon hearing Momoga's voice, the old woman quickly replied, A potion to restore magic power? Yes, we have some, but they're not very effective. Holy crap, back to potions, I see. No wonder Momoga in the original story was interested in these two. He was after potions, sensing LaFan's surprise. Momoga confidently said again, Then can I hire you as my professional alchemists? Help me research a potion to accelerate the recovery of mana. As long as you create a mana-restoring potion, I can pay you with a real-life potion. Hearing Momoga's words, the old woman was also taken aback. She specifically wanted the magic potion back. It's not impossible, but it requires more experimentation. And why care about magic? Shouldn't we care more about life? No, he actually has a life-saving potion. My God, is the old woman's lifelong dream about to come true? As for magic potions, the mages in this world are all low-level mage sand for them. Third-tier magic is their strongest magic. Even heroes can only use 5th-tier magic, while those who can use 7th-tier magic are practically gods. Therefore, the magicians in this world are different from the magicians in the game world. There are no magical machine guns or magical bombardment tactics here. Of course, magic potions have been researched, but they have never been very valuable because there aren't many powerful mages. However, the potion of life is different. This thing has a very wide range of users. Anyone that is alive can use it. Really, Lord Aoshiano. Lord Aoshiando, you really have a life potion. Why would someone who possesses a life potion care about a magic potion? And Hearing the old woman's excited words, Momoga was stunned. Wait, what the heck is this? Are life potions harder to make than magic potions? No, that's not the point. The point is that they can actually develop magic potions. Momoga and Leffen are both game players. So they fell into a misconception. In fact, the method and principle of making mana potions are simpler than making life potions. After all, this is reality, not a game in a game. You can buy health potions and such as anything else. But you can't buy mana potions in this world. Herbs that restore mana are plentiful. But herbs that can restore life are virtually impossible to find. After all, restoring mana is essentially restoring energy. And many plants contain a lot of energy, which can be restored simply by using them. However, it cannot be utilized to its fullest extent. As for herbs that restore life, I'm sorry, there really are none. Has anyone ever heard of a single medicinal herb that can make a wound on your hand heal automatically? As for the effects of medicinal herbs, they can only be used to treat specific symptoms. However, the potion of life is not a treatment for specific symptoms. It is an all-purpose potion. The fact that this grandmother and grandson can create life-restoring potions already demonstrates their extraordinary talent in this world. Moreover, life potions in this world are incredibly expensive. A single bottle costs at least 1 gold coin. Given enough time and resources, they can still manufacture things like mana potions. Upon hearing that the two could create mana potions, Momoga and Leffen immediately lost their will to hunt down the forest sage. After showing the grandmother and grandson a bottle of life-saving potion for a while, he prepared to take them back to the large tomb. Both of them were stunned to see Leffen open the portal with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Rensai was guarding the 9th floor. Upon seeing Leffen and Momoga return, he immediately bowed and said, "Lord Leffen, Lord Momoga." Of course, Nabe and Zizi also bowed to Rensai at this moment. The medicine man was stunned by the stunningly beautiful being before him, who radiated a holy glow. He pinched his cheek and asked, "Grandmother, is that a god?" The old woman said earnestly, "That should be true." Looking at the grandmother and granddaughter, Leffen said calmly, "I think it would be better to arrange a mage to assist them. Let Aura and Mare assist them, I had the same idea." Momoga then used his information skill to summon Mare and Aura. As the portal to the space opened, Mare and Aura returned. At this moment, the grandmother and grandson were surprised again. Had these two children used this portal? Momoga looked at the two and smiled, saying, "So, Aura and Mare will be cooperating with you from now on. Where would you like to conduct the research?" The herbalist mustered his courage and said, "I'd like to go to Khan village because it's close to the great forest, where there are more medicinal herbs to find, and I'm also quite familiar with the villagers." Listening to her grandson's words, the old woman knew perfectly well that the girl he liked lived in Khan village. Is the drug guy still thinking about Anli? But Anli is a real gold digger. Oh well, having a family might motivate him even more. Momoga ignored Leffen's thoughts, glanced at Yola and Mare. Both of them were children. They should have more friends and live a happy life. Consider this a holiday for them, Can. Hearing Momoga's words, the medicine man bowed with great joy. Once the two complete the magic potion, Momoga will give them a bottle of real-life potion. The grandmother and grandson will naturally do their best. After all, their dream is within reach. But the prerequisite is to develop the magic potion. As Aura and Mare led the two away, Moga smiled and said, "It seems reality is reality." Leffen smiled and said, "Indeed, magic potions are impossible to find in games. But this is reality." Kindness, hearing this, asked curiously, "Magic potion?" Leffen looked at Ren Ci beside him and said, "Ren Ci, do you have a way to speed up the recovery of magic power?" Mercy raised his hand, and the holy sword of judgment appeared. He then said, "I can restore my mana through the judgment skill. As long as I kill an enemy, I can regain my mana. Momoga sighed and said, Ahem, I forgot you're the world boss. A bug, let's go back to carry out the mission. Now that this world has mana potions, we can speed up our tactical preparations even more. Lafan patted Momoga on the shoulder and said. Momoga said calmly, indeed. But we can't have too high expectations. A magic potion might only restore 10 points of magic power. If that's the case, then it's meaningless. Lafan shook his head and said no. Then I'll just drink magic potions like water. As long as I drink enough, a bottle gives 10 points. And if I drink 1,000 bottles, I can recover 10,000 magic points in no time, right? Momoga chimed in enthusiastically, that makes sense. Drinking a few thousand bottles will definitely have an effect. Rensai listened to Lefan and Momoga's words and inwardly complained. They're talking about thousands of bottles without a word. That's tens of thousands of magic power. Rensai looked at his magic power, which was only 2,500 due to his shrinking, and immediately felt embarrassed. Fortunately, both Nabe and Zizi are self-aware enough not to compare themselves to the Supreme Being. Now that we know mana potions can be made, we should find more talented people to help us make them. By the way, the Elemental Kingdom rules the Slain Theocracy, which boasts the world's most talented people. Wouldn't it be even better to have her help recruit talent to create magic potions? Why didn't I think of that before? I guess I've been a couch potato for too long. My brain's gone haywire. Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momoga was also surprised. You want the Slan Theocracy to make you a magic potion? As expected, my brother is a man destined for great things. He can get an entire country to work for him without a word. Unlike me, who only gets 2 people to work. No, I need to be domineering too, by the way. Demiurge's plan is that once we rule the world, the grandmother and grandson will research the real magic potion. Then we can start full-scale mass production. But it certainly won't be as fast as Lefan's. But since he loves me so much, I think he'll give me the magic potion when he arrives. The two didn't speak a word the whole way. As they ran towards the great forest, one carrying Nabe and the other carrying Zizi, the forest sage was quickly found. He was the hamster from the original story. This guy seems to know this forest very well. Maybe we should give him to the medicine man as a pet and have him help him find medicinal herbs. Momoga, who had originally planned to roast the hamster as a gift to Lefan, stopped what she was doing after hearing his thoughts. When the forest sage saw 2 figures carrying stunningly beautiful women approaching it, its first reaction was to kneel down and beg for mercy. Putting everything else aside, the sheer power of Lafan's blood essence alone is enough to instill fear in these beasts that live by instinct. No beast that lives by instinct has the courage to face Lafan. This hamster is quite cute as a pet. Upon hearing Momoga's words, the forest sage exclaimed excitedly, hamster. My lord, are you saying that my species is a hamster? Momoga looked at the talkative man in front of her. Aura would probably like a pet like this, right, after all. Aura is portrayed as a lively and adorable little pseudo-boy. Although the forest sage was supposed to be left with the medicine man as a pet, the current task still needs to be completed. Under Lafan's terrifying blood suppression, the forest sage obediently submitted. After all, they're not from the same dimension, so it doesn't even have the possibility of saying no. Riding the forest sage was too lame, so Lafan carried Nabe and flew through the air. Moreover, Momoga could only carry Zizi, sitting on the forest sage's head, and head towards the city of Yelantal. The forest sage was excited throughout the journey. After all, having lived in the forest all its life, it had seen many humans but had also killed quite a few. But this was the first time it had ever seen a human city. Such a magnificent fortified metropolis, which completely shocked it. In addition, being a chatterbox by nature, the forest sage kept chattering non-stop the whole way. Fortunately, the forest sage was sitting on Momoga, So the passers-by were not afraid. She even started chatting with this chatterbox, which Momoga found really annoying. As he kept babbling on and on, so did Lafan know this all along, which is why he chose to fly from the start. They soon arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The guild leader came out to meet Momoga and, knowing that the forest sage had been subdued, the task was naturally completed. With the mission completed, Momoga was too lazy to ride the thing back to Khan village, and Lafan opened a portal to see this. The two delivered the hamster to Aura in Khan village, and after everything was settled, they disappeared again. Back inside the great tomb, Lafan didn't continue holding Nabe. Although Nabe was comfortable to hold, he wouldn't hold her forever at most. She would hug him when people were watching, so he could feel the envious looks from others and see Nabe blush. Nabe is pretty, but she looks even prettier when she blushes. Moreover, Lafan said he could never get tired of looking at those black stockings. But there were more important things to do. It was already late afternoon. Lafan returned to his room and immediately summoned the Elemental Supreme Heaven. The Elemental Supreme Heaven sensed its master's call and summoned the deathly despair that had been guarding it to its side. Are you ready? Letter 3005 tilde. Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Heaven of Elements, Zeshchi Zetsume exhaled hot air once more, her expression gradually becoming sickly and delicate as she looked at the impatient Zeshchi Zetsume. The Elemental Supreme Heaven was also the host of the tower, and then looked at the portal that appeared in front of him. In an instant arrived in front of Lafan, and Ju Ming was stunned. Wait a minute, wasn't the invincible god going to eat me? How did you bring me here, and what is this place? Who is this man in front of me, this oppressive aura? Is he also a god? Does the invincible god have no interest in me? So he wants to pass me on to another god. But the being before me is definitely stronger than me. So continuing his bloodline seems like a good idea. Ju Ming also acknowledged Lafan at that moment. Lafan was also stunned for a moment, looking at the absolute death brought by the Elemental Supreme Heaven, and the sickly appearance of the absolute death. She was constantly exhaling hot air, looking as if she was about to explode at any moment. Why did you bring this Yandia girl here, however? The sight of this little girl transformed into a cannibalistic female demon is indeed quite appetizing. No, I'm here to summon the Elemental Supremes to discuss getting the potion back. Not to cause trouble. The Supreme Elemental God bowed deeply. Greetings. My Lord Zetsume, who had already planned to choose a secondary target, was stunned. What, did I hear that right? The master of the invincible god, it was him? Impossible. The invincible god is already the strongest being. Although the person in front of me gives me the feeling that he could instantly kill me, he doesn't have that invincible feeling of an invincible god. Desperate death, is it? Very good, I'll take you, Lafan said calmly. And Ju Ming was stunned again. May I ask who you are? Sir, Element. Seeing that Lafan had taken a liking to Ju Ming, directly told her the truth. My lord's name is Lafan, and my name is Element Supreme Heaven, one of the 10 Supreme Heavens. Hearing the elemental's words, Zetsume was no longer in a good mood. So, you are the true invincible god, but why would you do this? The element mocked. You ants dare to be worthy of seeing the true face of my lord. At this moment, Lafan hugged Ju Ming tightly. Elements, unite with your kingdom and help me make magic potions again. I've discovered that this world can make magic potions again. Gao Yaotai, hearing Lafan's words, the Elemental Supreme Heaven also asked curiously, my lord, with your endless magic power, do you need magic potions? It's all right, just in case. This world is more dangerous than we imagine. Remember not to drive too recklessly. Wait 100 or 200 years, until I've amassed millions of elemental giants. Then it will be our time to rise up and become the masters. Zesty felt Lafan's embrace, but she remained calm and asked curiously, "Elemental giant?" Knowing Zesty Zetsume's Yandia personality, Lafan smiled and said, "He's someone who can easily beat you. 10 million beings more powerful than me." Upon hearing this, Lee was completely stunned, and Lafan suddenly sensed something was amiss. Looking down, I was speechless at this moment. Element's face erupted with boundless rage. "You aren't. How dare you?" Lafan was also embarrassed. He never expected to be the one being teased. But looking at this Yandia Zetsume, Lafan thought it was pretty good. "It's all right, I don't mind. All right, go ahead. Remember about the magic potion. And don't be too conspicuous. Wait until I've finished stockpiling everything." After finishing his meal, shook his head, indicating that Yuan Su could leave. Yuan Su looked at Lafan with great embarrassment, and in the end he could only choose to leave. As the elemental force departed, Zesty was once again in an awkward situation, because in that instant she imagined that massive army of millions, each one more powerful than herself, a terrifying army that terrified her. Unfortunately, happened to be in Lafan's arms, making this the most awkward moment in Ju Ming's hundreds of years of experience. She's too ashamed to show her face now. Just a few days ago she thought she was invincible. Now I've actually been scared by someone. Looking at the Yandia and cute Zetsume who just moments ago, Zetsume suddenly became self-conscious, pitiful-weak, and helpless with tears even welling up in her eyes. Lafan immediately got the hang of it. Lafan raised his face, which had been filled with self-doubt, and said, "There's no need to feel inferior, you're not weak. Come, let me show you what it's like to be strong." Upon hearing this, Ju Ming burst into tears. Sometimes, the tragedy of the elderly can happen in just a moment. That makes sense, considering it has been the strongest being for over a century. Suddenly encountered an invincible god. Knowing that it was an invincible being he could not defeat. So taking a step back, she chose to possess that invincible bloodline. For that, she was willing to pay any price to be a devoted admirer. Just when he thought his sycophantic act was about to succeed, he was suddenly thrust into the truth of the world. It turns out that the invincible being I thought I was just a lackey of the truly invincible being before me. I'll take it or leave it. I can accept the possibility of dying. Then I heard my older brother say that he planned to create an army of 10 million people, and that each person in the army would be stronger than him. This sudden drop from the strongest to a mortal, from a mortal to a weakling, and now directly to the weakest aunt who could withstand that. Seeing Zesty Zetsume crying, Lafan's heart fluttered again. Oh my God, why is Zesty Zetsume so adorable? Is this what it feels like to have your heart flutter? Don't cry, I'll show you the power of a strong person. 10th tier magic, Titan's body. 10th tier magic, dragon body. 10th tier magic, super physique enhancement. 10th tier magic, body of the martial god. After a series of 10 spells, Zesty was completely stunned, because at this moment she could feel an endless surge of power surging through her body. Faced with his current power, even 100 versions of himself from before wouldn't be a match for him. She cried even louder this time, realizing the vast difference in their circumstances. She truly felt like an ant. But the next second she couldn't cry anymore, because Lafan's heart was racing, and he immediately chose to have her as his girlfriend. Mama Goho was sitting on the throne. Suddenly froze. What was that sound? Was it an earthquake? Albedo was also present at this moment. That shouldn't be the case. The great tomb of Nazareth doesn't experience earthquakes. Could it be an enemy attack? Is this love? Haha, I finally have a girlfriend today. Hearing the sudden voice from his heart, Momoga was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, my brother is experiencing love. No. Experiencing love is one thing. But why create a massive earthquake at a huge tomb? Looking at Albedo's worried face, Momoga thought about Albedo's love for Leffen and realized that she would probably be heartbroken if she saw that scene. So Momoga told a white lie, "It's nothing. Leffen is just doing an experiment, don't worry about it." Half a day passed in the blink of an eye before the earthquake ended. Momoga thought, this is so damn annoying. If you're going to experience love, then experience love. Stop constantly saying things like, Zetsuki is so cute. It's so frustrating. But it's also good that Leffen has found true love. So I don't have to worry about him doing anything untoward to me anymore. Just as Momoga was thinking this, Leffen suddenly appeared in front of him, looking at Leffen, who was wearing a magic robe. Momo asked, "What are you doing? Was there an earthquake all this time?" Leffen smiled and said, "So this is what powerful love is like. To be honest, you'd be doing a disservice to your power if you didn't experience powerful love." Momoga looked at Leffen, thought for a moment, and then said, "Trying to take advantage, never mind. Everyone has their own ambitions. Who's your sister-in-law anyway? Get lost. We each got what we wanted. She wanted the strongest bloodline, and I wanted to experience love. Even though she'll be mine forever, I've lost interest. After all, she would never again cry so pitifully, weakly and helplessly." Upon hearing Leffen's words, Momoga immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap, bro. Are you out of your mind?" Leffen sighed and shook his head upon hearing this. "Is our current body considered normal?" Momoga said with a hint of envy, "That's right. We're not normal people anymore. How about it's good? You'll have offspring in the future." Leffen sighed again and said, "No, you're overthinking it. I am the ruler of blood, an eternal being. It's just that absolute death and absolute fate have become my superior servants." Momoga stroked her chin and said, "So she's evolving right now?" Leffen nodded and said, "Yes. She has evolved into a blood messenger and possesses 1/10 of my attributes. I am quite satisfied with this girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Momoga immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap. 1/3 of the field's attributes, how strong are they?" Seeing Momoga's worried expression, Leffen smiled and said, "I don't know, but beating you should be no problem." Hearing Leffen's words, Momoga complained again, "Brother, what grudge do you hold against me, after all? She's my girlfriend, not a body pillow. So naturally I have to protect her. But she has a bit of a bad temper, and I'm afraid she'll cause trouble. So it's better to keep her by my side." Leffen knew that Ju Ming's personality was about unleashing her power and freedom. With her current strength, she could probably fight against heaven and earth and even gods. Who knows if she'll break free of her planet and run to Mars to fight a powerful enemy. So we absolutely can't let this idiot girlfriend get away. Meanwhile, Nabe returned to her room and saw a blood-soaked area on the floor and various impact marks on the walls, as if a tremendous battle had taken place there. But she was extremely surprised to see an egg covered in blood in the room, because she had discovered it using magic. This enormous blood egg was constantly evolving, and the magic power inside was terrifyingly powerful. She was certain it was the most terrifying magic power she had ever seen. This magic almost made Nabe vomit, and she forced herself to leave the room despite her discomfort. He collapsed weakly to the ground outside the door, his face pale. How terrifying, how can such magic exist? It's already at the highest level of the elements. Mainwilin, the realm of the gods. The elements directly issued an order to create mana potions. It was just a simple order, yet it inspired people all over the country to participate enthusiastically. With the enthusiastic participation of people across the country, dozens of privately developed mana-restoring potions appeared within half a day. The elements also experimented with these mana-restoring potions and finally found the one that restored the most mana. Originally it was supposed to be a 10-gram bottle, but Yuansu set himself a small goal of producing 1 ton. As for material magic, the elemental supremes can directly cultivate it using wood, earth and water elements. After learning the techniques, the elements began to be mass-produced, and recruitment continued. All researchers are searching for better combinations in order to develop better magic potions. The developer whose work was adopted has now become one of the priests of the divine kingdom. What a privilege this is, priest. He has the right to see the gods. With researchers throughout the divine kingdom focused on developing magic potions. Progress is expected every day when they meet again. Element will return with tons of high-quality magic potions. I wonder what LeFan will think. After resting for 15 minutes, Nabe ran straight to Albedo and told her about the room. Albedo was taken aback and quickly returned to her room. Sure enough, looking at the blood egg and the traces of the battle around her. Albedo was no fool like Nabe, she was a demon. And a succubus at that watching all this. Her heart was bleeding. Who on earth stole my beloved Lord LeFan? Damn it, damn it. Why wasn't it me? She was somewhat frantic at this point, and even wanted to attack the blood egg. But in the end she stopped, because she didn't want to do anything that would make LeFan dislike her. Albedo endured it, but the blood egg slowly cracked open. At that moment, black and white-haired, black and white-eyed lowly, her entire body surrounded by blood, burst into maniacal laughter with a distorted smile. Ha ha ha. This is power, this is invincible power. Ha ha ha, this is so interesting. I was so weak before, this is true power. The Yandia's face was filled with rage as she looked at her hands. In an instant countless drops of blood surged out, forming a giant blood scythe. The appearance of the blood scythe brought the entire space to the brink of collapse. At that moment, Zeshchi suddenly swung the scythe. The terrifying power of the blood scythe instantly shattered a mysterious barrier within the room. LeFan was drinking with Momoga at the time and was unaware of what was happening inside the room. If he knew, would be incredibly embarrassed, since according to his thinking, the ultimate evolution would take 12 hours, who knows? Because this is the real world, and Zetsume is the most terrifyingly talented being in this world. Coupled with her Yandia will, she directly completed her evolution 3 hours ahead of schedule. The first thing she did after completing her evolution was to feel her own power. But coincidentally, 3 monsters broke the seal on LeFan's room, however. Because LeFan's room is restricted, people outside will not know what happens inside. Not even LeFan himself, after all. The room wasn't a summoned object, nor did it have LeFan's soul attached to it. So what did he know, continuing to drink, eat meat, and brag with Momoga? This is the life a lazy bum should have. But just when he was being lazy in his room, in that mysterious space, 3 monsters were floating in the space. Zetsume felt her boundless power. She wanted an opponent. But Albedo and Nabe were nothing but weaklings in her eyes at this moment. She had absolutely no interest in weaklings. But she was quite interested in the 3 monsters in this space. Only the 3 sealed monsters before her could ignite her boundless fighting spirit. Fortunately, LeFan didn't know what Ju Ming was thinking. Otherwise, he would definitely have complained. Edna. Just a day ago you were still an ant. Albedo could easily defeat you. What has made you an insignificant ant, so arrogant? LeFan, oh it's me, never mind then. Within the specially sealed space of LeFan. At this moment the 3 bugs are floating in midair. On the left is a stunningly beautiful mature female demon king with short red hair. On the right is a cute lowly god king with golden twin tails. And in the middle is a perfect young girl human king with long black hair. At this moment, Zetsume looked at the 3 people who were sealed away, her face showing a Yandia and broken expression, as if she had gone berserk. She breathed out hot air with fervor, raised the blood-red scythe in her hand, and swung it fiercely forward in an instant. The terrifying crimson energy unleashed by the scythe collided directly with the transparent energy, and instantly a shattering sound rang out. As the seal shattered, the 3 sleeping beauties slowly opened their eyes. The black-haired girl at the head of the group opened her black eyes, which shimmered like the stars and the universe. She simply gave a glance. He felt an endless shock. Not from magic nor from power but from his soul. This is also one of LaFan's wicked humor settings. The human king was created using the most advanced 5 elements mutual restraint and eternal calamity serpent ring among the 20 extraordinary techniques. Note that the plus 20 bonus will disappear once crafted, but the effect will remain on the NPC. Then the level 20 bug will respawn in the game, which is why it's called a bug-creating method. It's practically an infinite nested loop, however. Only those who break through to level 20 can do this. The method used to create something like Rubido involves completely fusing the world item into her body. Unless she does, the world item won't refresh, therefore. The human king's power is equivalent to the rule Safta all. The eternal serpent ring is the strongest world item, and the 5 elements mutual restraint is the 3rd ranked world item. The eternal serpent ring was once used by a player to forcibly seal off 9 game worlds for a month using this overpowered item. This prevents all players in the game from leaving the game, which is an absolute bug. But all of this is not the worst part. The worst part is that the eternal serpent commandment can copy the effects of items from other worlds. As for the mutual restraint of the 5 elements, it is also a terrifying thing that can directly change the entire world's power system. Just imagine how powerful a king of men with these 2 exceptionally rare creations would be. This is why even after acquiring so many attributes, LaFan still claims these 3 things are a bug. Only LaFan was willing to manufacture such a rare item. Most people would keep it. The God King used 20 extraordinary items, the World Will and the Crown of Creation. The good news is that the World Will has been found, but the Crown of Creation has been lost. The Demon King possessed the Elemental Scepter and the Demon God Scepter, but both of these were lost and never recovered. The main problem is that the time was too short. The 3 Bug Guardians were created by LaFan 8 months ago, and it's already a stroke of good luck that they were able to retrieve the world's will. However, it inevitably caused LaFan some heartache for a while. But having read the original novel, LaFan knew that NPCs would absolutely follow the established rules. The item Exceptional 20 is designed to disappear after a single use. So why not use it to create NPCs? This gives you 3 more absolutely loyal female bodyguards. And you can also use the extraordinary power of 2.0 points indefinitely, but after arriving in this world, LaFan couldn't accept these ridiculously cheesy settings. So they directly announced that these 3 bugs would be sealed. But now Zesty is actually courting death by challenging these 3 bugs. Fortunately, Ju Ming possesses 10% of LaFan's attributes, and its resistance attribute has a terrifying value of 900. Unfortunately, less than 1,000 units are not enough to be immune to the effects of the 2 bugged world items from the King of Men. Moreover, this is reality, not a game. There are countless ways to accidentally kill your opponent without affecting them. For example, you could use the Eternal Serpent Ring to wish for a cosmic ray to shoot directly at this location, instead of shooting at death and death. Or perhaps space collapsed, creating a black hole in this location. However, this requires extremely high intelligence to play well, and it is also unknown whether this extraordinary level 20 can summon black holes or cosmic rays. The King of Men is defined by his character, and that's how he is naturally portrayed. So she only glared at Zesty and didn't make a move. The 2 younger sisters of the King of Love have very different backstories. At this moment, the stunningly beautiful red-haired demon queen enraged, raised her hand and unleashed a heart grasp. He wanted to kill Zesty Zetsume instantly, but Zesty Zetsume's resistance was terrifyingly strong, and she was completely immune to this instant death magic. Albedo and Nabi were led aside by the adorable blonde twin-tailed girl. Do you 2 know your master? And Nabe looked at the cute blonde twin-tailed lowly and asked curiously. Master, the blonde twin-tailed lowly smiled and said, That's right, it's our master, a creator. The Supreme Lord Lafan, Albedo and Nabe were completely bewildered by the kind and friendly appearance of the blonde twin-tailed lowly. They had no idea how problematic the God King's character was. Simply put, the God King believed himself to be the creator of all creation. She believed that all life in the world, except for her master and her sisters, was created by her. Therefore, she is kind and approachable to all living beings. On the other side, the Demon King and Zeschi had already started fighting, and the Human King raised his hand to stop them. Because Zeschi Zetsume carries the aura of its master, it must be an entity related to its master. As for the Demon King's character design, it's to annihilate all life except for the master, the Human King's sister and the shameless God King. That's why she doesn't care what the relationship is between Zetsu and her master. So what if she's the master's wife? She'll still kill her. Basically, she's the kind of person who doesn't recognize anyone except Lafan, the Human King and the God King. Unless Lafan personally comes out to protect her or orders her to do so, she'll kill anyone she sees. Zetsuki felt the space around her was on the verge of collapse. She froze for a moment, looked at the Human King, and knew she couldn't move, otherwise the space will shatter, and you won't know where you'll be teleported to. Although the Demon King possesses incredible combat power and is immune to world items, she is merely a mage. Her magical power was restricted, and her combat power dropped to 0, making it impossible for her to fight. If Lafan were here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise, for the king's IQ is simply too high. Although Lafan, in his Chunibyo delusional way, wrote on the Human King's character settings panel, the #1 living being in the world, the most intelligent living being in the world, the strongest living being in the world, of course. She is also the most ruthless being in the setting, because she is set as chaos, neither kind nor evil, in her view. Everything except Lafan's matter had absolutely nothing to do with her. Even if the planet were destroyed in the next second, and her sisters were all dead, she wouldn't care at all. In her mind there was only Lafan, who was the ultimate simp and the ultimate love, many times more perverted than Albedo. The reason they are intervening now is entirely because Zeschi Zetsume possesses Lafan's blood. Only she can manipulate such a being. None of her sisters can touch her. At this moment the Demon King's beautiful, blood-red short hair trembled violently, and her eyes were filled with anger as she looked at the Human King, big sister. Why? Seeing that the Human King did not reply, the Demon King roared again, "Why can you seal my magic power?" The Human King continued to ignore him while the Demon King, extremely dissatisfied with losing control of his magic, roared again, "I am immune to the rules. Your power of rules shouldn't have any effect on me. Ha ha ha, me foolish little sister. Although my elder sister cannot directly affect us, she can use rules to alter the space around us. For example, a peaceful zone could be established around us to restrict our movement. Of course, because of our immune system rules, our older sister absolutely cannot have even the slightest thought of targeting us. Otherwise we will all fail. This is our own sister. How can she completely ignore us as if we don't exist? What incredible power and wisdom this is, truly worthy of being the first living being in the world, the wisest living being in the world, the strongest living being in the world." The blonde lowly goddess king spoke of terrifying things with a benevolent expression. 0 After all, the three sisters are set up so that they don't like each other, and Lafan is the only one in their minds. They are genuinely fake best friends. All three are equally ruthless. Even if the other two were to die in front of them, they wouldn't offer any help. Of course, they wouldn't hurt their sisters either. That's just how it is. They neither harm nor protect each other, treating each other like complete strangers. But they are sisters, and they both like the same person. The Demon King represents the greatest evil in the world. The God King represents the greatest good. And the Human King represents chaos. 3 ridiculously overpowered Tunabu middle school syndrome bugs. The Demon King, seeing that the human king hadn't answered his questions at all, flew into a rage. You be asterisk 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 diu be asterisk 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 d not again. Can't you look me in the eye? I'm your sister. Upon hearing this, the human king turned to look at the demon king and said something extremely terrifying without any expression. Until you destroy the world, I do not consider you my sister. Hearing the human king's words, the god king was displeased. No, the world will not be destroyed. I will continue to create worlds and make them more prosperous. Once I have created 10 worlds, I will be able to receive the master's love just like my sister. The demon king looked at the twin-tailed god king and scoffed. What kind of world can a warrior like you create? With your strongest attack, do you think you can destroy the world? The god king said seriously, I will not use my strongest attack. Haha, but you're getting stronger every moment. Can you control such terrifying power? Damn it, why do I have to kill to become stronger? I'm not reconciled. Why can you all grow stronger without doing anything? I want to kill, I want to destroy. I want to annihilate everything. As he spoke, the demon king suddenly went berserk again, wildly swinging his body in an attempt to break the peaceful domain. But no matter what he did, it was all in vain. The peaceful realm is an absolutely overpowered ability, arguably more terrifying than any world item, because it provides top-tier protection in the starting village. In the realm of peace, no power is permitted, and everyone becomes an ordinary person. Anyone who has played online games knows that all the starting areas have the most restrictions. After all, they are starting areas, thankfully. LeFan wasn't there otherwise. Seeing the peace domain appear, he'd probably be so shocked he'd exclaim, holy crap. Is this even possible? The peaceful realm has been completely overhauled. The perfect girl king, standing at 1.7 meters tall, wore a jet black martial arts uniform and approached Zetsume step by step. After hearing what the god king and the demon king said, Ju Ming got a general idea of what was going on. That's the monster in front of us, and that blonde twin-tailed lowly over there. They're getting stronger every moment. The red-haired one, 85-meter tall, perfectly proportioned mature woman can only become stronger through killing. Why would such a terrifying being exist in the world? It gets stronger every moment. Isn't that just too overpowered? She had thought she was invincible, but she couldn't accept that someone's actions were restricted with just a glance. Zetsume cried out in despair, why did I, who so rarely possess invincible power, only want a magnificent battle? Why is it that every time someone appears in front of me, it's someone more invincible than me? The human king looked at the roaring Zetsume with a blank expression and reached out a small hand to touch Zetsume's cute face. How can a mere 100 years of lifespan be invincible? We have all been in a state of dormancy for over 30,000 years. Do you know that? Meanwhile, the demon king beside him scoffed, ha. You dare call yourself invincible? If it weren't for my elder sister using the peace domain to seal me, I would have 1,000 ways to kill you. Hearing the demon king's merciless mockery, Zeschi burst into tears again. Wara. This is so unfair. Do you know what I've been through these past 2 days? I used to think I was the strongest being in the world, until the element appeared, and I thought she was already the strongest. When I was ready to give birth to her child, she led me to see my master Sob. Then my master granted me invincible power. I thought I could fight the elements, that I was invincible. And I craved battle, and then you showed up again, reminding me once more that I'm just an ant. Wah. Seeing Ju Ming suddenly burst into tears, the god king rushed over and hugged her. Don't cry. The child is all right. There's no hurdle that can't be overcome. The king of men looked at the blonde, twin-tailed lowly comforting the black and white magic lowly in front of him. The scene was a bit strange, but she withdrew her hand. "I need to see my master." "You wait here." Upon hearing this, the Demon King roared again, "Why?" But the next second, the entire space was enveloped by the peace domain, and then the barrier was sealed again. The King of Men had already disappeared at this moment. Everyone within the space felt the suppression of the peace domain. Zeschi felt his invincible power vanish in an instant, and he cried even harder. Thankfully, Lefan wasn't there. Otherwise, seeing such an adorable Zetsume would probably trigger another love-themed experience. Seriously, you are over 100 years old. Can you please stop crying all the time? Although you have the appearance of a lowly, you're not a real Yuri. Albedo and Nabe also felt the loss of all their power, and their eyes revealed fear. Why would such a terrifying existence exist? And is her mention of 30,000 years really true? Did these three monsters really live for 30,000 years? And that blonde, twin-tailed lowly who claims to be a creator goddess, specializing in creating worlds. That stunningly beautiful, red-haired woman claims to be a destroyer, someone who specializes in destroying and ruining the world. Although it sounds ridiculous, their power, which is beyond their comprehension, seems to be real. And these three beings were actually created by Lord Lefan. My God, just what kind of being is Lord Lefan? Albedo unconsciously crossed her arms at this moment. She felt an unprecedented joy. It was as if they were peeling back the layers of Lefan's background, revealing his true situation for Albedo. There is nothing happier than knowing the person she loves most. However, the scene of a blonde, twin-tailed lowly comforting another lowly was indeed too incongruous. The God King held Ju Si Ju Ming in his arms. "Don't cry. Don't crit's okay," the Demon King, displeased with the God King's performance, said, "HMPH. Why not just kill this weakling?" Inside the private room, Lefan and Momo Jia raised their glasses again when suddenly a figure appeared in front of them. This sudden scene startled Momoga, because the person in front of him did not have the ring of Ainz Ooal Gown, and appeared suddenly without any spatial fluctuations. Who is she, and how can she appear here instantly? Looking at the perfect being before him, Lefan was completely dumbfounded. When the King of Men saw Lefan, his calm expression turned fervent, and he rushed over to embrace Lefan's husband. Lefan felt the girl's comfort and was speechless. Who released the human king? Where are the Demon King and the God King? Damn it, I'm going to die on the spot. No, I can't let Momoga know about my dark past. How can I let him know that I created 3 ultimate simp bug guardians because of my narcissism? Momoga was initially afraid, but after hearing Lefan's thoughts, she felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Because he learned about Lefan's dark past, he never expected that Lefan had such an unknown side. Lefan was fully aware of the 3-person setup, and could only awkwardly say, "Wife, what brings you here?" The Human King, completely adopting the image of a wife deeply in love, said, "You're so mean. 30,000 years have passed, and you haven't come to see me." Lefan almost vomited blood upon hearing this. Momoga, stop looking, stop looking. God, please save me, I'm going to die. Lefan quickly said, "Ahem, where are they? Could it be?" The King of Men put his arm around Lefan's neck and said, "No. I used the peace domain to trap them in space." "Honey, do they still want to continue their game?" Momoga asked in a panic. "Peaceful domain, no it. Could it be the peaceful domain mechanic from the starting village?" Hearing Momoga's words, the Human King gave him a disapproving look and asked, "Husband, who is he? He's in the way." Upon hearing this, Lefan suddenly hugged the Human King tightly, fearing that the Human King might kill Momoga in an instant without saying a word. "Ahem, he's my younger brother, your brother-in-law. You can't hurt him, okay?" Feeling Lefan's strong embrace, Ren Wang blushed and smiled, saying, "Hello, brother-in-law. My name is Ren Wang and I'm your sister-in-law." "Ahem. This is so embarrassing, but Momoga, I'm doing this for your own good." The king can easily defeat you. Hearing Lafan's inner thoughts, Momogia, who originally wanted to be the eldest brother, chickened out. Fine, he'll be the younger brother then. But where did Lafan get involved with such a terrifying woman? That one look from her terrified me. And this woman is called the king of men. But she's incredibly beautiful. And I actually felt my heart flutter. Damn it, why does such a perfect being exist? Why is she Lafan's wife? My heart aches so much. Seeing Lafan repeatedly winking at her, signaling her to leave, Momoga felt a pang of jealousy. But she could only leave. Ahem, Lafan, sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. As Momoga left, Lafan stroked the human king's long, straight black hair, then picked her up in a princess carry. Let's go. Let's go see them. The king of humans didn't care about this. As long as she could stay by Lafan's side. That was her greatest happiness. She didn't care about anything else. Seeing the human king nestled in his arms like a kitten, Lafan felt a chill run down his spine. Although she was beautiful, she was also terrifying. Why were they able to break the seal, according to my setup? A seal should be able to remain in place for 100 years without external interference. Could it be that that idiot Zetsume has evolved ahead of schedule? No, how could that be? According to the game's mechanics, it should take 12 hours. But it's only been a little over 9 hours so far. But what should I do next? Am I supposed to keep carrying around the human king, the god king and the demon king forever? Otherwise, what if they cause trouble everywhere? And then there's their awkward way of addressing each other. The human king calls him husband, so he has to call her wife. The demon king calls him big brother, so he has to call her little sister. The god king calls him master, so he has to call her little rascal. The demon king is an absolutely stunning mature woman, with a perfect figure at 1.85 meters tall. She doesn't look like a little sister at all. And then there's the little girl with the god king's kind face. Calling her a little rascal isn't quite right. If I took them shopping and called them that, and strangers overheard, would I die on the spot? If all three of them really do wake up, then they have to stay by my side. Is my free life going to be over? Damn it, why is this world so dangerous? If it weren't, I'd order the god king to create it, the demon king to destroy it, and the human king to supervise, letting the three of them go out and play. But this world is so dangerous. No, if we threw them outside, they'd be killed in a heartbeat. What if the enemy discovers me then and kills me and Momoga? Momoga sitting on the throne, listened to a series of inner thoughts and burst into laughter. Unable to move, he hadn't expected this. I never expected Lafan to have such a childish side, ha. But despite their Chunabu adolescent delusions of grandeur, these three bugged guardians are definitely beings beyond Rubido's level, probably on par with the elemental supreme heaven. Furthermore, according to Lafan's inner thoughts, these three guys have extremely bad personalities. They're the kind you can't throw away. You can only keep them around. However, I don't mind at all. Momoga finds it very interesting to watch Lafan die every day. To protect our lives, brother, you will endure the social death you shouldn't have to bear every day. Within the self-made space, Lafan held the human king, feeling the peaceful realm of this space. So there's no way to seal my power after all. I knew the World Tree's power system was too weak. Even the most overpowered peace domain couldn't restrain my 9361 resistance. So how strong would the enemies in outer space be? Their resistance would definitely exceed 10,000, right? Damn it, world items are useless after all. The only thing we can use is hardcore physical attacks. The explosion of millions of elemental giants, the annihilation power born from the mixture of 9 elements, should definitely wipe out these guys. However, since this is a peaceful zone, I'll seal them away again. Hee, you didn't expect that, did you? I disregard the peaceful zone, Momoga. Standing between the thrones, heard LaFan's inner thoughts and once again complained. 9361 resistance, please have some decency. My resistance is less than 500. But you're really cunning, even sealing away your own wife. At this moment, due to the peace domain, everyone in the space has become immortal. They looked at the God King, comforting the one facing certain death, and the Demon King stomping his feet in a fit of rage. LaFan waved to them playfully, "Little sister, little rascal. Come here." Upon hearing LaFan's call, the Demon King's rage vanished, replaced by a passionate expression of love as he flew over Brother Yin. As for the God King, this little girl abandoned her desperate cries on the ground and ran to LaFan's side. "Master." The human king was very displeased when she saw the two people who had arrived. But when she thought that she was still in LaFan's arms, she was not so angry anymore. 10th tier magic, super living seal in an instant. The perfect person in LaFan's arms closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The Demon King and the God King were stunned to see the human king suddenly fall into a deep sleep. The Demon King quickly snapped out of her daze upon seeing this scene, for it reminded her of that moment 30 years ago when her older brother sealed her away in the same way. "Big brother, what are you doing? I don't want to sleep anymore. I've missed you for 30,000 years, I can't bear it anymore. I want to be by your side forever and ever, I'm sorry. My lovely little sister, but don't worry. I'll always be by your side." LaFan tossed the human king into the air, then embraced the Demon King, who was 185 meters tall and had a perfect, mature woman's figure. As the magic was activated again, the Demon King fell into a deep sleep once more. At this moment, the God King said with a reluctant expression, "Master, God King, I will be good and let me follow you forever, okay? You little rascal, the time isn't right for us to be together yet. When the time comes, we'll be together forever." LaFan tossed the Demon King into the air as well, and then embraced the cute blonde twin-tailed loli once more. She slowly closed her eyes, and then the three of them were teleported back to their original positions. LaFan also took a deep breath thankfully. The peace domain exists otherwise. Would I have risked my life to seal these three monsters? However, I also learned their weakness. Although their attack and defense are limitless, their resistance is only set at 1,000, which is insufficient to make them immune to the peaceful zone of the beginner village. It's fortunate that the human king didn't know I was going to seal her away. Otherwise, she would have broken the peace domain ahead of time, and I would have been in trouble. No, perhaps she can't break free of the peace domain. If she's unaffected by the peace domain, then I shouldn't be able to seal her away. Forget it, why worry about it so much? Just in case someone breaks into the space again, let's set up a barrier. Field level magic, super concentrated barrier. In an instant, the three people suspended in midair were completely sealed again, and everything here returned to the moment when it was broken by absolute death and absolute destiny. Of course, besides the newly created peace domain, LaFan was also very angry and wanted to teach Ju Ming a lesson. If it weren't for the arrogant king of man using the peace domain, he would never have been able to seal these three people. These three are too powerful. The super living seal has no effect on them in their full state. It was only because of the suppression of the peace realm that LaFan could be easily sealed. But when LaFan looked at Ju Ming sitting on the ground crying, and saw how weak, helpless, and pitiful she was at that moment, LaFan was suddenly moved again. LaFan picked her up and exclaimed, "Why are you crying again? You're so cute." Seeing this, Albedo and Nabe followed LaFan back to their room. LaFan stared at the two of them for a moment, then asked, "Could you two please leave for a moment?" Albedo stood rooted to the spot, shouting, I'd rather die than leave." Nabe looked at Lady Albedo, then shook her head and glanced at Lord LaFan. I'll be leaving now." Seeing Nabe leave, and Albedo looking like she was ready to die here, LaFan couldn't be bothered to care anymore. A tremendous earthquake sound came from the great cemetery again. Momoga felt a chill run down his spine. Here we go again. Brother, can you please stop this nonsense? Half a day passed, and Lafan was unaware that a strange thing was happening in his sealed space. That was the perfect girl with black hair, who suddenly disappeared and then reappeared in an open space. Luckily, I made preparations and copied the ability of the World Item Time Scepter, setting myself to return to the state I was in when I used the peace domain 12 hours ago. But why did my husband seal me away? I don't understand. If he hates me, he could just kill me. With his strength, it should be an easy thing for him. So it's definitely not that he dislikes me. Could it be that my presence is making it difficult for him to perform? I don't understand, I'm not sure. But I want to ask my husband's opinion. If he insists on sealing me away, then I have no choice but to seal myself away. I could never do anything that would make my husband hate me. The human king is currently located where she just used the peace domain. As long as she maintains this position, this station can be immune to the suppression of the peace domain. She casually used the transfer function. In an instant, the king of men arrived in the room, looking at the unconscious crybaby Juicy Juming. She frowned. Does my husband like this type? Lafan looked awkwardly at Albedo, who had been following him closely, and said, Albedo, it's not that you're bad. It's just that I don't feel anything right now. How about waiting for my feelings to develop? Albedo, after witnessing Lafan's punishment of Zetsume for half a day, also felt a longing for it. But she tried to join several times, only to be rejected each time, which greatly discouraged Albedo. With a look of resentment, she asked, what is this feeling that Lord Lafan speaks of? I will try my best, even if it means death. Looking at Albedo's expression, Lafan sighed. Don't worry. I won't abandon you. Waiting is also a test, you know. Hearing Lafan's words, Albedo paused for a moment, waiting. Not the human king, the demon king. The god king. It seems they've waited for 30,000 years. Is it really possible to wait for the results? But can I refute Lord Lafan? Albedo unconsciously shed tears and said, but I can't bear to see Lord Lefan with other people. Please, I'm afraid I'll go crazy if I see this again. Lafan was speechless when he saw Albedo crying, because my heart was actually racing. Damn it, it's the feeling of falling in love. Is my race cursed, so fond of seeing people cry? Ahem, I'll be more careful next time. I have to go now. As she spoke, Lafan patted Albedo's head to encourage her. Damn it, I almost fell for it. That scoundrel Momoga, he'll never be my father-in-law. Momoga, sitting on the throne, smiled as he listened to Lefan's thoughts. Is Lafan's flaw that he can't stand seeing women cry? Should I make Albedo cry in front of Lefan? Perhaps this would be a good solution for Albedo and Levan. Just then, Lafan had taken a few steps when a perfect figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This is the most perfect girl, and her long, straight black hair is Lafan's favorite. But Lafan never expected that the human king could break the seal and emerge. And he exclaimed in surprise, wife, the human king. His face contorted with grief, cried out in heart-wrenching sobs, husband, why did you seal me away? Can you give me a reason? Seeing the king of men, who seemed to have suffered a great injustice, Lafan felt embarrassed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The person you love most sealed you away when you were least expecting anything. Anyone would feel despair and heartbreak at some point. If it weren't for the current setting, Lafan probably would be stabbed in the stomach right now. However, the human king is designed as chaos, indifferent to everything and harmless to everything, so there shouldn't be much of a problem for her to break the seal. Right, I'm sorry I've wronged you. It will never happen again. My dear wife, will you stay by my side forever? As Lafan spoke, she opened her arms wide. The king of men was stunned for a moment, then happily rushed over. Yes, I will be with my husband forever and ever. The king of men's overpowered abilities are indeed a great help to me. But I shouldn't use them for now. Every time she uses her overpowered ability, she operates within the rules of this world, especially if the enemy has completely mastered those rules. Since every use of this method will be detected by the enemy, it's best to avoid using it. Perhaps the human king used some of the power of the rules, and the enemy has already discovered us. Should we prepare to run away? Let's just play it safe for now. Even if we escape, we don't know where to go. Maybe the enemy doesn't care about these few weak fluctuations of power. The king's love is the ultimate love. So even if she saw Fan attack Zesty, she wouldn't make the same demands as Albedo. In the eyes of the king of men, being by Fan's side forever was the greatest happiness. Everything else was superfluous, of course. She would be happy to accept if Fan was interested. So if Fan doesn't mention it, she basically won't either. The two of them walked hand in hand through the cemetery, just a simple walk. However, Fan's heart was churning with unending emotions, like a raging ocean, while listening to Fan's machine gun-like inner monologues from the throne room. Momoga found it very annoying. But these thoughts are also very useful. For example, they reveal the existence of higher-level enemies. Enemies who can use the power of rules. This made Momoga even more frightened. He didn't know what Fan was thinking until he heard it every day. Momoga already considered himself an ant, or even less than an ant, but he did not give up. Because it feels so good to hear this sentiment, I'm clearly the worst of the worst. But my brother is awesome, and I'm living the high life thanks to him. Even though I'm invincible, my brother still asks for my opinion and wants me to make decisions. What's this called? This is called the ant's counterattack. This is like a beggar who gives advice to the world's richest man every day on how to do things, and is even genuinely admired by the world's richest man. They even live a more luxurious life than the average super-rich person. What's this called? This is invincible. This is absolutely awesome. Although I have no money and I am dressed in rags, I eat and drink the best and most luxurious food and drink. And the world's richest man is there to protect me the whole time. With the exception of a few specific women, I can have whichever one I want. Is there anything more awesome in the world? Fortunately, Momoga didn't know he was outsmarting thin air. The real world didn't have as many invincible enemies as they imagined. If I knew, I would definitely curse. Holy crap. I was one of the world's top powerhouses. How the hell did I become an ant? How can someone who considers themselves an ant be so happy? Fan, that brother, ruined my life. Fan punished Ju Si Ju Ming twice, and was also busy with the human king's affairs. So he didn't go to the city of Yelantal to play. The slain church renamed itself the Invincible Divine Kingdom and established the Divine Kingdom domain. They also spread the word that cultivation speed would double and lifespan would be extended in this area. However, entering the kingdom of God requires passing an examination. Only those who pass the examination can enter. Furthermore, the religious rules have been amended, and human rights are no longer paramount from then on. The kingdom of God no longer interfered in the affairs of the many countries outside. Furthermore, the reviewing country has recently closed itself off and is no longer acting as a world referee. Without a referee, there are naturally no rules. How terrifying is a battlefield without rules? Even humans might commit acts of massacre. Not to mention that there are so many different races in this world. The day after the Invincible Divine Kingdom announced this news, all the human kingdoms panicked, while the various non-human kingdoms that were originally preparing to unite were celebrating. For example, the Elf Kingdom used to be constantly attacked by people from the slain church around their country, and female elves were captured and used as toys every moment. Now that all the people of the slain theocracy have withdrawn, there is no longer any suppression from the slain theocracy or the Judgment Kingdom. The elf kingdom took off from the spot and became the strongest kingdom. Similarly, various subhuman nations also rose up one after another, and all human nations except for empires became targets of invasion by non-human nations. Without the protection of the slain theocracy, the human kingdoms are no longer so terrifying. The only truly terrifying figure is Fruda, the strongest human mage who can use 6th-tier magic. The entire world order has changed, but the dragons have all chosen to retreat into their shells, because they all received orders from their ancestors to hide and live in seclusion for a few hundred years before making any moves. Anyway, the orthodox dragon race lives as long as heaven and earth, and they won't die as long as they don't do anything reckless. This time the enemy was far too powerful, and all the true dragon kings were intimidated. Although all the non-human kingdoms were eager to fight, no one wanted to be the first to act, because they have no people in God's kingdom. They do not know the true thoughts within God's kingdom. Their primary goal was to pass the test and enter the kingdom of God. But they were worried about going alone, therefore. They planned to unite with other non-human kingdoms to establish a large army to escort the geniuses of the non-human kingdoms to the divine kingdom for assessment. In the previous united resistance, 40% of the nations chose to refuse, but this time, when they teamed up to go to the invincible divine kingdom, no non-human nation chose to refuse, because everyone knows that the real struggle is not external, but internal to the kingdom of God. However, the invincible God kingdom was always a country that prioritized human rights. Although the gods were absolute, the invincible God did not concern himself with matters outside the God kingdom. If we were assassinated by the despicable human alliance, we would suffer a huge loss. Although they knew that this journey would be extremely risky, no race could resist the temptation. If one is fortunate enough to become the high priest of the divine kingdom, then one is truly second only to God and above countless others. The whole world is in chaos. The non-human kingdoms have gathered a large army, which has been directly detected by Shenzi of the human kingdoms. Kingdoms surrounding the non-human realm sent aid to each other, and all human kingdoms united like never before in the past. Human conflicts were only due to the protection of the slain theocracy. There was no need to fear invasions by other races, as the slain theocracy would handle the problem of other races. If it weren't for the obstruction of the reviewing nation, the entire world would probably have become a human world. But now the slain church is no longer involved, which would normally prevent the human race from panicking. But the World Tribunal is also no longer involved. This panicked Themand, they even complained that in the past, when they attacked foreign countries with the help of the slain theocracy, the Council of Nations would jump in and stop them. Every time success seemed imminent, the critics would jump in, saying how much they used to hate them. But now they so desperately crave the existence of a reviewing nation, at least to protect weaker nations. But now the reviewing country has closed itself off, leaving weak nations without protection. The world has returned to its original rules: big fish eat little fish. Little fish eat shrimp. If even one nation acts without being punished, then all weak nations will cease to exist. In the real world, the reviewing country is like the United Nations. Although small countries still suffer, no matter what happens, no country will be wiped out. Like a certain Asian country, the previous slain theocracy possessed nuclear weapons and absolute nuclear peace. At least from the perspective of humanity, Demiurge has been witnessing the changes in this world firsthand in the Holy Kingdom these past few days. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the two supreme beings, who had actually turned the world back into its most primitive and savage state for them. Conquering such a world through non-violent means is incredibly difficult. But Demiurge really enjoyed this extremely challenging test. He unconsciously took out a bottle of magic cola. Reluctant to open it and slowly savored it, feeling a moment of clarity and calm in his mind. Demiurge reflected once again on how the world is constantly changing. From a stalemate to being riddled with holes, the major powers became the targets of defense for all the weaker nations. Meanwhile, the major powers are carefully stockpiling their strength, appearing harmless and lest revealing too much terrifying power provoke a coalition of weaker nations. Such an environment is perfect for establishing a nation. But nonviolent conquest means that we cannot use overwhelming force to conquer Gilly. Yes, and Demiurge's view. Nonviolent conquest means defeating and subduing the enemy fair and square by using the same level of power as them. After all, Demiurge is a demon, and he wouldn't think of nonviolent conquest like the Virgin Mary, where he could simply make the other party surrender by talking. Besides, this is the real world. Such a foolish country shouldn't exist. If it did, it would have been conquered long ago. Why would it be our turn by this time? Demiurge had already collected all the information about the Holy Kingdom, such as its military strength, power, control, civilian forces, history and culture. Find a breakthrough from all the collected information. Then devise a plan to overcome the odds and convince the opponent. If Lefan and Momoga knew what Demiurge was thinking, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, "Wow, Demiurge!" Momoga, who had just drunk several hundred kilograms of liquor with Lefan, decided to take a patrol of his post. After observing the excellent condition of his subordinates, he warmly greeted them and then proceeded to the chief steward's office. At this moment, Albedo, heartbroken, was still working diligently. He asked worriedly, "Albedo, is something wrong?" Hearing Momoga's words of comfort, Albedo put down the documents in her hand and asked helplessly, "Lady Momoga, I don't know what to do. I feel like Lady Lefan is drifting further and further away from me." Momoga thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Women are born with their own advantages, especially a great beauty like you. There was an old saying a long time ago, which was also the way women conquered men: first cry, then make a scene, then threaten suicide." Albedo paused for a moment, crying, "Making a scene and threatening suicide, is that really going to work?" "I don't know, but just show your true feelings. There's no need to try to maintain a perfect image. You're a woman, so cry when you need to cry. Be cute when you need to be cute, don't feel ashamed. Lefan is already powerful enough. How could any strong woman possibly be stronger than him?" Hearing Momoga's words, Albedo paused for a moment, as she thought, "Why have I always tried to present my most perfect self to the 790-meter tall people of Layuan? And when I see Lord Lefan with other people, I feel sad and upset. I saw that Lord Lefan's first body pillow was Nabe, and I felt really bad too. Why should I pretend to be magnanimous and understand Lord Lefan? I'll cry when I need to cry, and I'll act cute when I need to act cute. Just like that crybaby little girl. Why does Lord Lefan like that pitiful, weak, and helpless little girl who keeps crying? Isn't it because she's genuine? How could I not have thought of that, Albedo? How could you be so stupid at that moment?" Albedo seemed to have been reborn, and she quickly stood up and bowed with great energy, "Thank you, Lady Momoga." Momoga smiled at Albedo, who understood immediately and said, "No need to be polite. I also hope you can find happiness." Luckily, Lefan didn't know. Otherwise, he would definitely have yelled, "Damn it, Momogia. Are you inhuman? Do you expect me to treat you like a father-in-law?" At this moment, Lefan was in private room number, sitting in the corner with a look of fear on his face, constantly eating delicious food to relieve his fear. The king of men sat beside Lefan with a smile on his face, drinking fine wine and eating delicacies together, like a pair of celestial beings. As for Nabe, she chose to sit beside Zetsuki, keeping her company as she remained fearful. The fear of certain death is deep-seated. The first fear is being punished by Lefan, and that state of losing oneself terrifies her. The second fear is that the human king will seal away his invincible power again. My third fear is that if I go out to show off my supposedly invincible power again, will I get instantly killed once more? I'm afraid of being like an ant again. LeFan didn't care about Ju Si Ju Ming. It was good to scare her. At least it would prevent her from being so irritable and thinking that she was strong enough to start fights. There are countless people in this world stronger than me. What makes you think you're so much stronger with only 10% of my attributes? LeFan even wanted Nabe to become one of his high-ranking dependents. As the ruler of Blood Leffen can have one perfect familiar, 5 high-ranking familiars and 1 ordinary familiar. A perfect companion can possess 20% of the user's attributes. A high-level companion can possess 10% of the user's attributes. And a normal companion can possess 3% of the user's attributes. All attributes add up to exactly 100% of the attributes. This is also one of the Blood Ruler's special skills. But it's practically a useless skill in the game world. But the real world is not like that now. With LeFan's current attribute, once a perfect family is established, he will take off from the spot. In fact, LeFan would not use the qualification of a perfect family member. He figured it was better to keep it, just in case that coward Momoga suddenly wanted it from him someday. LeFan continued drinking, deep in thought. Unbeknownst to him, Momoga had overheard his entire thought process. Momoga, who had just calmed Albedo down and was heading to find Leffen, immediately exclaimed, "Holy crap, a perfect familiar. 20% stat boost, how could I forget that? Nima 9361's resistance to 20% is 1872. I could take off on the spot in a heartbeat. Wait, what am I thinking? Become LeFan's kin. Wouldn't that make us master and servant? If he asks me to change jobs, can I refuse? Holy crap, what a ruthless scheme. LeFan, please stop loving me, I only see you as a brother. There's no future for us. Albedo, give it your all and conquer him." Momoga was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Albedo had already rushed off to find Leffen. In the blink of an eye, Albedo arrived at VIP room number 1. There she saw Zetsu quick, pitiful, helpless and frightened. Constantly eating, and there's Nabe, looking at the king and Leffen with longing. They are constantly revealing their truest selves. Albedo disregarded everything else and lunged forward. LeFan was also stunned for a moment, and the king of men frowned, indicating that he was very angry at this disrespectful aunt. Despite her husband's efforts to reason with her, Wang wisely chose to endure it. LeFan looked at Albedo, who had suddenly thrown herself into his arms and asked, "What's wrong, Lord LeFan? I love you." I could feel the love in Albedo's eyes and hear her words. LeFan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and stroked her hair. "I know." Seeing that LeFan hadn't pushed her away, Albedo was overjoyed and immediately wrapped her arms around LeFan's neck without any hesitation. "I'm so happy." Seeing Albedo's increasingly outrageous behavior, the king of men calmly remarked to Ant, "Don't push your luck." Albedo knew she couldn't defeat the human king, but she wasn't afraid. Instead, she said with a sickly sweet expression, "Human king, I love Lord Leffen. I will no longer hide my love. Even if you kill me, I will not let go." Seeing Albedo gradually revealing her true nature, the king of men was also taken aback. Wasn't this woman supposed to be the dignified and mature type? Why does she seem to be the same type as that crybaby girl? LeFan didn't bother with it anymore, picked up a bottle of magic beer and handed it to Albedo. "Come on. Let's have a drink and stop with all that nonsense." After 8 bottles, Albedo fell asleep immediately. Considering Albedo's alcohol tolerance, do you really think I'm a pushover? If Albedo ever comes looking for me again, I'll get her drunk and perfectly escape this predicament. As the person she loves most, if I want to have a drink with her, she definitely won't refuse. It seems we need to keep Albedo and Nabe's high-ranking relatives around. Otherwise it will be troublesome if we can't get them to drink. Albedo is the woman who has been supporting me the whole time. By the way, Evelu Lagistiantia are also good choices. But let's avoid unnecessary trouble and deal with the familiars later. Anyway, we've already chosen the candidates, and setting up familiars won't take much time. Hearing LaFan's inner thoughts, Momoga mentally cursed again. Damn it, bro. Does it have to be this scary? A beautiful woman is offering herself up. Why don't you just get her drunk? Well, there's plenty of time in the future. You can run from the first day of the month, but you can't hide from the 15th. Continuing with today's task, Momoga saw that his magic power was full and returned to the 11th floor. As for the 11th layer, it has now expanded to a size of 300 kilometers in length and width. As for why it was so fast, because the King of Men activated the rules. He directly expanded this territory. For this, the king was lectured again by LaFan, seeing that LaFan had already amassed over 4,000 elemental giants, while his own demon lords numbered only 500. Momoga decided he needed to step up his efforts. Inside the holy church of the kingdom of Restige, the kingdom's warrior Captain Gazef, the golden princess Lenaith, princess's guardian Clem, and 7 other righteous and kind-hearted individuals from the kingdom awaited once again. With the appearance of an invincible god, all nations must prepare themselves. A day ago, the kingdom of gods sent someone to contact them, indicating that the kingdom's saintess Lagus could join the kingdom of gods. However, because Lagus had disappeared, the clergy of the divine kingdom, upon hearing this, granted 10 slots for the assessment. The kingdom had to make a choice. The newly registered saintess would not be accepted by the divine kingdom. Therefore, the kingdom selected 10 people to go to the divine kingdom for assessment, hoping that one of them could enter the divine kingdom. Although there are members of the kingdom within God's realm, at the moment God descended, those members of the kingdom had already forgotten the kingdom. Between God and king, no one would choose the latter. The 10 chosen this time were all people who had received favors from the kingdom. As for the warrior Captain Gazef, he went to the kingdom of God to train and restore his combat power, and then he would return home. According to the Divine Kingdom Adventurers Guild, the cultivation speed within the Divine Kingdom is twice that of the outside world. Gazef, who originally needed 3 years to recover his strength, only needed 1.5 years in the kingdom of gods. Princess Narrabing, the wisest person in the kingdom, would need to infiltrate the divine realm and become a priestess to go to the divine kingdom. As for Clem's spot, it was Nora who fought for it for him. There are 7 other noble members, all of whom are women. Because the kingdom is corrupt and there are hardly any good men among the nobles, there was no way they could pass the test, so they simply selected 7 obedient girls from the 6 noble families. Holy maidens exist in every major country, but not every holy maiden from every country is qualified to join the divine kingdom. Therefore, most major countries have 10 slots, and fortunately, the Holy Kingdom and the Empire's holy maidens are eligible to join. As for non-human kingdoms, there are still a few countries with quotas, such as the Elf Kingdom and some demi-human kingdoms. Because they all have human appearances, they were chosen by the priests through spiritual selection. All these choices were made so that God could see that not only humans but other races had entered the kingdom, and that we had not gone too far. As for other non-human appearances, let's forget about them. They all look different. Would they even bother coming in? An elderly man with white hair, dressed in a high priest's robe, handed 10 books to the 10 people and solemnly said, "This is the content of this assessment. Because we are a human kingdom, therefore, you can know the content and topics of the assessment in advance. You need to memorize them and sincerely believe in the invincible God. Don't take any chances. The kingdom of God has special magic to test faith. You should know that." Nora took the book from her hands. It was full of stories about the invincible God. lyrics praising the invincible god, and rituals for believers of the invincible god. Looking at such a thick book, Nora appeared relaxed on the surface but inwardly cursed. Damn it. How can Clem possibly memorize such a thick book? Does this mean I have to separate from Clem? I am not king. Why did this despicable, invincible god have to descend upon my era? Couldn't he have waited until the next 100 years? I just want to be with Clemui. Did it have to be like this? The 8 girls present were all educated, so the book, though a bit thick, wasn't a big problem. Soldier Captain Gazef felt a chill run down his spine. How could he possibly memorize such a thick book? Besides, I've never really believed in God. I'm more inclined to believe in my country and its people. Will I really be able to pass the test and get in? Never mind, I'll just have to give it my all. The kingdom's situation and humanity's situation are extremely unfavorable right now. In order to become stronger, and in order to better protect the human kingdom, it should be noted that without the suppression of the reviewing nation, the 3 major orc kingdoms in the west might have taken action. That's the strongest orc kingdom. The combined area of its 3 kingdoms is almost the size of the entire central continent. There are also the kingdoms established by the 8 desire kings of the south, the kingdoms of the Eastern Ocean. And now it is known that the kingdom of the central continent and the kingdom of gods are all under closed management. Without the interference of 2 powerful nations, the world would surely descend into chaos. It's just a matter of waiting for a leading country to take the lead. However, because they were too far from the central continent, they couldn't receive the news immediately. Unlike the warrior captain's concerns, Clem was worried about not being able to protect the princess, so he would study and memorize everything he could, just so he could protect the princess. All the major human kingdoms in the world benefited from this, which can be considered a welfare provided by the priests to the human race. In the Orcish territory between the kingdom and the Holy Kingdom, a white-haired ape killed several adventurers and learned from them from the air that the world had changed. It seems the intelligence the Elven Kingdom gave us wasn't false. The era of our rise as earth-digging orcs has arrived. The White Cat Digger Orc is the clan king. The ruler of this race, and his name is Pei Rioro. Requesting flowers, 0997013325 Feilu 112,361,451. He was a terrifying being who had reached level 38, and a king who commanded 80,000 earth-digging orcs. It should be noted that each of the digging orcs is stronger than a human, and the entire population is a soldier in a real battle. This army of 80,000 could crush the 150. Strong army led by the kingdom's warrior chief. After confirming that the disappearance was correct, Perioro could see that this was an opportunity. As the king of a race, he could not tolerate his race living in such a resource-scarce place for so long. Every king desires to lead his people and his kingdom to greater strength. And this kingdom is no exception. It has the opportunity. It was preparing to establish a kingdom. And what was needed to establish a kingdom was a huge city. It then turned its attention to the neighboring dwarf kingdom, because the latter was very weak in combat. Moreover, they have a certain degree of fame in this world. As for attacking humans, it wouldn't be foolish enough to think that with only 80 of its own it could challenge the millions of humans. A difference of 100-fold, and even if it won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The best way is to find a weak country, conquer its territory, multiply and expand the race, and then start a new goal. In the original story, the Digger Orcs were a race that was slaughtered by Sholtia until only 10 remained before they had no choice but to surrender. This shows that they were very warlike and had a very strong sense of pride. Now that the Great Tomb's policies have changed, and it no longer possesses this unparalleled slaughter, many things are naturally beyond change. For example, in the original story, the dwarves were saved by Momoga. But now Momoga is just a nobody. watching the Guardians perform. They rarely get involved in problems themselves, so how can they possibly have the idea of saving them? On that day, the digging orcs launched an attack, and Pei Ryuro led 20-0 of his tribesmen who saw the attack to march towards the Dwarf Kingdom. Such wars of the big fish eating the small fish didn't only happen here. Many other places in Middle-earth also saw major battles. However, everyone was quite clever, and it was basically a matter of orcs eating orcs. Orcs eating demi-humans and demi-humans eating orcs. No one dared to attack the human kingdom. The entire Middle-earth was in utter chaos, and Demeus knew it was time to act. Under his deliberate bounty and control, the empire began its operation. A large group of undocumented workers gathered, and all plans were about to begin. Momoga and Leffen are going to have a good show to watch, and they might even get a cute plush pillow as a reward. Have you heard? The Dwarf Kingdom was completely wiped out last night, and the price of rune equipment at the weapon merchant has skyrocketed several times over. I've heard about it. It seems to be earth-digging orcs. Aren't we in danger since we're so close to the Dwarf Kingdom? However, the Dwarf Kingdom has suffered, and I wonder if the nearby Night Elf City will also be affected. Probably not. The Night Elf City is elven territory. The digging orcs wouldn't be so foolish as to invade their country. However, the elders of the Council of Nations must be furious. I remember there was a dwarf in the Council of Nations whose homeland was destroyed, and tens of thousands of dwarves were slaughtered. I wonder what he thinks. I don't know. But the council has already closed its borders. What can a mere elder do besides? Rune equipment is something only adventurers of orichalcum rank or higher can afford. It's none of our business. By the way, the 10-person team that the kingdom will send to the invincible god kingdom for the assessment was confirmed yesterday and has already set off. I heard that warrior Captain Gazef and the kingdom's most beautiful woman, the Golden Princess, also went. That has even less to do with us. What we need to worry about now is the neighboring Elf Kingdom and the Wyvern tribe below the Kaz Plains. If they launch an invasion against us, that will be troublesome, since the Divine Kingdom has already stopped interfering. Indeed, the Divine Kingdom used to suppress the Elf Kingdom and the Dragon tribe. But now that's gone. Which is troublesome. However, the Dragon tribe shouldn't bother us. The Dragon Kingdom is right next to them. That's hard to say after all. The Queen of the Dragon Kingdom. The black-scale Dragon King Lolei is so cute. And she also has the bloodline of the Dragon King. Although the flying dragon is a sub-dragon, it is still a dragon. The world has become so chaotic. I really don't know where things will go next. I hope it doesn't start a world war. Inside the Adventurers Guild, the adventurers chattered amongst themselves about the events of the past few days. Why has the world suddenly fallen into chaos? And why has the Council of Nations suddenly closed its borders? Could it be that the last time the enemy from outer space came, it wasn't because of the elements, but to take away the peerless powerhouse hidden within the Council of Nations? Or is it a hint that there are beings in this world beyond our imagination, prompting us to change the rules like the 8 Greed Kings? And then they extract the power of those rules. There's too little information. The Adventurers Guild is the most well-informed organization in the world, but it still doesn't have the information I need. Oh well, let's have a drink. They started drinking it down in gulps. Hearing Lefan's thoughts, Momoga frowned. What do you mean by not having the information you want? Isn't this intelligence important? With nations closing themselves off and the world in chaos, are extraterrestrial enemies using this world as bait to lure us in? Which fish are you trying to catch? Momoga hasn't been idle these days. He specifically sent Albedo to inquire about all the information Ibui knew. They also learned that a new batch of players is transporting to this world every 100 years, and that the players in the world tree started being transporting from 600 years ago. As the first batch of players, The 6 gods did not achieve any remarkable results, probably because they were too weak. But they did their job well by protecting humanity. The second group of players, the 8 Desire Kings who traveled back 500 years, are said to have directly ruled the world and killed a large number of the true Dragon Kings who ruled the world at that time. Later, the 8 Desire Kings fought each other and eventually almost all of them died. There are no records of the 3rd and 4th batches of players, presumably because they were smart players like us who chose to lie low and wait for an opportunity. The 5th batch of players were those who played with the 13 heroes. There is no record of the 6th batch either. Momoga is now the 7th batch of players. Based on this information, there must be quite a few players still active in this world. If they were also accumulating power like we are, constantly summoning elemental giants or demon lords, how many would they have summoned over these hundreds of years? The thought of it is terrifying. Not to mention that when Fan inquired about Ju Si Ju Ming's information yesterday, he learned how powerful the true Dragon King was 600 years ago. In reality, the 8 Desire Kings were no match for the true Dragon Kings of that time. Fortunately, they possessed an exceptionally high level of elemental counteraction, which directly weakened the world's power level. Moreover, this directly led to the extermination of 90% of the dragons, and the true Dragon King's strength was also greatly weakened, which is why they were able to conquer the world in the end. But here's the problem: what if the enemy in outer space didn't know all this? And there's another crucial point: the rules the human king spoke of are just rules. Changing the rules doesn't mean changing the energy system. In other words, the energy of this world still exists. And even if the rules are changed, the world will not become weaker. There are only 2 possibilities that could cause the world to weaken. Either a powerful being is constantly growing stronger and continuously drawing energy from the world. Secondly, there are powerful individuals who understand how to use the rules and extract the power to change the rules of this world. These words immediately frightened Momoga and Fan, who decided they needed to be even more cautious. Whether it's the first or the second, they're both terrifying. The first one means that there are some invincible beings lurking in this world, constantly absorbing its power. Fan and Momoga can't even imagine how strong they are. Secondly, enemies in outer space are even more dangerous. This planet might be their colony. They'll let them roam freely. And once they've stored enough energy, they'll come and extract it directly. Knowing this, what could the 2 of them do but hide even more? Furthermore, intelligence is still needed, so it's useful to occasionally visit the Adventurers Guild and listen to the adventurers' conversations. You might even hear some useful information. The 2 were unaware that the human king believed the world's power system was so weak entirely because of her existence, because this ability to grow stronger every moment is actually consuming the world's power system. As for Fan, the human king believes he is invincible, so he will not absorb the energy of the 3.8 world. If he were to absorb it, the world would not be enough for him to absorb. Unfortunately, he overlooked one point: this is not a game. This is the real world, and the data system used in games has no effect here. As for why the world is getting weaker, it's not that the world is getting weaker, but rather that the energy in this world is not compatible with the people in it. Because this is the real world, not a game. Changing the world's energy system will automatically modify the attributes of all players. But not here, although people may adapt over time. The evolution and change of life is never a matter of a few hundred years. Biological evolution takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It has only been 500 years since the world's rules were changed, and it is unlikely that it will take tens of thousands of years to restore its former glory. The more Fan and Momoga fantasized, the more they realized their own weakness, and the more insignificant they became. For example, Zizi and Nabe are in a very awkward situation right now. although Lord Leffen and Lord Momoga would hug them when they were outside. But it won't be like today, where we hold each other while eating, shopping, or even drinking. And these two salted fish actually needed Nabe and Zizzy to feed them. What made these two tall, strong men so shameless as to let a little girl and a teenage girl take care of them? Oh, so it's the mentality of a lazy bum. Never mind then. Lafan and Momoga simply wanted to enjoy every moment of happiness. Nothing more, however. The king of men followed suit and hugged Zetsu Shitsume directly, who was so frightened that she almost cried. But she had no choice but to listen to what the king said, and then tried to imitate Zizanabe's movements. But unfortunately she couldn't learn them, after all. She was once the world's strongest genius. How could she possibly have nothing better to do than learn maid-related skills? While HC and Nabe are combatants, their primary role is that of maids, and they know how to care for and serve others. 25. Lord Momoga, Lord Leffen, everything is ready. In 5 hours, the Empire's black market workers will be coming to explore the Great Tomb. Do you need to be there in person? The sudden message reached Lafan and Momoga's minds, and the two laserbones simultaneously smiled happily. Since we're already doing this show, can we not watch the show? So the three of them chugged down a pot of wine and then used teleportation magic to leave. The Adventurers Guild was used to it, but they were still surprised by the sudden addition of 2 members. A perfect young girl, an adorable little girl with black and white hair. These two were called King of Men and Death and Deathless Life. Respectively were both very strange names, however, considering that Joshin already had the invincible name. Everyone accepted it. Here's a side note: absolute death and destruction is the secret weapon of the slain theocracy. Not many people know about it, unfortunately. It seems that the King of Men and Zeschi were a pair, and they lost their chance. The King of Men did it on purpose, mainly to avoid being bothered by these random passers-by. And she also discovered that Zetsu Shitsume seemed to be very afraid of her. It seems like it's quite fun to bully her like this. Zeschi was in great pain, being bullied by this great demon king every day. And he dared not disobey. Otherwise his power would be sealed again. Is this an invasion by illegal workers? This is something that wasn't in Season 2. And it's beyond my understanding of the plot. But it's okay, I'm pretty safe anyway. I wonder if there are any cute body pillows. Hearing Lafan's inner thoughts, Momoga was also embarrassed. A body pillow? No. You already have so many cushions. Are you just taking up space without using it? I seem to be lacking in throw pillows. Maybe I should get one too. Indeed. Once someone decides to become a couch potato, life becomes so easy. No more worries about the endless dangers beyond the universe. No more worries about the monsters lurking in this world. I'll just enjoy myself and watch the show if I could. I wouldn't even bother summoning a demon lord, however. The grandmother and grandson were really inefficient. They hadn't made any progress after so long. Thankfully, Aura and Mare had a good time in Khan Village. Oh well, why should a lazy bum like me care about that? Even if the sky were to fall, Lafan would hold it up. If even he couldn't hold it up, all my thinking would be in vain. Momoga had truly become a salted fish at this point, having given up all hope for the future and was just drifting through life. After all, he was just an ant no matter how hard he tried. He couldn't change anything thinking about it. It makes sense that there are more and more enemies in the air, and they are getting stronger and stronger, making it hard for him to breathe. Please, these airborne enemies, leave him alone. He's just a child. The two people observed the exterior of the Great Tomb through the 6th-level user observation mirror. At this moment the sky darkened, and 10 powerful black labor teams appeared outside the Great Tomb, one of which was an organization called the 4 Strategists. Lafan stared at the blonde girl. His powerful intuition told him that this girl was actually quite innocent. This is simply unbelievable. considering these are illegal workers, not legitimate adventurers. They were doing shady jobs that couldn't be done openly. Yet there were still innocent ones among them. And she's so cute and beautiful, it's unbelievable. Unlike Le Fan, Momoga was stunned when she saw the pretty girl with purple hair and pigtails. Probably because Momoga was made of bones. So she was interested in the pretty girl who looked like she was wrapped in leather. But a few seconds later, Momoga regained her composure. He had lost all interest and sighed. This forced calming down isn't so bad after all. But I want that purple twin tails after all. Being an illegal worker is not a good person to begin with. And such an invasion of the Great Tomb will only lead to death. Taking her in now is a favor Momoga has done for her. When the time came, the 10 teams of unlicensed laborers entered the Great Tomb. Because these are intruders, they can be treated ruthlessly. Everything is handled by deluges. Demiurge has read many books and witnessed a great deal about human nature during his time in the Holy Kingdom. So he also wanted to put on a show of humanity for Lord Momoga and Lord Leffen, such as how selling out teammates could yield treasure or even ensure survival. Momoga announced that he would send the 4 strategists over, and Demiurge would absolutely obey Momoga's orders. He himself was too lazy to even get up and watch the performance of the other 9 teams, leaving everything to his subordinates to handle. Once the tasks were completed, they would simply organize the data and hand it over to him. Anyway, these people only have one fate, death. So there's no need for so much trouble. To Demiurge's surprise, Lord Momoga actually wanted to test these 4 ants himself. Demiurge has begun to transform again. Is Lord Momoga about to teach him new knowledge? Looking at the fanatical Demiurge, the king of men was also curious. This ant seemed a bit abnormal at this moment. The 4 strategists were teleported to the fighting arena on the 6th floor. The 4 looked at each other, and as Momoga's true form slowly appeared in the fighting arena, all 4 were stunned. Momoga calmly raised his hand and said, "Interesting. 4 ants dare to trespass into my home, Captain Hecklin." One of the 4 strategists looked at Momoga in his magnificent robes. The fact that he could use teleportation magic to bring himself and the other 4 here without their knowledge proves his strength. It is unwise to be an enemy of such a person. It would be best to reconcile through financial compensation. If there's absolutely no other way, then we'll have to fight. Heckland, after thinking it over, said respectfully, "Your Excellency, I apologize. We were unaware that this site had an owner. We thought it was just an ordinary ancient tomb. Would it be possible to let us go by offering compensation?" Hearing the words of the blonde man leading the group, Momoga couldn't help but laugh. "Hahahivion. What would you do if a few cockroaches got into your house and ruined the food you carefully prepared? If you can let them go, I can let you go too." Hearing this, Heckland exclaimed excitedly, "But we are human. No matter how badly we've done things, you can't compare us to cockroaches. Besides, we've only just entered the Great Tomb and haven't done anything wrong." Upon hearing this, Momoga suddenly burst into laughter and said, "A human. But I'm not a human." Heckland drew his twin swords and said to his companion, "Damn it, it seems peaceful negotiations are impossible. We have no choice but to fight." Why isn't Momoga showing off anymore? A bunch of ants dared to draw their swords at him. What a weak display. This is the Great Tomb of Nazareth. And you're supposed to be a mage. You're only a warrior outside the Great Tomb. Hearing Lefan's inner thoughts, Momogia sighed. Pretending, what are you pretending for? I'm just an ant. Even so, I, an ant, have my own pride. If you can withstand my magic, I might spare your lives. Momoga did not go on adventures in the Empire like in the original story. And the current timeline is also much faster than in the original story, with Demiurge handling the entire process. Money was not an issue at all, yes. The money for the Great Tomb was all found by Demiurge. It had nothing to do with Momo or Leffen, in Lefan's words. I am your master earning money to support you. Do you think it's possible? Because Demiurge was extremely wealthy. He directly summoned 10 teams to participate. Now the other 9 teams have all been eliminated. Hearing Momoga's words, the cute blonde blue-eyed girl, Ainz Ooal Field used her magic detection skill. It turned out that Momoga had no magic power. And she exclaimed, "Impossible. You don't have any magic power at all." Hearing the girl's words, Momoga was stunned. Although the other girl was saying that he was no good, it felt like she was giving him an assist on his path to showing off. Hecklin, who was in the lead, said seriously, "Although we don't know what methods the other side will use, we must not be complacent and must be prepared for battle." Momoga gave the other party a few seconds to talk, and seeing that the 4 of them didn't laugh at him for not having magic. Moreover, the 4 of them weren't planning to attack. It seems they were waiting for me to make my move. Momoga shook his head. Aside from the 11th and 10th floors, this is the first time I've broken through the magic shield. Thinking of this, Momoga calmly took off the ring from her hand in an instant. The entire space trembled, and all the air elements seemed to become extremely heavy. Arshuho was using magic to explore. Suddenly had his eyes explode. The 4 people who were only about 10 meters away from Momoga were also under tremendous pressure from the magic. They felt an instinctive fear that made them unable to stand. And in an instant all 4 of them collapsed. The 4 of them were filled with despair. What kind of enemy was this? It could make their bodies lose control simply by using magic. Meanwhile, Demiurge, sitting in the stands, excitedly used his magic exploration skill to instantly surround the endless magic power of the 6th layer. My God, is this Lady Momoga's magic? Is Lord Momoga using his warning to tell us not to use supernatural powers to do things? No, if that's the case, Lord Momoga didn't need to do this. No, looking at the 4 people crushed by magic, Demiurge imagined it again. I understand. Without absolute strength, if you win against a stronger opponent, they will think it was just luck or bad fortune, and they will definitely be dissatisfied. Therefore, it's necessary to demonstrate one's strongest capabilities, then conquer the enemy through a strategy of defeating the stronger with the weak, without giving them a chance to surrender. I see. If we demonstrate our strength, many countries will surely choose to surrender, but we will not give them the opportunity to surrender. Instead, should we conquer them by using the weak to overcome the strong, subjugating them psychologically and physiologically, thereby completely defeating them. As expected of Lord Momoga, his supreme wisdom has deeply conquered my heart. Damn it, why am I so stupid? Wasn't Lord Momoga giving us hints the whole time? Despite possessing immense power, capable of accomplishing anything with it, he consistently chooses not to use it. Instead, they chose to use their wisdom to repeatedly refresh the worldviews of the Great Tomb's subordinates, making them even more loyal. Demiurge was clever. He had long ago discerned that many beings within the Great Tomb did not hold much subservience to the Supreme Being. Although these beings were meaningless, Lord Momoga did not destroy them. Instead, he used this method to gradually subdue them. What could inspire more submission than such boundless power and wisdom? According to Momoga's idea, we need to demonstrate our invincible power to the world. Then, by defeating the enemy's last line of defense through a strategy of the weak overcoming the strong, we can completely conquer them. It has to be said that Demiurge is very sensible. It's like 2 people running a 1-kilometer straight race on the same starting line. One driving a supercar and the other riding a scooter. Everyone knows the scooter will lose in a race between the 2. But what if the person riding the supercar leaves it aside and declares they want to race the scooter on an 82-inch bicycle? What would someone who rides a scooter think? They'd definitely think, "Are you crazy? I'd lose to someone riding an 82-inch bicycle on a scooter." Then if the rider loses the race, he will be completely convinced of his defeat. and may even suffer a lot of setbacks, and will no longer have the will to fight back. This is true conquest. Under the overwhelming force and wisdom, almost everyone except fools and madmen will accept it. Fools don't understand the consequences, and madmen want the extinction of their race. Only these two types of people would refuse to submit. It has to be said that Demiurge's imagination is phenomenal. In Daihua, no one can surpass him, actually. Momoga just wanted to test whether they were qualified to be body pillows. She didn't have any other thoughts. Momoga ignored Lafan's thoughts and approached the four of them step by step. You are too weak, you can't even withstand my magic. I can't think of a reason for you to live. Although Alsh was blind, her body kept resisting. But the terrifying magic rendered her unable to move. She kept crying out, "No, I can't die. My sister is still waiting for me." Momoga didn't speak but came to the four people, who were all lying down and unable to get up. Momoga calmly stepped on Captain Hecklin. "I'm actually a good person." Hecklin felt the pain in his body, but he knew he had no choice. "Yes, sir, you are right. I wonder if you could spare my teammates and let me take all the blame." "Can you afford it?" the priest Robotiku Goldrun, who was standing nearby, also said. "Then add me to the list." The beautiful twin-tailed elf Amina, standing nearby, also said, "And me please spare Arsh. She has two younger sisters waiting for her." Oh. Sacrificing for teammates, what a noble idea. The next second Momoga exerted force with his feet, and Hecklin died instantly. Then he walked towards Robotiku. The clergyman kept repeating, "By the god of light." It seemed to be a final prayer, and the object of that prayer was the girl. Momoga casually stomped down, and Robotiku Goldrun died. Boring at this moment, the purple-haired, twin-tailed elf Amina, with tears in her eyes, cried out in resentment, "No, please spare her. She's just a child." This time Momoga didn't stomp down. Instead, grabbed Amina by the collar and lifted her up, looking into her tearful eyes filled with endless resentment. This resentment gave Momoga an indescribable feeling, resentment. "I guess I've got a problem too. Actually enjoying others' resentment towards me." Upon hearing Momoga's words, Amina was stunned. Her curse had actually pleased him, and she was completely at a loss, because her man and her teammates all died at the hands of this devil. She hates him. If she had the power, she would definitely kill this devil. But she lacked the power to do so, and could only harbor resentment and curse him. She never imagined that this devil would actually enjoy being hated and cursed. One's own resentment only becomes a source of pleasure for the other party, leaving one party at a loss. Demiurge's mind went completely wild in the fighting arena. "Our supremely wise Lord Momoga, is this another hint I received? Conquering others inevitably involves killing. Some people, and those who survive, will inevitably feel hatred and resentment towards God's kingdom. They need to know that even if they hate and resent, God's kingdom has no fear. No, it shouldn't be like this. Perhaps we should use a special method to transform their hatred and resentment into love. But how do we do this step?" Demiurge was lost in an endless world of his own imagination. The human heart is inherently difficult to control. If Lefan and Momoga knew that Demiurge was trying to control people's minds, they would definitely exclaim, "Good heavens!" Amina closed her eyes, trying her best not to look at Momoga. It was the only thing she could do. But the next second she felt a strong hug and a soft voice. "It's all right as a pillow. But it's not innocent. You can use magic to completely restore it." Hearing Momoga's words and feeling that cold embrace, Amina felt like dying. But considering the opponent's terrifying magical power, he must have resurrection magic, so he probably wouldn't be able to die even if he wanted to. "No, we are of a different race. I'm just a cockroach. You shouldn't be interested in me." Listening to Amina's desperate protests, Momoga looked at the woman who had opened her eyes and was staring at him with resentment, as if she were trying to explain herself. Momoga smiled and said, as a pricey how about this girl lives. This time Amina fell silent. But she couldn't go that far for Arsh. The reason she had just asked to die was because she wanted to die with her man. Heckland in her eyes. Love was more important than life and death. But she couldn't abandon her love for Arsh. Not to mention becoming a toy to kill her man. She would rather die than end up like that, unfortunately. She couldn't. Duhitch filled her with fear and unease. At this moment, Arsh heard Momoga's words and immediately said, I'm willing to be your toy, CFCB please. Please let Sister Amina go back, let me settle my sisters. I promise I'll come back to be your toy. Hearing Arsh's words, Momoga ignored them and instead looked into the eyes filled with fear and hatred. Enjoying Amina's hateful curse as he held her, Momoga said, I'm very satisfied. Are you interested in this Arsh, Lefan? Lefan slowly appeared in front of Arsh, raised his hand and cast a level 10 healing spell. Not bad. If you want to live, you can bring your sisters here. You will be responsible for training them to become backup body pillows. You will have no worries about food and drink in the Great Tomb and live out the rest of your life in peace. Arsh felt her eyesight return to normal, and even many of the scars from her adventures had disappeared. She looked at Lefan's stunningly beautiful face with a look of despair. Could you please spare my sisters? Whatever you want, sir, I'll give you, at this moment. Albedoho was some distance away. Couldn't hold back any longer. Insects. Being fortunate enough to become a member of the Great Tomb is a blessing you've cultivated for 10 lifetimes. How dare you refuse? Do you want to die? I'm not giving you a choice, I'm giving you an order. If it weren't for the fact that you can still remain innocent and aren't a bad person, you wouldn't have this opportunity. Either the three of you die together, or the three of you become my replacement pillows and study in the Great Tomb. Lefan spoke cruel words without any expression. Arsh looked at the incredibly handsome Lefan in her heart. Lefan was the most beautiful person in the world. But why would such a person say such vile things? Arsh had no choice. All she could say was yes. But if there's anything I can do, please let me do it. Albedo pounced forward with a ferocious expression, her entire body exuding a terrifying aura, as if she were about to kill Arsh at any moment. But Albedo was pulled into a hug by Lefan. All right. Stop fooling around, feeling Lefan's embrace. Albedo still glared at the Arsh proclaimer lying on the ground with a sickly expression. Insect. Who gave you the courage to even dare to dream of climbing up to Lord Lefan? Damn, and if it weren't for Lord Lefan, I would have killed you 1,000 times over. Hearing Albedo's words and still feeling the aftermath of her recent death, Arsh was terrified. Amina's eyes were filled with fear, hatred, and curses. She even tried to kill herself by biting her tongue, but was resurrected by Momoga the next second. She was utterly desperate. She didn't even know what would become of her in the future. Unfortunately, she was overthinking it. Sholtia wouldn't let that happen. At most, she would just become a body pillow like Shiz. Finally, Lefan sent Nabe and Alsh to the Empire to bring back her 2 younger sisters. Demiurge, watching Lefan's actions, kept imagining what was going on. Unfortunately, he lacked the wisdom to figure out Lord Lefan's intentions, no matter how hard he tried. They must have imagined it all. Lefan had no intention whatsoever. It was all based on his own whims, and as Albedo said, it was a blessing she had earned 10 lifetimes to become a member of the Great Tomb of Nazareth. Because here you won't have to worry about food and drink. The working hours are short, and the benefits are simply too good to be true. Moreover, she wouldn't have any dirty thoughts, because Lefan had no feelings for her. The main reason I collected her is like playing a gacha game. I know 3-star cards aren't very useful, but I don't have any, so I have to collect Onerite, who would leave a 5-star card unused and use a 3-star card instead. On the way to the Empire, Nabe, wearing the badge of a steel-class adventurer, looked at Arsh beside her and said, "A bug should act like a bug and keep quiet." The two had been away from the great tomb for half a day. Along the way, Arsh was very scared and kept thinking of ways to rescue her two sisters. She also thought of a way to escape, to take her sisters and join the invincible divine kingdom. The great tomb of Nazarick is truly terrifying. The magic of that immortal king is already capable of destroying the world. The only thing in the entire world that can save him is the invincible divine kingdom. But here's the problem: Arsh is no match for Naz. Who is by his side? She is a legendary steel-level adventurer. And through magical exploration, Arsh knows that she is an existence that humans can never defeat. But she had no choice. Her younger sisters were only 6 years old, and she had to protect them. Arsh knew she had to get close to Nabella. Only then could she find an opportunity. So she forced a smile again and said, "Lady Nabe, I just want to know how to better serve Lord Leffen." When Nabe heard that Arsh wanted to take her job, she immediately retorted, "You don't push your luck. You have no right to serve Lord Leffen." Having gone from a bedbug to an ant, Arsh quickly bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, Lady Nabe. I know I'm not qualified, but I am now Lord Leffen's toy. And I must be prepared for all of this." Even knowing it's impossible, listening to Arsh's words, Nabe nodded. "You're quite self-aware. Here's a piece of advice: don't overthink it. Just live your own life." Arsh sensed that Nabe's attitude had improved, and she knew that now she could ask some follow-up questions. "Yes, Lady Nabe. Are there any other candidate body pillows from the great tomb of Nazarick?" Looking at the precocious Arsh, Nabe could easily see through his thoughts. "Yes. You vermin of the Blue Rose Adventurers Guild. And don't even think about running away. The punishment for running away will be beyond your imagination." Arsh looked at Nabe, who seemed to see right through her, and could only helplessly change the subject. "I won't run away." "Lady Nabe, what kind of person is that Lady Momoga? What will happen to Sister Yikai?" "Let me state it again. It is your good fortune to be able to join the Great Tomb. Countless powerful beings in this world would love to join but are not qualified. As for the affairs of the Supreme Being, you are not qualified to know." Nabe disliked the talkative Al, but it was a task assigned by Lord Leffen, so she had no choice but to accept it. Along the way, Arsh tried every means to build rapport and gather intelligence. A 14-year-old bankrupt girl has to work illegally to earn money to support her family. She simply cannot survive without being shrewd. Therefore, Arsh is extremely shrewd and could not possibly be naive and innocent. If she were, she would have been devoured without a trace by now. How could she possibly maintain her innocence? The scene shifts to the invincible divine kingdom, where teams from various human kingdoms arrive, each member a remarkable figure from the human race. At the entrance to the assessment site, millions of people who were blocked outside made way for a road 100 meters wide. At this moment, Holy Kingdom's Holy Princess, Holy Maiden, and Holy Knight, 3 beauties, stepped down from their carriages and horses and slowly walked towards the gate. They were very lucky as 3 special individuals who were allowed to enter the shrine. Of course, Ethiz was a difficult choice for the Holy Princess, a choice between power and divine authority. In the end, she chose the priesthood, handing over all the power of the country to her brother. At the same time, the Holy Maiden of the Empire also arrived slowly, alighting from her carriage, accompanied by 2 Holy Maiden candidates. They were the most holy women in the Empire, and it was a privilege of the Holy Maiden that she could bring 2 people into the Divine Kingdom unconditionally. Millions of people watched as 6 stunningly beautiful women slowly walked to the massive, 100-meter-tall gate. At this moment, the Dark Holy Scriptureers, the main person in charge, looked at the 3 Holy Kingdoms Holy Maiden, Curiat Castidio, Holy Kingdom's Holy Princess, Calja Biseus, and Holy Kingdom's Holy Knight. Remedios Castidio can directly join the Divine Kingdom and become first-level clergy. Any objections? Saintess Curat said earnestly, a first-level priest. Lord Dark Scripture, We are both beings who have reached the level of heroes. Oh, please give me flowers. The dark holy scripture shook its head at the Holy Queen. Any power is but an ant before an invincible God. Your direct appointment as clergy was at the request of the high priests. Don't be ungrateful. Hearing the words of the dark scripture, Curilat still wanted to try. But the holy Princess Kalja smiled and performed a church salute. Thank you for your efforts. High priest, and thank you for your explanation. Lord Dark Scripture, we have no complaints. May we proceed to the cathedral? Seeing the friendly attitude of the holy princess, the dark holy scripture was also satisfied. You can go in by carriage. The empire's holy maiden also arrived. She was exceptionally beautiful and holy, and she entered directly. Seeing the 6 people enter the divine kingdom, the millions of people on the periphery became agitated. But they had no choice. The dark holy scripture was guarding this place. It was a terrifying existence at level 75. Arguably the strongest existence outside of the Great Tomb and the true Dragon Lord's forces. After all, as the former strongest figure in the slain theocracy on the surface, how could he not have some real skills? After the saintesses entered, the examiners from various nations also approached the entrance. A grand procession, comprising 16 human nations and 160 examiners. However, at that moment a huge tremor came from afar, and an army could be seen rapidly approaching from 30 kilometers away. This is an army with a very chaotic mix of races, including Elva's demi-human and uninvited orcs. The elven general leading the group was somewhat flustered as he looked at the millions of humans standing on either side of the examination gate. After all, there were too many humans, and he had already advised the king before setting off. Participating in the assessment is too risky after all. It's a human kingdom, but there's no way around it. The king has decreed that we must participate. He had no choice but to come despite his fears, and he had to be fully prepared for a major battle. The king is really willing to go to such lengths, sending his 10 most outstanding offspring. Isn't he afraid of a human sneak attack? If the humans don't cheat, the princes and princesses will surely pass the test. At the gate of the Divine Kingdom's assessment, the pitch-black holy book looked at the 2 armies in the distance, ignoring them. After witnessing the divine power of the invincible God, any so-called strength or army is nothing but a joke. No living being in this world can interfere with the invincible God. However, the clergy around him seemed a little flustered. He quickly said, "Sir, shall we wait for the other races to take the test together? No need, being late is their problem. You guys continue with the assessment. When the human assessment is almost over, they'll have anticipated it. Remember to adhere to the strictest standards and don't do anything underhanded." The dark holy scripture looked at the clergy and spoke. The clergy nodded quickly, and then one by one they went into the 10 temporary tents, each 10 meters in size, that had been set up on either side of the 100-meter-wide examination gate. The personnel from each country were then separated, with 16 people lining up in front of each 677 tent, and then entering for the assessment one by one. Unlike the calm on the side of the Divine Kingdom, the millions of humans on both sides of the assessment gate panicked when they saw the arrival of the 2 armies. After all, everyone is here to try their luck and maybe pass the test to become a member of the Divine Kingdom. So many of them are farmers, merchants and the like. The proportion of adventurers is not high, only about 10%. Now we see a massive army of 400,000 aliens, including 200. 0 elves and demi-human and another 200. 0 orcs and ferocious beasts. Although humans have the advantage in numbers, even with the elite cavalry brought by the 16 kingdoms, the actual fighting force is less than 300,000. The trials of the Divine Kingdom have begun, and many human members, fearing being caught in the crossfire, have chosen to flee. Joining the Kingdom of God is great. but you need to be alive to do it. As the army approached the 10-kilometer zone, the leader of the Elf Demi-Human Alliance Elf, General Lanz, breathed a sigh of relief. From a distance of 30 kilometers it looked like a vast, dark sea of people, but as he got closer, he realized that most of them were non-combatants. Although the threat is not great, the Divine Kingdom is right in front of us. If we lead an army of 200,000 to the gate of the assessment, we will definitely not be able to get through. Looking at the army of the human race, it was basically 1,000 cavalry. Lanz took a deep breath and looked at the 5 demi-human generals beside him. We will set up camp here, and each country will arrange its own cavalry to escort the examinees in. Looking at the vast, dark sea of people in the distance, aren't you afraid something will happen? Without hesitation, Lanz said. If something really happens, wouldn't that be even better? Since the humans attacked first, we can use that as an excuse to launch an attack. At this moment, the 10 princes and princesses of the Elf Kingdom were also very dissatisfied when they heard the general's tone when he said he wanted to sell them out. But this is the best way. Where can you join the kingdom of God without taking risks? However, the uninvited orc army had no intention of watching humans. Demi-humans and elves entered the divine realm. They declared they wanted to join as well. Seeing the way the elven troops behaved, they followed suit. And one by one were Wolvestigermendem and Wolvis dragons. And goblins headed towards the assessment gate. 5,000 elite soldiers marched toward the gates of the Divine Kingdom's assessment. Against the combined forces of elves and demi-humans and the beastmen and wild beasts, 2 armies of 5,000 men each approached, causing those around them to retreat in fear. However, neither of these armies dared to act recklessly because the human 10 Directions wooden knights were guarding an area 500 meters away from the assessment gate. The human knights had no intention of letting them get close. 16 human generals stood at the front of the column, watching the 2 armies that had approached 50 meters away. Prince Revau of the Elven Kingdom produced a certificate and said, "Humans, make way immediately. We are personnel invited by the slain theocracy for their assessment." This scene stunned the generals of the major human nations. One of the Empire's 4 knights, Thunderlight Barjud Peshumul, spoke up. "The assessment is currently underway. You may enter, but only those with assessment credentials are permitted. Orcs and magical beasts without credentials are not allowed to enter." Princess Siluo of the Elf Kingdom clasped her hands together like the most devout believer and said, "I hope you humans will not do anything foolish. The will of the Divine Kingdom is above all else. We are loyal to the invincible God. We are outside the Divine Kingdom, but we are not above the law." Lei Guang looked at the group of wild beasts and said arrogantly, "Of course, those of you with the assessment certificates can go. As for the orcs and wild beasts, you haven't received the assessment. Don't cause trouble, or I won't mind a few more souls falling to your blades." At this moment, a 3-meter-long dragon growled in dissatisfaction. "Lightning, is your empire sure you want to be enemies with our dragon tribe?" Lei Guang looked at the flying dragon and sneered, "HMPH. What makes a small flying dragon tribe like you have such big talk? Apart from the 3 great orc kingdoms, our empire doesn't even consider the rest a threat." Fei Long's eyes blazed as he looked at Lei Guang. If it weren't for that terrifying figure standing at the gates of the Divine Kingdom with a long spear in the distance, at this moment, it probably already pounced and tore this human to pieces. At this moment, a tiger-headed furry tigerman, dressed in blood-red armor, stepped forward. "I am Fierce Tiger, a tiger man from one of the 3 great beastman kingdoms. Although we haven't received any notification for the assessment, our beastman kingdoms wish to go." Lei Guang looked at the orc with some apprehension. The 3 orc kingdoms were the Empire's greatest enemies. His Majesty once said that the Empire can only hope to completely defeat the 3 orc kingdoms after unifying the human race. Otherwise, It is simply impossible for a single nation to defeat the main Orc kingdom. Keep in mind that the combined area of the 3 Orc kingdoms is already larger than Middle-earth. The author's settings weren't just random additions, but since there wasn't enough detail, I had to create my own version of the 3 Orc kingdoms. Please be gentle with your criticism. Although somewhat wary, remembering the powerful force behind him, Lei Guang still retorted without flinching the past. This is the kingdom of gods, the realm of humans. Does your beast kingdom really think you're invincible enough to disregard the rules of the kingdom of gods? 2.9. Hearing Lei Guang push his entire country to the opposite side of the divine kingdom without a word, Lai Hu frowned. Although he was 2.5 meters tall and had explosive muscles all over his body, it didn't mean he was brainless. They naturally knew that the Beast Kingdom had not received an invitation, so they were not within the scope of the assessment. If they really forced their way through, coupled with the Empire's explanation, who knows what that dark, sacred gatekeeper is thinking? HMPH fine, I won't go. Hearing Lehu's conceding attitude, the other magical beasts and orcs dared not act recklessly. Even the mighty Beast Kingdom has chickened out. What can they possibly do? But is it really fair for the Divine Kingdom to do this? Didn't the invincible Divine Kingdom issue a doctrine of equality for all beings and treating everyone equally? How could they make an exception at the gates of the Divine Kingdom and not invite the most numerous orcs and magical beasts? Jurdov walked out of the tent with a look of despair. He had failed the test this time. Although I had a vague idea of this outcome, I was indeed not in control. The assessment was actually quite simple. It just involved asking about one's dreams and the purpose of being there. Then they asked about their views on the invincible God and their faith in him. There's also a life or death question if you enter the Divine Kingdom. Which do you choose, the Divine Kingdom or your own personal kingdom? And all of this was verified by the faith crystal. Meanwhile, Clem, who came out of another tent also, looked miserable. Because he had also failed. He chose Nara over consulting the invincible God. And thus failed. Of course, Nara also failed. Although she was very smart, she couldn't escape the influence of the faith crystal. Although this assessment by the Divine Kingdom is called Entering the Divine Kingdom, its main purpose is to find clergy. Because of this evaluation system, there was a reshuffling within the clergy, and many clergy members with selfish motives were dismissed. This has led to a severe shortage of clergy within the country. Element was quite satisfied with the reforms within the divine realm. After all, she only needed to be loyal to herself. Since she wasn't loyal to Muhi, should she become my clergy? Of course, becoming a clergyman comes with special privileges, such as gaining elemental affinity. Though it is mostly light elemental affinity, this would allow them to live to be 100 or 200 years old without any problem. And their elemental affinity would increase with each advancement. Reaching the level of a priest grants immortality. For example, the current 6 holy scriptures, 6 priests, the high priest, and the retired temple personnel are all fanatical elementalists. If the elements demanded their deaths, they would commit suicide without hesitation. Because of these brainless fans, they have all achieved immortality. It has to be said that the world tree system is still invincible. Immortality, resurrection, and anything else can be easily achieved. Only those 2 terrible players, Lefan and Momoga, would think that the world tree system is weak while the systems in other games are strong. Other systems are strong, but they don't have resurrection magic or immortality. For example, in the game Primordial Era, even a golden immortal only has a lifespan of 10,000 years. Only those who reach the Quasar-Saint level can achieve immortality. But in the world tree system, anyone can achieve immortality if they wish. However, the world tree's destructive power is indeed a bit weak, but it has more and more bugs than the last. So what if their combat power is a little weak? aren't having bugs enough. The assessment is neither fast nor slow. It usually takes about 10 minutes per person at this point. Most of the people who failed the assessment looked miserable. All 10 men from the kingdom failed after. It was the most corrupt country. Given the rigor of this assessment, even clergy within the country failed and were dismissed. Let alone them, fortunately. The two from the Holy Kingdom passed the test after all. The Holy Kingdom is a country with the church at its core. However, only the two of them succeeded. As candidates for the Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom, their hearts were very pure, with all the human side having completed their assessments. The elves and demi-humans arrived early, awaiting the priest's instructions. The Dark Scripture did not allow those who failed the test to leave, because it wanted to prove the miracleth real miracle. The 210 examinees present stared intently at the Dark Scripture, which slowly led them to the two who had successfully passed the test. At this moment, he took out 2 rings. Congratulations on your successful joining of the Divine Kingdom and the Divine Cult. This is proof of your status as clergy. Both of them looked at the ring with excitement, and with the permission of the Dark Scripture, they excitedly put the ring on. The Dark Scripture then indicated that the two could enter the gates of the Divine Kingdom for assessment. And from then on, they could freely enter and leave the Divine Kingdom. Following the guidance of the Dark Scripture, the two slowly walked through the gate. All 208 people present watched as the two entered the gate, where the space was constantly radiating absolute light. The surrounding light visible to the naked eye continuously enveloped the two of them, enhancing their magic power and mental state in every way. At this moment, the two women were so moved that they knelt down and began to pray, their eyes filled with tears and gratitude. The examiners were dumbfounded by what they saw. What was going on at this moment? The Dark Holy Scripture smiled and said, "This assessment is for clergy. The clergy of the Divine Kingdom are divided into 9 levels. And above that are priests. Of course, clergy are rewarded. First-level clergy are rewarded with 100 years of lifespan. Second-level clergy are rewarded with a 200-year lifespan. And so on until the priests achieve immortality. However, lifespan is only the foundation. The moment one becomes a clergy member, one will master the power of light and master low-level resurrection magic." Hearing the words of the Dark Holy Scripture, the 208 people present were stunned once again. At this moment, they looked at the clergy standing outside the tent and found that each of them had a ring in their hand. Does that mean they all possess resurrection magic? No. Resurrection magic is nothing compared to immortality. This drove most of the human examiners to utter madness. No. Why didn't they say so sooner? Why are they saying it now? The elves and demi-humans haven't even been examined yet. This is unfair. The elves and demi-humans smiled as they looked at this somewhat eccentric human. It seems there are advantages to being late. But why would the kingdom of God favor us if we can't overcome this challenge after being given such crucial information? What's the difference between us and pigs? The Dark Holy Scripture looked at the somewhat deranged person and said, "The Divine Kingdom has always been fair. Humans have believed in the divine religion for 600 years, while elves and demi-humans have never believed in the divine religion. Isn't that fair, D?" Before the words were even finished, the man exploded and died. The Dark Holy Scripture brandished its spear. Not believing in God is one thing, but to actually try to take advantage of a deity deserves to die. Everyone fell silent upon seeing the pool of blood. What kind of power was this? When did he make his move? Gazev took a deep breath. Was this the strongest power humanity could possess? Is this really a human? Perhaps this is no different from a god with immortality. And how many such deities are there in the divine realm? As expected of a divine kingdom, priests can live forever, and all members of the religion can become gods. The amount of information was so overwhelming that even though all the humans present were unwilling to accept it, no one dared to utter another word of nonsense. The bloodstain had already explained everything, and the current state of the divine kingdom was also letting humanity know that the divine kingdom had changed. Although it will still favor humans, it will not be hostile to other races, and may even grant other races a so-called fairness. Elves and demi-humans each have their own beliefs. It would be unfair and impossible to suddenly make them believe in an invincible God. But what if we let them see a miracle? This can be considered a fair mechanism for them. But what about humans? The faith had been established for 600 years, and a total of 160 elites were sought from 16 countries. But only 2 passed the test. This is utterly shameful. The dark scripture even questioned why the slain theocracy had been protecting humanity for the past 600 years. However, he quickly stopped thinking about it and realized that all he needed to do now was to be a good boy and complete his task. Then you 50 people will be divided into groups of 5 and line up individually. I look forward to you joining the kingdom of God, joining the Church of God and becoming one of us. Looking at the smiling face of the dark holy book, everyone felt a longing. Those who are such failures should go back to where they came from. Hearing the words of the dark holy scripture, Nara bravely stepped forward and asked, "Holy Scripture Master, when is the next assessment? Next time let's wait for notification and for the orcs, magical beasts and everyone around. You'll all have a chance in the next assessment. All you need to do is wait for the clergy to arrive. If you barge in without an invitation again, you will face the consequences." The words of the dark scripture echoed throughout the entire area, reaching even the orc tribe hundreds of meters away. They were also excited at this moment, because the dark scripture had not concealed the miracle that had just occurred, but had loudly proclaimed it. They weren't the only ones excited. The surrounding humans were too, however. This opportunity to take the test is extremely difficult to obtain. With such a terrifying guardian at the gates of the divine kingdom, it's impossible for anyone to break through. The dark holy scripture watched the human examinees who were unwilling to leave. This time, it was actually a test by the high priest and the priests, if unaware of the absolute benefits of becoming a clergyman. 10 humans were to pass the test. Then the high priest and clergy would implement a truly human-first policy. However, if fewer than 10 people pass through, the plan will be cancelled. They will choose to treat everyone equally and, of course, they made this decision after consulting with the elements. Element knew that they were, after all, human, and it was natural for them to want to help their own kind. So she naturally agreed. Unfortunately, this time humanity failed miserably. Out of 160 people, they couldn't even find 10. The efforts of the various priests have been in vain. Since they've been wasted, let's strive for true equality. From now on, humansilves, demi-human sorks, and magical beasts will all be treated equally. Upon hearing the words of the dark scripture, the orcs were all incredibly excited, and such important information made them eager to return and report. So they knelt and cried out, "Invincible God, from this day forward you will be our only and eternal faith." After they finished speaking, the entire force departed, intending to relay the information back to their own kingdoms and tribes. The promise of immortality, what an allure! No life form can escape the allure of immortality. This was already the 6th day of the review country's closure. The colossal form of the Platinum Dragon King appeared in the atmosphere. "Father, where are you?" It is widely known that the Platinum Dragon King is the son of the Dragon Emperor. But is he truly a dragon? Needless to say, it is the Space True Dragonon of the 4 True Dragons, also known as the 4 Dragon Emperors of the world. However, by this time the 4 Dragon Emperors had already fled, and the Platinum Dragon King was constantly searching for his father's traces in the atmosphere. But it couldn't find it no matter what it did. The huge changes that have occurred on the planet have left it somewhat at a loss. He originally thought that he was facing the strongest player, Lefan, but after that battle, he realized the absolute gap between himself and Lefan. However, he believed that as long as other true dragon kings were gathered, they could defeat such an existence. So he did not feel that the dragons needed to intervene. But just 9 days ago, the elements of the world suddenly underwent a tremendous change, and the real Lefan descended into this world. She also established an invincible divine kingdom, and although she said she would not care about anything outside, that power surpassed everything in the world, fearing it. The day after the invincible god announced the establishment of the divine kingdom, it declared the nation closed and began to seek its father's help in the atmosphere. But after 6 days of searching, they still couldn't find any trace of their father. You should know that your father is the legendary Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 great beings who created this world. How could they just disappear without a trace? At this moment, the Platinum Dragon King was filled with despair. He couldn't imagine what would happen if his father were killed by the invincible god. The thought only flashed through its mind for a fleeting moment. Yet it was enough to make it break out in a cold sweat. It was already at its wit's end. This planet might not be safe any longer. It looked up at the sky. After the invincible god has learned the history of this planet, he will surely choose to wipe out all the dragons. I can't stay here and wait to die. It reminded me of what my father had told me when I was a child. If I encountered an enemy I couldn't defeat, I could fly towards that planet at this moment. It looked at that planet which was Mars in this world, and it took a deep breath in order to save the dragon race. I have decided that I will leave this planet. The Platinum Dragon King, with a fierce and determined air, flew towards outer space without even calling any of the true Dragon Kings to join him on his escape. If too many people try to escape, they will definitely be discovered, so I need to sneak away. Only by doing this can one succeed, unfortunately. The Platinum Dragon King would never have imagined that the decaying coffin Dragon King would run away yesterday, and the 7-colored Dragon King would also run away the day before yesterday. 9 days ago moment, the invincible god descended. Its most respected and invincible father, the space true dragon, also fled, along with the other 3 true dragons. Now that it's run away, I estimate that within a month at most, all the true dragon kings of the planet will have fled. What Lefan and Momoga didn't know was that when they later discovered their invasion of the world was successful and they wanted to find the true Dragon King, they found that there wasn't a single true Dragon King in the world. What will the few weak Dragon Kings think? Unlike the Platinum Dragon King's overnight escape, all intelligent life on the planet now knows the terror of the invincible god and the allure of the invincible divine kingdom. At this moment, all powerful beings yearn to join such a kingdom. Immortality, this is the most attractive thing to life in any era. Unfortunately, the requirements for entering the invincible divine kingdom were far more stringent than they had imagined. Unless they can be truly loyal to the invincible god. Unfortunately, all of this is too difficult, even in the elf kingdom and the demi-human kingdom. After learning that joining the kingdom of God would grant eternal life, only 2 out of 50 people accepted the offer. One is Cat Vasha, Cat Girl from the demi-human kingdom, and the other is Princess Sile from the elven kingdom. All the other 48 failed because time was too short, and very few people could achieve absolute faith instantly. As for why these 2 succeeded, that's because one of them is from a demi-human kingdom, which happens to have a legend of an invincible god, and the other is an anomaly from an elven kingdom who has loved gods and the like since childhood. The moment the 2 entered the divine kingdom and became priests, they had no connection whatsoever with their former kingdoms, such as the kingdom of demi-humans or the kingdom of elves. Outside the assessment gate, teams from all sides returned to their respective countries. Meanwhile, The millions of people present also faced serious problems with their basic needs, such as eating, drinking, and relieving themselves, and were expelled by a large number of clergy. Of course, the Dark Codex is not one to go back on its word. He said that 497 is 5 kilometers away from this plain, and you are allowed to build a city. You can decide the size of the city once you have built it. You will also have the quota that each country should have. These millions of people naturally knew that no country would give up its quota to others. So the only way for them to obtain a quota was to build their own city. Or they could establish a country without a monarchy. But the peasants quickly objected. Building a nation in this wilderness, starting from scratch, is practically hell mode. It would be better to go back to one's own country. With the departure of the workforce, most people have basically scattered. After all, the truly wealthy don't build countries. They use money to buy quotas in small countries. The 16 human nations that came this time aren't all powerful countries. There are quite a few small ones too, with the labor force unwilling to work for free, the wealthy having their own ways of doing things, and adventurers needing to make a living. The meeting naturally ended with millions of people leaving. Although they considered persisting relentlessly, the Dark Scripture had warned that they needed to leave the area within a day. Because of the pollution these past few days, God's kingdom needs to purify this area. If you haven't left by then be purified along with the stains. Everyone knows what this means. If you don't leave, you'll just disappear along with the garbage. See far. As for the suggestions given, they can't be implemented anyway. Naturally, everyone went home and the matter was dropped. At the same time, the same applies to the other 5 gates. People from all sides want to take advantage of the situation. But the kingdom of God is not a place you can just enter whenever you want. After so many days of hard work, the elemental team has produced 2,000 tons of mana potion. And with the efforts of the researchers, they have developed an even better mana potion. The clergy within the divine realm also began conducting population checks, expelling all tourists and travelers from the realm. Only those who have stayed in God's kingdom for more than 2 years can remain. Why do we need to stay for 2 years? Because God's kingdom holds large-scale church activities every year. People who can survive a year and are willing to stay for the 2nd year are basically believers in God. Large-scale selection and expulsion of leaders are necessary because the kingdom of God has no need for people who do not believe in an invincible God. Many people cried foul, saying they have now switched their faith to God's kingdom, and that God's kingdom naturally gave them the opportunity. If you pass the test of the faith crystal, you can stay and become a clergyman. This was a special treatment reserved for them, after they were driven from God's kingdom and returned to their own kingdom. Knowing that this qualification for the assessment is being sold for tens of thousands of gold coins each, I wonder what they think at this moment. Ainz Ooal looked at the 5 newly arrived saintesses, all of whom were blonde and blue-eyed. They were supposed to be tested, but the elements knew their master liked humans. So she wanted to take these 5 people, along with several thousand tons of magic potion, back with her. It's been so many days since I last saw my owner. So what was Lafan doing at this moment? He had nothing better to do, so he chose to follow Nabe and Arsh. Watching the 2 of them talk all the way was probably one of his sources of joy. The 2 were unaware of Lafan's presence, so Nabe reverted to her original personality. Many people came to tease her, but Nabe chased them away with a look of disgust. Nabe then rattled off the names of various insects to insult those who tried to pick her up. Of course, ordinary pickup artists were simply blasted away, while those who tried to force themselves on her vanished on the spot. Along the way, Arsh watched Nabe do whatever she wanted, and she felt both fear and longing. When will she be able to be like Nabe? Able to refuse to see people she doesn't want to see, and able to eliminate those who want to frame her at will. Momoga finally expressed his disdain for Lafan's lazy and irresponsible behavior. Momoga heard Demia say in his mind that Cocytus should go and conquer the Lizardman village. "Let's go, what's the point of following them? Let's go, there's something new going on at the Great Tomb." Lafan had naturally heard about Demiurge's news as well. And after following him for half a day, he had seen quite a bit of it. "Okay, let's go." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lafan's mind, "Lord Lafan, the magic potion has been manufactured, currently totaling 2,000 tons. And there are also 5 human elites selected by your subordinate. Impressive as expected. A nation's efficiency is impressive. They've produced 2,000 tons of magic potion so quickly." Lafan perked up immediately. "Interesting. Let's go to the 11th floor." Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momoga felt a sudden stomachache. "No way. I just wanted to be a couch potato. Why did you bring back so many potions? Do you want me to go back to being a corporate slave?" "No. I don't want to be a corporate slave anymore. I want to be a carefree couch potato and be happy every day." Unfortunately, Momoga couldn't ask, "What's going on?" Lafan patted Momoga and said, "The elements created a magic potion. Let's go back and test it." The two then disappeared into the space and the King of Men, who was also facing certain death, disappeared with them. These past 2 days he's been with Lafan. The king doesn't understand Lafan's behavior, but that doesn't stop her from being very happy, because her character is designed to be incredibly happy just by being by Lafan's side. Not to mention she also has a fun toy called Jushi Juming. At this moment, Jushi desperately missed the Divine Kingdom. She wanted to return to it and she wanted to escape. She no longer wanted to be invincible, no longer wanted to fight. She only missed the days in the Divine Kingdom. The experiences of this child who is over 100 years old these past few days have truly frightened her. Only she knows the suffering she has endured. She was constantly manipulated by the king, and whenever she cried or became afraid, Lafan would punish her. Then, after punishing the king, he didn't let her go either. She was truly terrified of this life where she had no freedom. If she had known that gaining power would turn her into this, she would have preferred to revert to her former self, an ant among ants, where at least she could be confident and happy every day. The Great Tomb has 11 levels. As Lafan raised his hand, a portal appeared and element 9-colored slowly emerged, carrying 5 women with him. The elements are so powerful, but who can resist bringing me so many body pillows? I only have 16 slots for my familiars, so I have to refuse these few this time." Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momoga also complained, "You probably forgot that you have a familiar. A perfect familiar can have the ability to randomly assign familiars based on 100% of their strength, but the maximum attribute cannot exceed 50%. A high-ranking member can have 5 members, while a regular member can have 1. If we round it up, you can have 61 dependents. Should I remind him?" While Momoga was debating whether to warn him, Zeschi, who was trying to escape the clutches of the human king, instantly realized his only way to escape the moment he saw the 5 people. She asked eagerly, "Lord Lafan, may I take these 5 as my family?" Seeing the pitiful and helpless Zeschi being held in the arms of the king, Lafan remembered that he could still have his own familiars. Zetsuki is a high-ranking servant, so she can have 5 servants, and each servant possesses 20% of her attributes. Hearing Jushi Juming's words, Lafan looked at the 5 people in front of him who dared not look up, but had admiring and longing expressions on their faces, and nodded. "Oki's the element side short of people. If they are, let Jushi Juming and these 5 people go and help." Element was taken aback. Wait, weren't they their master's toys? Is the owner dissatisfied with the toy? Or does the owner no longer need toys, whatever it means? It seems I don't need to look for it for now. Follow the master's arrangements. Hearing Lafan's words, the King of Men did not resist much and released Ju Si Ju Ming from his arms. Suddenly, the monster lunged forward and bit at the 5 people, instantly engulfing them in a powerful red light. In an instant, all his hair turned silver and his eyes turned wine red. The 5 felt an unprecedented power, especially the magic power within their bodies, which reached a terrifying level of nearly 6,000. That's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is the all-around enhancement of life. Strength, speed and defense, the strongest paladin. Remedios felt an unprecedented power within herself. With this terrifying power, she can guarantee that she can crush everything except her master's forces. With this terrifying power combined with speed, she could unleash a sword aura with a single strike. Unlike Remedios the Holy Knight, Princess Kaja was the strongest light mage in the Holy Kingdom, having already mastered the 4th tier faith magic at the age of 15. The more powerful she became, the more terrified she felt of the elemental forces. Such a terrifying being actually calling the man before him his master. The woman who had just released her master gave her an even more deadly feeling. She didn't dare look at her directly a second time. Her eyes seemed capable of devouring everything. My God, is this the real Lord Lafan and his companions? The human king was also seeing elements for the first time, and she was extremely curious. Strain. You can actually grow. How did you do that? The elementalist looked at the human king with equal curiosity. Could she be the incarnation of the world tree? The elements could clearly sense that the human king seemed to be the embodiment of rules. She was the rule sand, the rules were her. This isn't a matter of power. Even if one possessed the power to destroy the world instantly, one couldn't erase the rules. The element simply explained, I am capable of growth. As long as I live, I will become stronger day by day because I will come into contact with more and more elements. Elements are not only found on planets. This universe is full of dark and light elements. The major stars are full of fire elements, and the absolute zero in the void is full of ice elements. All of these are the foundation for me to become stronger. Upon hearing the explanation of the elements, the human king was stunned for a moment. Elemental power. It is quite similar to the demon king. But the demon king cannot become stronger indefinitely by absorbing elements. She can only control elements and become stronger indefinitely by killing. The elementalist asked curiously the demon king, Holy crap! My subordinates are all praising each other the moment they... Why am I so excited? But the elemental damage is amazing. It even has a hidden passive skill. No wonder the official said that the moment the 10 supreme heavens appear, all players must unite to fight them. And this endless progression system is just ridiculous. The official team is ripping us off as expected. Even though I created this existence using a bug, there are no bugs created by the official developers. Of the 10 supreme heavens, I'll acknowledge you as the strongest. Momoga was so frightened by Lafan's inner thoughts that she almost cried. Damn, do the 10 supreme heavens really have this kind of power? Isn't this defying the heavens? The universe is so vast. And she keeps absorbing elements. It would be a miracle if she didn't become stronger. No, my magic power is too low. If I had enough magic power, if I summon a supreme being, can I escape the ranks of ants? Damn it, I didn't learn angel summoning. Wara. I'm so miserable. It seems I'm destined to be an ant for the rest of my life. I wonder if summoning the 72 demon gods would be effective. If possible, that would be fine too. Anyway, I have enough mana recovery potions right now. Maybe I should use 58,000 mana to summon one to calm my nerves. The women were unaware of Lafan and Momo Jia's inner thoughts. At this moment, Ju Si Ju Ming heard Yuan Su's words and was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. Another being who keeps getting stronger. But thankfully she already considers herself an ant. And as Lafan's familiar, she is on the same level as the element zero. But I must call the elements adults. I must strive to return to God's kingdom. I absolutely cannot stay here any longer, for the Lord is too terrifying. Knowing that the elemental beings before him were on par with his sisters, the human king solemnly introduced himself. The demon king is my sister, and I also have a sister called the God King. One is the demon of destruction, and the other is the God of creation. I am the first living being in the world, the human king. Element said somewhat displeasedly. The first living being, what about the master? Seeing Element's anger, the human king acknowledged her and said with a smile, I'm sorry, Element. My husband transcends all living beings and everything else. He's not within this scope. Element nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Yes. Sister Human King, Zetsume standing to the side, also asked curiously, Sister. The king smiled and said, What's wrong, little cutie? Don't you know that the elementalist is female? Upon hearing this, Zetsume quickly replied, But why doesn't Master? Yuansu was also at a loss for words. She actually wanted to serve her master, but unfortunately, her master wouldn't allow it. The 5 people who had just become members of the Zeschi familia thought they were invincible. But when they heard about the increasingly terrifying beings, they were at a loss. It turns out the world is bigger than I thought. And the master's master is the real invincible God. And the invincible God's wife is actually the human king. Although the relationships are not complicated, the power system is too astonishing. And they haven't recovered yet. Before the 5 women could recover from their surprise, LeFan's voice rang out from the 11th floor. Take out the magic potion and test its effect, yes. As Yuansu finished speaking, she raised her hand, and 2,000 tons of potion were contained in 20,000 wine barrel-sized glass bottles. A glass bottle contained a full 200 pounds of magic recovery potion. Momoga was extremely surprised to see such a huge pile of glass barrels stacked up. How could such a massive project have been completed in just a few days? It seems that the power of a nation is indeed greater than the power of an individual. Looking at the enormous amount of magic potions, the human king exclaimed in curiosity, These magic potions. 1 barrel can actually restore 10,000 magic points. LeFan didn't question the human king's words, since the human king's abilities were too overpowered. The 750 item in the world items also had the ability to identify items. The human king probably used a tool from this world for appraisal. But thinking about it, that bucket weighs 200 pounds. Based on the normal market volume of medicine, 1 pound is estimated to contain more than 10 small bottles of liquid medicine. 200 jin here is equivalent to 2,000 bottles of ordinary magic potion. That means 1 bottle of magic potion only restores 5 points of magic. This is practically useless for ordinary people. But not for Momoga and Leffen, they can drink it like water. And drinking several tons a day is not a problem. 1 pound contains 50 magic power. Drinking 5 tons would yield 500,000 magic power. This is truly a miraculous medicine. It seems that an army of tens of millions is no longer a dream. Ju Ming was currently disciplining the 5 women because their worldviews were being refreshed time and time again. First there was their strength, then the magic potion, and then the terrifying beings around this space. LeFan was very satisfied. He knew that Ju Ming had wanted to run away for a long time. Now that he knew that the element was getting stronger every moment, he felt at ease throwing Ju Ming out. Very good, well done, element, keep up the good work. Ju Ming and the other 5 of you from now on. Listen to element and serve her well, understand. Upon hearing LeFan's order, Ju Ming immediately knelt down on one knee. Yes, Lord LeFan, I will definitely obey Lord Yuan Su's orders from now on. The 5 women behind Zeschi also knelt down. All right then, Yuansu, go back and get some rest. These potions should last us for a while. We'll meet once a month from now on. Oh, and we don't need to take the women anymore. LeFan walked up to Yuansu and patted her head. Feeling happy about LeFan's close contact, Yuansu said yes. Then I'll go back. LeFan opened the portal, and the elemental beings disappeared with the 6 women. At this moment, the human king looked at LeFan and Momoga and said, "Husband, this game you and your brother-in-law are playing is really interesting. Can I join in? I'll summon an angel and we'll play 3 kingdoms." Upon hearing this, LeFan quickly stopped the human king from participating. It wasn't that the human king's participation was bad, but rather that this reckless fellow, what if she summons the supreme being? It's not a game, it's about building up strength, okay? If you have time, use magic to control the magic potion. Let it float in the air and we can drink it directly. The king of Menupon, hearing this, asked curiously, "Is that so? Is that all right? Should we release them all?" LeFan thought for a moment and then said, "By the way, didn't Momogadamiyujas want us to go see a play?" Upon hearing this, Momoga quickly said, "It's all right. I spoke with him for 4 days and he understood. Let's summon him quickly. Oh, and I need to summon the 72 ultimate demon gods to calm my nerves." 72 demon gods? That's fine, but unfortunately your magic power is too low. Hearing LeFan's words, Momoga, who was already used to being treated like an ant, was afraid that LeFan would bring up the matter of a perfect family. So he quickly said, "It's all right, a little less is fine." Okay, let's begin. 10th tier magic demon summoning. In an instant all of Momoga's magic power was drained. This time summoning him had used 58,000 units of magic power. As the dark magic circle continued to rotate, a monster slowly appeared with raven wings. A raven head with 2 ram horns hanging from its forehead. A human body with 8 arms, 8 eyes. A mouthful of sharp fangs, and its entire body covered in scales. The monster's body was a full 100 meters tall. As soon as the monster appeared, it roared fiercely into the space. Fortunately, this space was modified by the human king using the rules. The space is 1,000 meters high and 100 kilometers long and wide, which is more than enough to accommodate this monster. The 40th demon god Lamo is a monster who prioritizes money above all else in the world. It's also one of the most popular world items among players, because it's a world item where money reigns supreme. You can acquire the wealth of your enemies by defeating them, and the user will be rewarded with gold in the market. 99,701,325 Feilu, 112,431,211. Players who possess world items generally don't lack gold coins. He could even be said to be the player with the most gold coins in the world, since he actually gets gold coins when he kills monsters, unlike others who only get materials and then sell them. Moreover, the raw materials are sold at low prices. Only those processed by alchemists, equipment masters, and others are valuable. Momoga smiled as he watched the terrifying being appear as expected, though it was far weaker than the elemental beings. But no matter what, is still a demon god, and Lu Da is still capable of it in his current state. My subordinates are all better than mates, truly shameful. Momoga skillfully commanded Lamo, "From now on, you will be the guardian of the 11th floor, responsible for guarding this area." Upon hearing this, the millstone stopped roaring and silently crouched down. "Yes, my lord." The king of men suddenly appeared beside Lamo. Looking at Lamo's enormous body, "Interesting. I wonder if I can summon such a monster." LeFan ignored the strange bird in front of him. "What demon god are you trying to fight me too?" Momoga needs to take his medicine. Momoga found LeFan's sudden voice strained, but after checking her own magic power, she realized she really needed to take her medicine. The human king waved her hand, and endless streams of potions surged forth. She looked at the strange bird and said, "This thing won't get stronger indefinitely. It's a bit weak." Hearing the king's words, Lamo dared not speak out in anger. for it could clearly sense that this seemingly weak human before it. His entire body was surrounded by a power that filled him with fear, a power akin to facing the most powerful primordial being, a power of absolute control, but it's strange. The power of this rule is much weaker and very mixed, as if there is cause and effect within the rule. But no matter how much it's weakened, it's still not something ranked 40th among the demon gods can afford to provoke. Lamo's guess was correct. The human king did indeed possess the eternal serpent ring, a world artifact from the supreme heaven of creation, and also the 5 elements counteracting system from the supreme heaven of cause and effect. Her sister, the god king, possesses world artifacts from the supreme heaven of creation and the endless supreme heaven. As for the demon king, thighs is the death scepter, a world item ranked 4th in the elemental supreme heaven. Each time a target is killed, 10% of the target's attributes can be stolen. However, once you possess this world item, you cannot die. Once you do, you will die permanently, which in the game means your account will be deleted. Therefore, no one is willing to use the items in this world, since logging off is considered death, and using them means you can't log off anymore. This thing is for players who want to quit the game and have some fun. After using the item, they can continuously hunt down small and big monsters and become invincible. Unfortunately, the account will be deleted after logging off, and the data cannot be recovered. Even the Ring of Life from the Supreme God of Life cannot revive the user. It's important to know that the Ring of Life can revive data deleted by the Saint-slaying Spear, which is over 20 in power. It's because of this bugged ability that this item is ranked 5th. The first is the Eternal Serpent Ring. The second is the World Will. The third is the 5 elements counteracting each. The fourth is the Death Scepter. The 6th is the Crown of Creation. And the 15th is the Elemental Scepter. This shows how powerful the human king, god king, and demon king are. Many people may think that the demon king is weak, but LaFan knows that the demon king is actually the most OP, because she gains 10% of the target's attributes every time she kills a target. If the demon king were to reach the 11th floor, where there are so many elemental giants and demon lords, and she were to slaughter them all, she would simply take off on the spot. Unfortunately, LaFan wouldn't let her do that, because LaFan was afraid that the demon king would launch a counterattack and kill him, as well as all beings except the god king and the human king. He absolutely cannot accept this price. LaFan was afraid at this moment, so he had to be prepared to summon all the other 10 supreme heavens, because LaFan discovered that each of the 10 supreme heavens was a bug, allowing for endless advancement and power. Perhaps if we summon all 10 supreme heavens and survive for a few hundred more years, the enemies of this world should no longer be a threat. The 10 supreme heavens are, in order, creation, supreme heaven, endless cause and effect, time and space, life, creation, boundless guardian order, and elements. They represent 10 items that broke the 20-item barrier: Eternal Serpent Ring, World Will, 5 elements counteraction, time and space reincarnation ring of life, crown of creation, endless source, jade shield of guardian, sword of order, and scepter of elements. Among them, the elemental supreme heaven is the weakest of the supreme heavens. Yet this weakest supreme heaven still puts immense pressure on LaFan. If the other person didn't possess their own soul, LaFan would never have felt comfortable leaving her out there like this. The supreme order represents absolute order and absolute power. The sword of order can instantly grant one the ability to master all martial arts techniques. This is the same thing as the elemental scepter, but it allows one to master all martial arts, which is far more powerful than all elemental magic. Therefore, it ranks ahead of the elemental scepter. As for the guardian shield, once activated, is invincible. As long as you do not attack, no attack can affect you. Not even the Eternal Serpent Ring, however. The items in this world are 2 passive once used. You can't use any attack methods. Otherwise, the protection will be cancelled. Moreover, this thing can only protect Itzelfan, that's not all. It disappears as soon as you log off. No spendthrift would be willing to use this world item. But its invincibility is real. No one dislikes the feeling of being invincible. Although this invincibility cannot attack others, others cannot attack it either. That's why the Shield of Guardians is ranked so high. The seventh one, the Jade of No Fate, is even simpler and more direct once used. It grants boundless energy, meaning you can truly become a tactical bomber, unleashing skills at will without worrying about mana. Unfortunately, the effect disappears after logging off. The sixth, the Crown of Creation, literally means that it can create anything, but it can only be created once and will then disappear. The fifth, Ring of Life, can unconditionally revive a target, ignoring any penalty. Rule 7, a limited world boss. However, the revived target will not receive any world items. The fourth, Time Loop, allows you to choose to rewind, fast forward or pause time, but the resulting world is a single-player game without players, and your account will remain in a single-player state forever. One player used this item and quit the game in less than 5 days because the single-player experience was incredibly boring. Consisting only of NPCs, the third element. The mutual restraint of the 5 elements. The second world's will. And the first eternal serpent ring, all of these need to be understood. So I won't go into too much detail. Momoga was panicking because Lafan said he would summon all 10 supreme gods. But then he thought to himself, I was just an ant. Why should he care so much? I need to find a chance to gather all 72 demon gods. But there's a problem that's making Momoga panic again. When Momoga summoned the millstone, he felt something was missing from his body. Summoning a powerful being required the sacrifice of his own soul. Momoga didn't know if she could summon so many. So she stopped thinking about it and started to inhale deeply. The magic potion floating in midair was poured into Huan Huanga's mouth like Joe Hongliasi. He gulped down the magic potion, transforming into a water-swallowing monster, capable of consuming dozens of kilograms per second. This guy wasn't this aggressive when we were drinking together. By the way, didn't the Human King just say she also wanted to summon the Supreme Heaven to calm her nerves? How about we let her try summoning if she can summon too? Then our combat strength will be more secure. Hearing Lafan's inner thoughts, Momoga retorted again. Holy crap, you out of your mind, Lafan smiled and said. Wife, didn't you want to summon the Supreme Heaven? You can summon it with just 100,000 magic power. The King of Men was also stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then looked at his attribute panel name, Ren Wang. Homecoming Lafan race, human race level, none. Job level, Human King LV 100 life count, 13. 67 million, originally 500,000. Magic power, infinite, originally 5,000. Physical magical attack power, 96,874, originally 5,000. Physical magical defense, 48,437, originally 2,500. Speed resistance, 12,970, originally 1,048,300. These are the attributes of the God Kings and the others. They do indeed become infinitely stronger, however. The official team has a little trick up their sleeve. Since NPCs can also use world items, what if a player gives the Death Scepter to an NPC, allowing the NPC to endlessly spawn monsters, and eventually summons the high heavens? This is a hidden Easter egg. How can we let the players know? As for players using the Death Scepter, that's an Easter egg that players discovered at the cost of deleting their accounts. And the official team won't care. But they're using the Easter egg at the expense of NPCs. Unfortunately, the official stance is that this will not be allowed. Therefore, the Human King cannot summon the Supreme Heaven, because her original magic power is only 5,000. At most, she can summon some relatively powerful monsters, which won't have a significant impact on the game. Keep in mind that the human king was an NPC created using a bug, and his magic power is only 5,000. NPCs created through other normal means are lucky if they have 1,300 magic power. However, it's not a major problem. It only restricts the setting of many official skills for NPCs. Thereforeanly, the World Tree's skills can harm the God King, Human King and Demon King, because the World Tree's skills directly determine their original attributes. But it doesn't matter. I have millions of HP, so bombard me all you want. You can bombard me 1,000 times, but you still can't kill me. I can just one-shot you all with a basic attack, after all. This is reality. And a basic attack is a purely physical attack. Apart from the peaceful domain and the Guardian Vault, there is no way to stop the human lord's basic attack. Who can withstand a basic attack with nearly 100? 0 attack power. Looking at the attribute panel's limitations, is the starting magic power only 100,000? I only started with 5,000. It seems the highest heaven is not for me. The human king stomped his little feet in anger at this setting, but quickly came to his senses and said, "I'm sorry, husband. I only have 5,000 magic power at the start, so I can't summon it. Although I have unlimited magic power now, my use of World Tree skills is restricted, and I can't exceed 5,000 magic power." Looking at the King of Men's reload, Lefan frowned. "Is your magic output being restricted?" Upon hearing this, the human king shook his head and raised his hand, instantly replenishing the entire 11th floor with magic power. This terrified Lamo, who trembled in fear because the endless magic power was simply too terrifying. Meanwhile, Momogorho was drinking the magic potion, exclaimed, "Holy crap, thy's magic power is terrifying. Such a massive amount of magic power. Why not just have the Lord of Mana transfer magic power to us directly? I can't figure out what Lefan is thinking, holy crap. This magic power. It feels like my wife's magic power is limitless. As long as she doesn't use skills, she can output without any upper limit. Is it a limitation of the World Tree that prevents her from using skills with more than 5,000 magic power? I see, I understand now. It's to prevent players from using the Death Scepter after an NPC wields it. It seems the official team has hidden quite a few Easter eggs. I'll need to slowly explore them. Luckily, I've learned a lot of skills. The human king released his magic and said no. It's just that the use of skills is limited to 5,000. But as long as it's not a skill, there's no limit to the use of magic bombardment. Hearing the king's words and Lefan's inner thoughts, Momoga complained again, "Damn. You already have endless magic power, what more do you need? Condensing magic into a magic bomb would make you invincible. Damn, I'm so envious, but it's a good thing. Because with the magic power limited, they can't use those hidden skills. So it seems like my status has been elevated." Sure, elevated, what kind of status? What if Lefan loves me even more? No, I can't make an exception for myself. Lefan looked at the human king and said calmly, "I see. What a pity, then I plan to summon other supreme beings. Wife, please use your magic to seal this space." The king nodded in agreement and, with a wave of his hand, his magic instantly enveloped the barrier of the 11th floor, making the 11th floor truly isolated from the world. At this moment, Lefan raised his hand, 10th tier magic angel summoning 280. 0 magic power. In just a moment, entire space surged. And then a massive magic circle enveloped a space spanning millions of kilometers. A gigantic figure, 1,000 meters tall, slowly emerged. At this moment, entire massive figure appeared. Its surroundings blurred, its entire body seemed to be surrounded by endless rules. Lefan felt a chill run down his spine. That feeling of something missing from his soul. Holy crap, it consumes 8 times the soul power of elements, that's terrifying. I wonder if I can summon all 10 high gods. My head hurts so much, I feel so weak all over, it's awful, damn it. What the hell am I supposed to do? I'm not summoning anymore if I summon again. I'm afraid my soul will be scattered to the winds. Momoga panicked upon hearing Lafan's thoughts and seeing his pale face and weak appearance. Holy crap, bro, don't scare me. The enormous figure slowly knelt down. Greetings, me lord. The faint voice made it impossible to tell whether it was pleasant or not. It was a very strange voice, meanwhile. The 40th demon god Lamo, who had already huddled to one side, was so frightened that he dared not move or even breathe. Because the being before us is the supreme heaven that suppresses the 72 demon gods. The supreme heaven of creation. Good heavens, what kind of monster is Master's companion? How could it possibly become the master of the supreme heaven? Master, you expended more than half of your soul power to summon me. I feel truly guilty. I can only offer you the essence of this world, wishing you a speedy recovery of your soul. As the supreme being who was kneeling on one knee raised his hand, a radiance like that of the world tree appeared, and the world tree radiance slowly flew to Lafan's head. Then, the entire space and the entire world seemed to undergo a very subtle change, with the endless origin of the world continuously merging into Lafan's soul. In an instant, Lafan's pale face slowly returned to normal. He was stunned for a moment, even though none of his attributes had improved. But at this moment felt like the darling of the world, with an unprecedented confidence, as if this planet were his own home, which made him feel extremely comfortable. He regained his senses and looked at the world tree above him, which had gone from dazzling brilliance to utterly dim. He asked the origin of the world. Give it to me, what will happen to the world? Master, please do not worry. The origin of the world is a renewable energy source. As long as there is life, the origin of the world will be endless. Hearing that Chuang was the supreme heaven, Lafan panicked even more. Holy crap. Could it be that the 4 extraterrestrial enemies from last time came to collect the world's essence from this planet? And this planet is one of their colonies where they collect that essence. Because the world's origin is a renewable resource. The world's origin of this planet was regenerated in these 10 days. Creation only gave me 10 days worth of world's origin, which was enough for me to recover. How powerful would those monsters be? Having collected world's origin from various colonies in the universe over millions of years. Damn it, we can't touch the world's essence anymore. What if they come to collect the world's essence again and find the amount is incorrect? That would be a real problem. Let's hold out for now and not summon any more supreme beings. Also, tell Momoga to stop summoning the 72 demon gods. Summoning those things consumes too much soul energy. We must hold on. The power of the Creator is so great that it can absorb the origin of the world. But it has only just been summoned. The gap between it and the enemies in outer space that have absorbed the origin of the world for millions of years is still too great. However, the Creator could easily defeat Mifta. She consumed a large amount of my soul power. She is me. So there's no need to worry about her rebelling against me. Now we need to find a way to survive. Maybe survive for a few million years. And then test our enemies in outer space. Should we continue with this elemental army? Let's continue, although we know we're all colonies. Merely pawns providing the other side with the world's essence. If we anger them, we might just blow up a few planets. Hearing Lafan's heartfelt words, Momoga almost burst into tears. Brother, please stop. I'm just a nobody. I don't want to get involved in something so dangerous and terrifying. So what if I'm a leak? I was a leak before I transmigrated anyway. I don't mind being a leak in this world, damn it, Zhao. Just please don't cause trouble. Momoga is now completely panicked. There actually exists a godlike opponent who has absorbed the world's will for millions of years. Each of those beings is an existence that could easily defeat the creator of the world. Momoga looked at the creator Agenan to be honest. He panicked. Such a being surrounded by rules was truly terrifying. I was also present when we attacked the creator god Momoga. Hundreds of thousands of players participated in the attack, and it was only at the cost of 80,000 lives that we succeeded. This is the monster of monsters, and the strongest boss in the game bar none. Moreover, Momoga knew that in this world, the supreme beings could become stronger without end. And he was truly panicked. The supreme heaven, which had just been created, actually summoned the world tree and instilled the world's will into Lafan. This was beyond Momoga's wildest imagination. And there are countless other existences in outer space that are even more terrifying than this. Thankfully Ju Shi and Ju Ming aren't here. Otherwise they'd probably be terrified to tears if they saw the appearance of the creator. After recovering, Lafan looked at the enormous creation world and said, "Creation world, please reduce it to my size also. Please stop extracting the world's origin from now on." Creator was also startled by these words. Could it be that he had gone to unnecessary lengths? That's right, as his own master. How could he not know how to extract the world's essence? They must have known that extracting the world's origin would be harmful to this world. After all, the abundance of the world's origin represents the strength of that world. If too much of the primordial power is extracted, this world will revert from the extraordinary era back to the mortal era. The origin of the world was formed by the gradual accumulation of the souls of countless beings who sacrificed themselves. This is the final contribution of the dead to this world. Just noticing the world tree as a bridge, it extracted 60% of the world's essence to help its master restore his soul power. This directly reduced the planet's strength by 60%. Fortunately, the creator was unaware that this world's world props, due to the causal relationship between the 5 elements, had been completely reshuffled. It directly altered the world's energy system, preventing the world's natives from utilizing 100% of the world's energy, or even 10% therefore. The weakening of energy this time was completely imperceptible to the people of this world. The only one who noticed was the elemental supreme heaven, who had just returned to the divine realm and realized that the energy of this world 557 was reduced by 60%. Fortunately, she has nothing to do with the elemental supreme heaven, since she can not only absorb elemental energy to become stronger, but also absorb hardcore elements to become stronger. If the energy level drops, we can simply stop absorbing energy. There are so many hardcore elements anyway. We can absorb them on our own. Moreover, the divine realm does not require such a massive amount of energy. The planet's energy actually only uses 5% of its elements. Even if 60% is lost, 35% is still circulating on the planet. And the natives of this world originally didn't even have 10% to use. Therefore, there is still 25% excess energy, which does not affect the normal operation of this world. The element also sensed the arrival of its elder sister, but it didn't know why its elder sister needed to absorb such a massive amount of energy. She didn't know what to say, as she also had her own tasks to complete. The creator was pondering all these questions. Did his master have another way to restore the power of the soul? Perhaps it really is true. It seems I was rash and unnecessary. Is my master warning me not to be so reckless in the future? It seems my master really likes this world, so I can't do anything reckless, knowing he had done wrong. The creator knelt on one knee and said, "I understand, master." King Z was astonished to see that such a terrifying creation had actually knelt down on one knee. Because the human king sensed that the supreme creator, heaven, possessed terrifying rules that were above his own. Although she is not as strong as me at the moment, she can grow endlessly. The most important thing is the rules that supersede mine. The human king was unaware that the eternal serpent ring she used was a world artifact from the supreme heaven of creation. Although she can use the power of the eternal serpent ring, it is never as powerful as the original. Lafan looked at the kneeling Chuangshi and helped her up. You don't need to kneel anymore. I don't like it, yes, Master Lafan. Looking at the millstone beside him, suddenly became interested and said, by the way, Momoga, the lives we summon can't farm each other's. And the human king is my NPC, so we can't farm him either. Why don't we try farming the monsters summoned by the supreme heaven and the demon god? Momoga shook his head and said, it probably won't work. They're in the same guild as us. Unless we're willing to leave the guild. Hearing Momoga's words, Lafan also came to his senses. Right, there was clearly an option to leave the guild. Leave the guild, that's fine too. I'll leave and we'll go back to farming. Momoga looked at the system page, which only showed the attribute page and the storage page, and shook his head saying, Noth system has been cancelled, and we can't leave the guild. Lafan looked at the system and sighed. Then let's give it a try. Genesis summoned 2 weaker seraphim. The creator nodded in agreement, and then 2 magic circles appeared in front of her, followed by 2 seraphim with 8 pairs of wings. This is the most ordinary seraphim, the flame seraphim. Momoga, you give it a try. After finishing speaking, Lafan also started chugging down magic potions, CFBG. Seeing that his magic power had recovered to over 5,000, Momoga raised his hand and used his most familiar 10th tier magic, Heart Mastery, in an instant. Its immense power instantly killed the 2 angels. My magic power increased by 100 points. Wow, that actually works. Momoga took a deep breath. Lefan, it's feasible. Hearing Momoga's words, Lafan smiled and then looked at Genesis. Try using the Death God's staff to kill a few elemental giants and see. Hearing Lafan's words, Chuangshi nodded and raised his hand to unleash a 10th tier martial skill. Martial God impact in an instant. The 5 elemental giants were blasted into dust. Feeling her increased power, Genesis said, Master, my attributes have increased because of Momoga's words. Lafan found a way to activate the cheat. You, King of Men, should give it a try too. Upon hearing this, the human king raised his hand and instantly killed several elemental giants. Husband, I don't have any buffs. Why don't you and Genesis summon each other and farm each other? Honey, there's no need for that. We'll keep getting stronger indefinitely, I understand. Honey, are you going to transform this world into the World Tree world? Hearing the king's words, Lafan asked with a puzzled look. The World Tree world, that's right. Every summoning will integrate the power of the World Tree into this world. Honey, your goal is to summon tens of millions of elemental giants. That amount is probably just enough to transform this world into the World Tree world. Holy crap, there's such a saying. I had no idea, thankfully. The human king knew otherwise. If too many summons had been made, altering the rules of this world, wouldn't enemies from outer space have come looking for them? It seems I can't summon it for now. Sorry, Momoga, I can't make you stronger. Also, let Genesis eat all these elemental giants. World Tree, let's just leave it as it is. Let's destroy the Demon Lord and the elemental giants in the creation realm. Hearing Lafan's words, the human king and the creator were also taken aback. Had they changed their minds so quickly, however? Wanting Lafan to be invincible, the 2 didn't say much. Then creation began to cleanse. Momoga chimed in, it's better to keep the original world. Let's just relax and enjoy ourselves. We won't need to summon anymore. And these magic potions are pretty useless anyway. But we can still keep them and drink them like water. Seeing Momoga's unceremoniously determined to take everything, Lafan shouted, hey, don't take it or leave some for me. It has to be said that because they were afraid of the airborne enemies in this world, the 2 missed the bug that allowed them to grow stronger without limit. If they weren't afraid of the airborne enemy, why would the 2 of them have retreated? They probably would have turned this world into the World Tree system. However, fearing the invisible enemy, the 2 chickened out and had to abandon this perpetual motion machine method of grinding, even though the invincible path was right in front of them. Oh, I forgot they're invincible in this world, no, never mind. After a heated argument, the two finally decided on the magic recovery potion, which cost 55 points in that short time. Genesis had already cleared out all the demon lords and elemental giants present, with a total of 9,000 elemental giants and over 1,000 demon lords, each providing 20 attack power. That's a total of 200. 0 attack power in that instant. This doesn't even mention attributes like speed, offense, or power. The power of the creation realm has now reached an absurd level. If they weren't all bound to Lefan would be terrified of them. With everything cleared up, we began to consider the next steps. Since summoning to accumulate power is no longer feasible, we need to start looking for the next method. Although the Supreme Heaven has human kings who can grow stronger indefinitely, Momoga and Leffen themselves need to kill a lot to become stronger. Killing is out of the question. They fear that such large-scale killing would be punished by the airborne enemies in outer space. After all, they considered it a colony in outer space. This is also a strange creation myth, as it did not clearly explain the information about the origin of the world, such as that the origin of the world was formed by the sacrifice of living beings. If they knew the other two, they probably wouldn't have been so hesitant. That's their problem. They think they're very smart and like to overthink things. If they were to lower their guard and inquire about the origins of the world, they would probably realize that there were no enemies in outer space. The problem facing Genesis now is quite troublesome, because she is too powerful. Moreover, her entire body was filled with the power of rules. Unlike the human king, whose eyes were the only ones filled with the power of rules. This means Lefan can't take her out to cause a ruckus. But she's so powerful. Does she really want to stay in this place? Unable to find a suitable answer after much thought, Lefan chose to ask directly, Genesis, what do you want to do next? Don't be afraid, just say it. The creator was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then closed his eyes and sensed everything in this world. He could feel the areas where the elements were located and also knew about the things in those areas. I want to create a new world, create a new world. Listen to what human language this is. It's as if you're some kind of creator god, creating worlds on a whim. Not letting her go doesn't seem like the right thing to do. But outer space is such a dangerous place. What if she encounters enemies? If she runs back, won't she get caught by the enemy? Never mind, let her go, she's so loyal to me. If she encounters a powerful enemy, she probably won't bring her back. Lefan thought for a moment and then suggested, okay, but you have to be careful. There are still many unknown things in this world. Yes, I will be careful, master, please rest assured. As for Lefan's words, Chuangshi thought he meant to tell himself to be careful not to change the rules of this world, and to keep the rules of this world. The master and servant were simply not on the same wavelength. In addition, both of them were extremely confident and intelligent, and they both mistakenly believed that they understood each other instantly. As Genesis left Momoga listening to Lefan's inner thoughts, couldn't help but complain. How could you just let her go like that? What if they encounter dangerous enemies? Are they trying to use her as a guinea pig? Having absorbed so many elemental giants, the creator's attributes were already terrifyingly powerful. Encountering enemies outside is also a good thing, as it allows us to assess the strength of the enemy in outer space, regardless of success or failure. Furthermore, it can allow Genesis to attract the attention of extraterrestrial enemies, buying us time. Hey bro, watching the creator depart, the human king calmly asked, husband, what do we do next? What for? Of course it's drinking and eating meat, like a salted fish every day. Oh, and there's also the war performance by Demiurge in 4 days. As he spoke, Lefan picked up Ren Wang and silently gestured for them to join the no. one private room for drinks. The three of them continued to be lazy and unambitious. Beyond the planet, Creator gazed upon the vast expanse of space, searching for a suitable place to establish a planet soon. The powerful force of rules found a special planet, and many dragons flew towards that planet. At the very front were 4 enormous dragons, followed by several smaller dragons. That planet it is. But I didn't expect the dragons in this world to like roaming the void. My master said we can't arbitrarily change the rules of this world. Oh well, let these little dragons go move. The Creator's figure disappeared. The next second she appeared on the vast Mars. This planet had no air, but that didn't matter. The power of creation was strong enough. Requesting flowers, 0. She felt the planet and pondered what kind of world she wanted to build. According to the master's wishes, there is no need to bring in the world tree system for the time being. In that case, let's establish a random system and let the world choose for itself. Once she had made up her mind, Genesis was surrounded by countless magic circles, and instantly a fierce flame erupted from her center. The enormous sea of fire expanded to a height of 10,000 meters and continued to surge towards all areas of the planet. The intense temperatures caused the planet's ice to instantly turn into massive amounts of steam. Steam kept pouring out. The first step in creation was to establish an atmosphere and cleanse the planet. The next step is to establish the oceanland and 2 levels of glaciers, followed by using wood-based magic to create forests and mountains. 0. Once the basic structure of a world is completed, then it's just a matter of waiting for the planet to slowly develop. As for the Creator himself, he will leave this planet and head to the sun to absorb the star's fiery elements. While we're at it, let's study the sun, using the power of rules to transform its rays into a line of sight, and observe a second planet suitable for establishing a world. All of these actions were so incredible that if Lafan and Jia knew, they would definitely complain, holy crap. You're a true creator god within the divine kingdom. The elements be the will of the invincible god, bestowed upon death and destiny the title of divine subjects, thus establishing 2 deities within the invincible divine kingdom. From now on, the orders of absolute death and certain death will also be divine pronouncements, and everyone except the invincible god must obey them. Ju Ming also arranged new identities for her 5 followers, the 5 holy maidens of the invincible divine kingdom, responsible for serving the elements. As for herself, she was fed up with being a pet and wanted freedom, so serving elements was out of the question. Although she couldn't leave the divine kingdom without the elements' command. It didn't matter, the divine kingdom was quite large, and she wanted to enjoy the feeling of freedom first. I'll go find my old underlings and give him a piece of my mind, letting him know he's nothing but an ant among ants, and then he'll praise my power. Although I am but an ant to my masters, I am invincible to everyone except them at this moment. Zetsume reverted to her Yandia demeanor, anticipating the sight of her underlings being awestruck by her powerful magic. A powerful surge of magical energy reverberated within the cathedral's conference hall. An hour ago, the invincible god announced that Ju Ming had become a god, and that moment was a time of great celebration for the wealthy. Upon becoming a god, Zetsu no Michi's first order was for all the holy scripture captains and all the high priests to gather in the conference room. During that hour, everyone used teleportation magic to return, and they are now all gathered in the huge conference hall. More than 80 people gathered here, and everyone was dumbfounded, because the terrifying magic power of absolute death and death was constantly surging in the air. Although everyone present possessed the skills or methods to explore magic, they did not use them, because of the terrifying magic power that could be seen with the naked eye. The sound of the air being constantly squeezed by the magic power, and even the fact that the entire building was being subjected to an impact it should not have been able to bear. All of this is enough to prove how terrifying this magic is. No one is foolish enough to use the 83 exploration magic to directly confront such magic. Because this is undoubtedly no different from self-harm. Seeing the speechless astonishment on her underlings' faces, Zeschi was extremely pleased. I have now become a god. And I have come here only to let you witness the power of a god. Everyone who heard Zetsu's boastful words looked on with longing. As everyone knows, I am the strongest. But I am actually a warrior. Magic is not my forte. After becoming a god, even my weakest magic is enough to destroy the world. Not to mention my full strength. Hearing Ju Ming's words, everyone once again cast envious glances at him. They were well aware of this blatant boasting and showing off of his strength. As long as you serve God's kingdom well, you will all have the opportunity to become gods. Strive hard, this is what I want to tell you at this meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately knelt down. Thank you for the guidance from the invincible God. We will pursue the invincible God for eternity. Zeschi felt the admiring envious and awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, and a sickly smile appeared on her cute little face. It's definitely my territory that's best. And my underlings are the best too. They're all waiting to cooperate with my showing off. After her boasting ended, Ju Ming was in a good mood and immediately ran away, planning to cause a ruckus in the streets. She wanted everyone in the entire divine kingdom to know that Ju Ming was invincible. I am not an ant. The elementalist naturally sensed Zetsu's actions. She secretly inquired, wondering what kind of grievance this child had suffered to warrant such a display of emotion. The elementalist was too lazy to care anyway. He could leave the affairs of the divine kingdom to Ju Ming from now on. And he should go to sleep. For the supreme elemental god, sleep is her happiest time. Yes, all 10 supreme heavens have flaws and are not perfect. The supreme being of creation is always restless, while the supreme being of elements loves to sleep. Of course, they were actually just using this so-called weakness to accumulate power more quickly. For example, once an element enters a sleep state, all the core elements of the world will automatically gather around her, making her stronger even faster. As for Genesis, she becomes stronger with each world she creates. So she can't stay idle. Haha, this is life, I love it. At this moment, deathly destiny, hovering above the cathedral, exuded terrifying magic as it flew slowly in the low sky. It sensed the kneeling posture of the people below. It was so incredibly satisfying. It's a pity that the master's orders were absolute peace and no trouble whatsoever. Otherwise, Ju Ming would have loved to personally go to the battlefield and slaughter those ants. Moreover, the entire divine kingdom is now under the control of Zetsume. Although she knows her master's orders, this Yandia Zetsume will still try every means to cause trouble. For example, killing that beastly elf king or something like that. The thought of the elf king's utter demise filled her with rage. Her eyes blazed with fury as she abruptly raised her hand, summoning a blood-red scythe. I can't tolerate this. I'll kill that beast. No, death alone is not enough. I want him to be tormented, just like he tormented my mother. And Zetsuki's pitiful face became increasingly comical and Yandia-like, showing that she was truly furious. But to do such a thing, one must ask permission from one's master. She immediately stopped her disruptive behavior and went to the area where the elements were resting. Lord Element, may I tell my master that I have an enemy and I want to take revenge? Go ahead and come back soon. You don't need to ask your master for such a small matter. Or is it that the other party is stronger than you? Upon hearing Element's words, Zeschi felt a pang of discomfort. But she couldn't show it and quickly said, no, Element. The other party is merely an ant among ants. I can do it all by myself. Go then, remember. The master's intention is for us not to provoke trouble. But he never said we can't retaliate. Since they are enemies, kill them. Don't ask me about these things again. As the elemental voice faded, Zetsu Shitsume's expression became even more yandere. She vanished into thin air in an instant. Within the divine realm, Zeschi didn't fly instead. He used teleportation magic in the blink of an eye. She arrived outside the gates of the divine kingdom. Zetsu no longer used teleportation magic. Her purpose this time was not only to punish that scumbag, but also to unleash her power. She landed abruptly on the ground, and all the clergy immediately knelt down upon seeing her. Greetings. Invincible God, no need for formalities. Just do your work well, and the kingdom of God will not let you down. With a final, desperate step, the small figure vanished from sight in an instant, and a huge cloud of dust erupted from the ground. It hopped and ran on the ground with all its might, its cute little legs constantly turning around in an instant. Its land-hopping speed exceeded Mach 3. The terrifying speed is still increasing, which represents the terrifying power of Zesai. Huge sandstorms kept erupting across the plain, and all living things were terrified as they watched the terrifying surge. Is this really the speed at which life can leap and bound? Moroverth's speed is still increasing. It seems that Mach 3 is not her limit. The kingdom of gods and the kingdom of elves were originally only a plane apart, although this plane was vast and hundreds of kilometers long. But at such terrifying speeds, hundreds of kilometers are no distance at all. As the speed reached Mach 5, Zeschi could feel the scorching heat in the air. Her entire body felt as if it were burning at thousands of degrees Celsius, forcing her to use magic to protect herself from the armor. Although her armor was a divine artifact, it couldn't withstand the speed of running on land exceeding Mach 5 too. 5. Keep in mind that this is running at Mach 5 on land, not flying at Mach 5 in the stratosphere. At such terrifying speeds, the powerful air resistance from the land is enough to completely crush a car into a pile of scrap metal. It is evident that Zeschi Zetsume is powerful, and as the magic power adheres to the clothes, Zeschi Zetsume's running speed is increased once again. Jushi is an existence that has lived for hundreds of years. In terms of energy control, he completely crushes Daudaugia and Leffen by several streets. After although they are very strong, they have only been playing games for 12 years. Without considering game skills and game control, they are just newbies. However, there's nothing they can do about it since they're gamers. Some of their skills have reached LV10, directly linked to a percentage of magic power, and they consume less magic power while being incredibly powerful. This is something that even if you die and spend hundreds of years, you might not be able to learn. You may be very talented, but I'm cheating. Boom, boom. Boom, a sound continued to travel through the forest. For Zeschi, the hundreds of kilometers of plains were nothing more than a matter of tens of seconds. In an instant, she teleported across the plains and stepped into the territory of the Elven Kingdom, which was a vast forest region. But this forested area did not stop her from running. On the contrary, she charged recklessly, knocking away anything that stood in her way. And their target is the Elven capital, which Ju Ming has been enduring for a long time. She had the power to kill the Elf King long ago, but fearing that the Council of Nations would cause trouble, she had no choice but to endure it. Then let the slain theocracy keep attacking the Elf Kingdom. As long as the Elf King is forced to join the war, I can join the battle and kill him instantly. But who knew the Elf Kingdom was so resilient, fighting for so many years without forcing out the Elf King? It's not that the Elven Kingdom is resilient rather. It's that the Elven King treats his subjects as if they don't exist. In recent years, which of the Elven Kingdom citizens hasn't been living in dire straits? 25. But what about the Elf King? He is still searching for excellent women to reproduce, seeking only one who can reach his level, the Elf King, an ancient monster who has lived for hundreds of years. has reached level 68 and is a terrifying being who can use 8th order magic. This is already a terrifying existence at the level of Nabe. Apart from a few exceptions, he can basically do whatever he wants in this world. He was also amazed by his own strength, which is why he wanted to pass on his bloodline. After trying the elves and finding that it didn't work, they tried the humans, demi-humans and orcs, and finally set their sights on the gods. Unfortunately, talent isn't something that can be passed down easily. Now, his daughter is determined to take revenge, even at the cost of her life. The terrifying forest bombardment had left the soldiers of the elves' second-largest fortress city in shock when, in the next second, they discovered a huge hole in the city wall. When he came to his senses, he could see ravines appearing in the forest dozens of kilometers away, as well as a huge sandstorm the next second. He looked along the city wall and gazed at the street behind him with a heavy heart. Sure enough, the streets were a mess. Many buildings around the huge ditch were destroyed, and the elves were blasted into pieces and sent flying dozens of meters away. The entire street was filled with dead and injured. Ju Ming was completely indifferent to the casualties in the elf kingdom. She was no saint in contrast. She was instilled with the supremacy of human rights from a young age and believed herself to be a pure human being. She even believes that there shouldn't be any races other than humans in this world. So this action was intentional. The city was vast, but Ju Ming was moving too fast. In less than 10 seconds had traversed the city. After she left, a massive sandstorm swept in from the other side of the forest. The terrifying sandstorm, combined with the massive airburst from the deadly impact, made the already unprepared city even worse off. Just by running for their lives, they were able to turn a large city of dozens of people into a living hell. Therefore, it is absolutely not a lie for Zesty to say that she now possesses the power to destroy the world. Ju Ming continued to run, completely ignoring everything else, aiming only at the capital of the elf kingdom. However, this destruction of the elves will make it difficult to establish the divine kingdom later. But Zetsu no Shi, these days, being treated as the king's pet as an aunt, and harboring a deep-seated hatred for his mother, all his grievances erupted in the elf kingdom. Blame your king for the crimes he committed. In the royal capital, the elf king was looking at an orc, the strongest orc princess in the orc kingdom, Balraz. A tiger with a human body. It might look unappetizing, but the elf king was a madman. He only wanted to pass on his bloodline. Whether the other party was human, dragon, beast, or whatever, it didn't matter. The Yandia personality of Zetsume is undeniably similar to that of her scumbag father. As long as she's the strongest, she doesn't care what anyone is. Of course, Zesty himself doesn't think so. Princess Balraz the Tiger Man was furious, but she was powerless to resist, because the price for the cooperation between the Elf Kingdom and the Beast Kingdom was her. She looked at the Elf King with displeasure. What can a toothpick as weak as you do? The Elf King looked at the strongest Tiger Man princess, who was 8 meters tall and whose arms were thicker than her body. There are many ways to pass on bloodlines. I even had the Flying Dragon Kingdom inherit its lineage, let alone you. It's a pity the Flying Dragons can't complete the inheritance. Only demi-humans and orcs and magical beasts seem to be different from us. The Elf King ignored it in his eyes. The enormous tiger woman before him was nothing more than a tool for passing on his bloodline. He had no feelings for her and naturally wouldn't care about such things. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind the Elf King. Before the Elf King could react, he was grabbed by a terrifying bloody hand. A few seconds later, a huge explosion came from behind. It was an airburst at this moment. Ju Ming controlled Blood Hand and looked at the giant tiger man. The Elf King and this beast, she smiled and said, "Oh, I didn't interrupt your good time, did you, Beast 27? Seeing Zetsume's absolutely Yandia appearance, The Elf King was stunned. He wanted to resist, but no matter what he did, he couldn't. He looked at the hell on earth behind the scenes of death and despair. The ravens, the sandstorm sand, the corpses of his people. Turned into pieces of flesh, you are the ultimate death. My bloodline finally. Finally a bloodline has surpassed me, release me. Join me in ruling this world. And let the world know that we elves are the strongest. Seeing the Yandia and Berserk Elf King, Zetsume felt disgusted. She suddenly controlled her blood hand to explode. And the Elf King felt a part of his body being blown apart. Despite the pain, he glared at Zetsuki with an exaggerated expression. Enough. I'm your father, without me you wouldn't exist. Don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'll strip you of all your power, making you a cripple. Then we'll throw you into a goblin tribe and make you a tool for the goblins to vent their frustrations. Don't worry, you won't die. I'll arrange for a clergyman to accompany you throughout the resurrection process. With each death and each resurrection, endure endless suffering, you beast, Zetsume. With a sickly expression, was saying something that sent chills down everyone's spine. It took Ju Si Ju Ming half a day to settle the Elf King's remaining chrysanthemums before returning to the Divine Kingdom. As for the tragic state of the Elf Kingdom, Ju Si Ju Ming paid no heed. The place had now become a living hell in just half a day. The sandstorm attack, coupled with the devastation caused by the death sweep, resulted in the deaths of thousands. This had a profound impact on the lives of hundreds of thousands of elves. And most importantly, the Elf King had disappeared. Don't think the elves are all fools. This is the guardian deity of the Elven Kingdom. Why did the Elf King act this way? Why couldn't he become king? That's because of his strength. As long as the Elf King is there, no other country in the world, except for the slain theocracy and the Council of Nations, would dare to attack the Elf Kingdom. Although many elves were captured and enslaved because of the slain theocracy, those captured elves were all peripheral elves, considered as pawns of the Elf Kingdom. The higher-ups in the Elf Kingdom wouldn't care about these pawns. The true elites reside in the capital of the Elven Kingdom. All the powerful and wealthy are there. As long as this area remains unaffected, the stability of the Elf Kingdom can be guaranteed. What does it matter if some bandits are sacrificed? Moreover, the Elf King was only focused on passing on his bloodline and rarely governed, which naturally pleased the elf nobles and high-ranking officials. But no, because of the Elf King, the Elf Kingdom is facing such a disaster, which is very distressing for them at this moment. In the conference hall of the Elf capital, all the elven nobles, princes and princesses had gathered. The Elf Prince, according to intelligence, the primary target of this attack was my father, and the attacker was my former sister from the slain theocracy, Zastri, who is also the strongest bloodline my father spoke of. Even the strongest bloodline couldn't become so terrifying. The only possibility is the divine grace of the invincible God upon the arrival of my sister. Hearing the eldest prince's words, Sevrione was surprised. Even so, can't mess with the invincible divine kingdom. The invincible divine kingdom won't help us outsiders get justice. Elf Duke, that's true. But the Elf Kingdom is now in such a state of ruin. And without the protection of the Elf King, it's practically impossible for the Elf Kingdom to survive. What if we relocate the entire nation to the vicinity of the God Kingdom? Elf Marquis, I think it's useless. The Kingdom of Gods has always prioritized human rights. Although this was caused by the Kingdom of Gods, we are not human. If the relocation of the entire country fails, our Elf Kingdom may really be destroyed. The eldest prince continued. Without the protection of the Elf King, coupled with this massive chasm and the dire state of our people, do you think we can defend ourselves against an invasion? As they spoke, Ivrione walked onto the balcony, looking at the enormous ravine that stretched from the divine realm to this side. There's no way to make up for the current situation. and there are still a large number of seriously injured Pokémon in the country that need to be saved. Unless the other side of the defense line is abandoned and all the soldiers are gathered together. It was obvious that everyone had their own ideas. The eldest prince wanted to use this method of relocating the entire country to selfishly seek an opportunity to join the divine kingdom. He didn't care about the people. The nobles clearly disagreed, but without the elf king, they were bound to be targeted by other powerful nations. And the pressure was immense. The elven marquis said, "I reject your argument." While the elven kingdom's strength does partly depend on the elven king, we are not weak ourselves in recent years. During our war with the slain theocracy, has the elven king ever intervened? Aren't we evenly matched with the slain theocracy's army? The eldest prince knew he had no real power and couldn't win the argument, so he had no choice but to let the matter drop. The nobles watched the departing princes and princesses, fully aware of their thoughts, to join the divine kingdom at the cost of their race. But the risk is too great. What if the divine kingdom acts irrationally and really starts a massacre? However, it's still acceptable for Gu Yong to send a small number of elves to protest in the invincible divine kingdom, since the lives of ordinary people are not important. It sounds cruel, but that's the reality. Because the elf kingdom is a closed country, such a huge event has occurred, and the surrounding countries are still unaware of it. The elf kingdom could use this to repair its defenses. The princes and princesses have no power in the elf kingdom because the elf king is a ruler who believes in the supremacy of the strong. In his eyes, only the strong deserve the power of the strong. Unless the elf king's children possess power surpassing that of the current political parties, they cannot be given real authority, unfortunately. His children were all too weak, which is why he kept searching for a stronger partner to carry on the next generation. Therefore, princes and princesses are considered the least valuable by the nobles of the elf kingdom. Because there are simply too many of them, the eldest prince, acting as the representative, led the other princes and princesses away from the elf kingdom overnight, heading towards the god kingdom. It has to be said that they really are daydreaming, you know. What Zeshi Zetsume hates most is her background. Now these brainless people are even using family connections to join the kingdom of God. The matter of the elf kingdom has come to a temporary end, as many enemies have recently appeared around various countries. Since the divine kingdom has shown an attitude of treating everyone equally, the various beastman kingdoms and demi-human kingdoms finally couldn't help but take action against the human kingdoms. The first to suffer would naturally be the kingdom. After all, the vast land of the continent in the power of influence, without a sufficiently powerful individual, is simply a huge pie. After the digging orcs ruthlessly exterminated the dwarf race, the surrounding cannibal tribes and goblin tribes all suffered. They even set their sights on the lizardmen tribe that occupied the vast lakes. This morning, the lizardmen tribe was engaged in battle against an army of 5,000 undead skeletons. Although they didn't know where the undead army came from, the burrowing orcs didn't care, because the lizardman tribe raises a lot of fish. This can completely solve the tribe's food problem. As for the dragons on the snowy mountains and the western night elf cities, the digging orcs are not strong enough to launch an attack on them, Norma. However, once the lizardman tribe is subdued, the earth-digging orcs will set their sights on the kingdom. So the kingdom is still in danger. All of the digging orcs' activities were under Aura's observation. These earth-digging orcs actually dared to target us lizardmen, and Aura immediately informed Demiurge. Demiurge had originally intended to invite Lord Momoga and Lord Leffen to watch the war that morning, but neither of the two officials was available, and since the war invitations had already been sent out, they couldn't just do it anyway. So they decided to use 5,000 skeleton soldiers and have Cocytus command them. Anyway, Cocytus's mind is trustworthy and, as expected, a complete defeat. But it was a good thing that the 5,000 useless skeleton soldiers made Cocytus realize his shortcomings. Cocytus is a member of our great tomb, so his performance mistake has little impact. But you bunch of burrowing orcs dare to mess with our performance, which we prepared specifically for the Supreme Being. The burrowing orcs had no idea how dangerous their actions were. In the area near the mountains of the Lizardman tribe, more than 5,000 earth-digging orcs emerged from the soil. However, they all stopped moving the instant they emerged, because in front of them appeared a cute little girl with silver hair wearing a red Lolita dress. The lowly stared intently at the digging orc army before her with her wine-red eyes. The little girl said with a haughty expression, "Are you the ones who want to ruin our carefully prepared performance?" All the earth-digging beastmen present were stunned by the lowly's words. What made this little girl so brave? To stand against her own army of thousands with a mere mortal body. At this moment a digging orc was drooling greedily after. Different races have different aesthetics to them. The little girl in front of them was a delicious meal, hairy and odorless. "This is delicious food." So one of the digging king orcs flew out immediately. Sholtia was also displeased to see the burrowing orc rushing towards her. She suddenly swung her hand and slapped it with all her might, instantly turning the burrowing orc into mincemeat. "I was planning to have some fun with you all, but it seems pointless now, you can all just die," Sholtia said as she donned her full armor, and then began a slaughter that was a foregone conclusion. These burrowing orcs were probably a formidable force to the human army, but to Sholtia they were nothing but ants, the kind she could kill as many as she wanted. Demiurge did not stop Sholtia's slaughter, but instead turned his attention back to the Lizardman tribe. To achieve victory against a stronger opponent, many factors need to be considered: favorable timing, advantageous location, and harmonious relationships. The fortresses built around the Lizardman tribes currently form a perfect geographical advantage, further enhanced by the fact that the fortresses are surrounded by lakes. Using ice magic can instantly tie down our army. This is the opportune moment. Not to mention that many creatures in their tribe possess innate supernatural abilities. This is the power of humankind. Our skeleton soldiers have no special abilities, and given that we outnumber them, our overall strength is weaker. The only tactic that can be used is to lure the enemy away from their stronghold. Perhaps the burrowing tactic used by the Lizardmen tribe is a pretty good one. Demiurge's idea was good, but he also knew that when an individual becomes strong enough, no amount of CFBC can compensate for it in the morning. Through the battle, we can see that there is such a powerful Lizardman, and all the skeleton soldiers have a hard time damaging him in close combat. Therefore, tactics must use bows and arrows, and they must be fired from both the rear and the front simultaneously. Otherwise, a single shot will be dodged. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Sholtia had slaughtered 15,000 soldiers. Covered in blood, she wore a sickly smile. That's how I contributed to this performance. If Lady Momoga is pleased and rewards me, I can be with Lady Momoga again within the royal capital." As the surrounding orc tribes and demi-human kingdoms continued to approach the kingdom, members of the 6 major noble families also gathered in the capital. This time the problem is extremely serious. Unlike previous battles between humans, where losing meant simply replacing the old species with a new one. But the people would still exist this time. All the enemies are different race, and if we lose, all of humanity may die. Therefore, the corrupt nobles no longer obstruct this war. The new king listened to the opinions raised by the nobles in the council hall, and various policies were put forward, including military troop adjustments, nationwide conscription, and noble donations. This excited the new king like never before. But despite the good intentions, it was the common people who ultimately suffered. The meeting lasted 3 hours and finally set a policy: first, to recruit soldiers from the countryside, and then to collect grain in advance for the war effort. Then money was collected from merchants to recruit soldiers. And finally nobles donated money and goods. Although all the nobles are willing to contribute money, their contribution must be the largest. Once the first two policies are implemented, the kingdom will make up for any shortfalls. Although it was a life-or-death moment, nobles are still nobles, and they didn't forget to first fleece the common people. But for the new king, as long as the nobles are willing to pay, this is a very good situation. While everyone in the kingdom was satisfied with this policy, a blond man slowly entered the meeting hall. He was Azith, the younger brother of Elbeen Drew Ainz, one of the 6 noble clans. He walked into the conference room with a nonchalant air. I was wondering why I wasn't told about such a big meeting. The new kingdom, displeased by the visitor's frivolous demeanor, said, Azith, you've finally decided to come back. Azith smiled as he looked at the new king. Oh, isn't this my old sidekick? He's actually become king now. Is this Lord Azith a member of the Crimson Dewdrop, the kingdom's first adamantite adventurer team? I heard that the Crimson Dewdrop adventure team has all retired. But considering he's only in his 40s and a member of one of the 6 noble families, how about making him the new warrior captain? However, speaking of steel-class adventure teams, there's still no news about the Blue Rose team. And the Earthling team isn't an ordinary team either. They don't accept commissions from the Adventurers Guild. Azith, listening to the words of the minor nobles, asked curiously, Oh, there are adventurers who don't accept commissions from the Adventurers Guild. Are they really adventurers? You're back this time. Brother hopes to help protect the kingdom. The kingdom is in a very bad situation right now. With Fruda still around in the empire, no one dares to act recklessly. Our kingdom's warrior captain is also crippled, with the disappearance of the Blue Rose and the Earthling team refusing the mission. While the manpower was sufficient, the lack of high-end combat strength was a concern. Looking at the middle-aged man, Aziz nodded. Don't worry. Brother, I came back for this very reason. I want these beastmen and demi-humans to know that even without the protection of the slain theocracy, we humans are still the masters of this world. Hearing Aziz's words, Savrione present felt relieved. After all, no noble present was unaware of Aziz's power. This is the kingdom's first stale-level adventure team, the adventure team of the 13 heroes, and the adventure team of the kingdom's first ruler. It's worth noting that warrior captain Gazef's mentor was also in this adventure team, so his strength is definitely worth waking up to. After discussing with everyone for another 10 minutes, Aziz left wanting to invite the Earthling team to join. Based on what the nobles were saying, he was certain that this squad was definitely formed by players. And since they are all human players, it's only right that they help the human realm. Lefan and Momoga were unaware that someone was looking for them. They continued drinking and eating meat as usual. The human king also enjoyed this kind of life, but she was very curious about what Genesis did after he left. In fact, the mayor of Yelantal Fortress, the head of the Adventurers Guild, and the head of the Magic Guild had all approached them, but they refused. Then when I tried to find them a second time, I couldn't find them no matter how hard I looked. The kingdom's current situation and humanity's current situation are both very precarious. It seems that because only 2 people from the human race successfully qualified in the last assessment, the Divine Kingdom completely lost its goodwill towards the human race. But there's nothing that can be done about it. Although everyone knows that the slain theocracy is the protector of mankind, it's too far removed from them. Moreover, those who used to believe in the slain church have all gone to the slain church, and those who are still outside the church today don't have much faith. Searching from the outside is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Although the slain theocracy has now become an invincible divine kingdom, and lifespan can be extended and strength enhanced within the invincible divine kingdom, before knowing that eternal life is possible, No one would consider the kingdom of God as their entire faith. Now that I know I can achieve immortality, I'll definitely work myself to the bone to pass the math section of the next test. Several hours after leaving the capital, Azith was now wearing the World Tree's unique beginner armor. This armor possesses powerful attack and strength at level 80, and can store level 10 magic. This is an extremely overpowered piece of equipment. With this equipment, Aziz can basically bluff anyone except for those at the Platinum Dragon King level. He then landed on the Adventurers Guild building and deactivated his armor. He went straight into the Adventurers Guild, where the guild master, upon seeing Azith's arrival, immediately greeted him respectfully. "Lord Azith, you've arrived," Aziz also stated bluntly. "Where is the Earthling Adventure team? I'm here to invite them to help protect humanity." "Well, I'm sorry, they don't know where they're going. We've already searched the whole city, and their team is very strange." Listening to the Adventurers Guild master's words, Aziz asked curiously what's so strange about it. Their squad's classes are Warrior, Archmage, and Farmer. The classes are all right, but their names are Josh and Wudi and even Renwang. Hearing Zyrokian's astonishment, Aziz took a deep breath in surprise. "Human King. Invincible, arrogant, heaven, what arrogance. It's not a matter of tone. Their strength truly deserves that title. Lord Yoshin is the strongest warrior I've ever seen. He can unleash sword energy simply by swinging his blade. I haven't seen Lord Invincible's magic, but we all witnessed him easily kill a hero-level being with magic, without even using spells. Her Majesty the Human King. She is a being whose name truly reflects her character. Everyone who sees her for the first time feels as if she were the ancestor of humankind, the king of all mankind." Hearing the Adventurers Guild master's words, Aziz frowned. "The true king of men. What about the other two members, Lady Hizzy and Lady Nabe? They are both very powerful. Lady Nabe is said to be a divine mage who can use 8th order magic, but they seem to be servants in front of the three of them, inferior to them. So I thought they were actually the female servants of the giants. 8th tier magic, does it not rely on magical items?" "No, we witnessed 8th tier magic used barehanded." Aziz took a deep breath. "It seems so. No, we have to win them over. We can't let them go astray." As a descendant of the 13 heroes, Aziz had a close relationship with the Platinum Dragon King and the Necromancer, and naturally knew about the calamity that occurred every 100 years. Players arrive every 100 years, and the world's future depends entirely on whether they are righteous or evil. If the player chooses evil, calamity will befall the world, and all living beings will be plunged into misery. If players choose justice, they can protect one side, such as the 6 gods or the 13 heroes. Now that he knew how powerful they were, Azith no longer cared about the fighting strength of the humans and orcs. If you can flatter the top players, you might be able to get a set like that, just like your own grandfather. Requesting flowers, 09970-1325 Feilu, 112,481,461. No, that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that I absolutely cannot be on the opposite side from them. He went to see the Platinum Dragon King a few days ago, but the Platinum Dragon King had disappeared. Aziz knew the seriousness of the situation, because the strongest and most arrogant player, Lefan, the invincible god, has truly descended. Fortunately, the invincible god doesn't want to concern himself with this world. He only wants to create his own sanctuary. Otherwise, no one in the world can stand against him. Although seeking help from the invincible god would be a better approach. According to players, the invincible god is the most arrogant being. It's impossible to believe what people say. And judging from the policies of the invincible god kingdom, the invincible god intends to treat everyone equally. Whether you're human, beast, manner, demi-human, whatever your background or anything else, you can fight all you want. Whoever unifies the world is none of my business. This policy is extremely unfriendly to humans in the past. Humans were only able to live in Middle-earth because of the protection of the slain theocracy. But now that the Divine Kingdom and the Council are no longer involved, this Middle-earth continent will become the site of war for the whole world. And all nations will want to seize this October territory. Azith originally believed that his armor could completely defend the human kingdom. But now 5 players besides the invincible god have appeared. There might be other players who have traveled through time. But based on what he knows so far, he doesn't plan to look for any more. He planned to stay in Yelantal and wait for the Earthling adventure team to return. Of course, people need to have fun while they're here. And since the Adventurers Guild leader is a sensible person, the conditions for nightly revelry can certainly be met. With the powerful Azith in the city of Yelantal, the Adventurers Guild master felt much more at ease. The mountainous region not far from Yelantir is a paradise for monsters. Orcsan demi-humans if they choose to attack. Then Arantir will be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. And the Elven Kingdom is also eyeing them covetously. But they don't know that the Elven Kingdom is currently in dire straits. So how could they possibly invade them? So that's how it is. This is the energy inside the sun. It's incredibly powerful, using the elemental rules. I'm growing at an astonishing speed. Should I now be able to use the rules that govern the entire Martian world? Even if I complete Mars's evolution, it will still take at least several hundred years for life to emerge. Should we try to change the rules of time, however, it is difficult to achieve a field of vision using light within the core of the sun. The current properties are still insufficient. It is estimated that it will be about the right time in about a month. Then let's start with Mars and see what a naturally growing world would be like under accelerated rules. As the thought settled, the creation at the center of the sun vanished, and the next second it appeared in the region of Mars. 847 then used her immense power of rules to surround the entire Mars, and then activated time acceleration. The timeline has been adjusted to reflect the Martian ecosystem 10,0 years from now as time warped. The world flickered constantly, and everything on Mars changed. All sorts of life forms appeared here, dragon selfish humans, beasts demi-human and all kinds of other beings. However, they are still in a primitive state. They have just established their own civilizations, but all of them have remained in the Stone Age. Looking at this world, dragons and elves are the absolute rulers, one relying on their innate terrifying power and long lifespan. One relies on an innate mastery of magic, of course. The spirits of this world are not the spirits of the original planet. The spirits of this world are truly spirits. In the purest elemental state, moreover, elemental spirits naturally favor intelligent life forms, and humans also revere elemental spirits as gods. In this world, the 2 absolute ruling powers have become gods and demons. The elves protect humans, while the dragons have no one to protect and often cause trouble. Because of the protection of the elves, and the powerful reproductive ability of humans, the human race has become increasingly powerful. Sensing everything about this world, the Creator stroked his chin. This world is different from the world of the World Tree. Are dragons and elves the ones who dominate everything here? If it's the World Tree, then the World Tree is the highest, followed by gods, demonstragans, elements, and so on. But that makes sense since this is the world I created. And demons are things I had, so they won't appear. That's quite reasonable. It's strange that the power of this world is stronger than that of the world where the Master lived. And the time rules have accelerated, as if the entire Mars and future timelines have been replaced. Which is really interesting. Let's do another experiment, by the way. Those little dragons seem to be after this planet. Their arrival will probably make this planet more interesting. Never mind them. Genesis was very satisfied with this experiment. Although she had created countless worlds in her memory, Those worlds were born under the rules of the world tree, completely different from the rules of this world, although it is also a creation method using the power of the world tree. The world will become completely different. This made the creator curious about even more distant times and spaces. She is no longer interested in the sun. Although she can continue to absorb the sun, there are no more suitable planets to create in the solar system. The creation of other planets requires the use of power for protection, and the situation of natural development is impossible. Creation can leave at will, as if this planet and this world were never created. He's practically a living saint creating a planet, leaving no name and quietly disappearing. The creator was unaware that because she created this world, it would inspire Momoga and Leffen to have the courage to explore it in the future. He imagined a terrifying enemy again, and thus retreated back to the primal world. In the primitive world, Leffen drank 300 tons of magic beer and was satisfied and finally went to rest while holding the human king. Momoga also felt drunk for the first time. After drinking for a whole day, she was indeed drunk. Even if he forced himself to stay awake, this magical beer was terrifying. It could ignore any resistance, after all. Something that can be used to trick world bosses is inherently a bug. It could be considered one of the bugs in the world tree. Momoga returned to his room drunk and enjoyed his first sleep since coming to this world. Because the three of them were drinking so much, they didn't notice that Mars in space flickered tens of millions of times when it used the rules of spacetime during creation. If they knew, they'd probably be yelling, "Holy crap!" The 4 dragon emperors who were heading to Mars were terrified. But the powerful primordial energy emanating from Mars made them want to go. The thought of how they had escaped the primitive world and traveled so desperately through the void for so long was unbearable. So they gritted their teeth and flew towards Mars. Within the divine realm, Zeschi stared intently at the sky, astonished by the shimmering of a planet in the night sky. Originally, she was happy after unleashing and releasing her power, but seeing the extremely distant planets in space constantly flashing, she couldn't feel happy anymore. How many monsters are there in this world? Why would such a monster exist? Flashing countless times within a few dozen seconds. Even with her immense strength, she could only see it flash 10,000 times per second. But Zeschi knew it was definitely more than 10,000 times. It was just that she was too weak to see through it too. So she wanted to cry again. Why is it always like this? I just showed off, and you guys have to be so cruel to me. She ran back to her room sobbing uncontrollably, and collapsed onto the bed with a loud wail. Her pitiful appearance was heartbreaking to see. Thankfully, people in Daxia don't know. Otherwise, they'd probably be thinking, "Holy crap. Our big sister that ruthlessly Yandia is actually crying like a little lowly." What happened tonight is unseen by ordinary people, and those who do see it have their own things to do, naturally. We treated tonight's events as if nothing had happened, and even the most desperate and tearful would never speak of this world. She believed she could see it all, and those more powerful than herself noticed it even more. The night was not yet over in Momoga's room. Sholtia arrived at this moment, and because of her drunken state, Momoga's calming effect was completely lost. All the expected reactions were present. Even the bones reacted. This sparked a frenzy among Sholtias, and so, without realizing it, Momoga's graduation arrived. Sholtia is quite crazy though, she even plays with bones. Sholtia achieved the happiness she had always dreamed of. But Albedo could not. Because Leffen was holding the human king, she had no way to get to him and could only feel envy, jealousy, and hatred. The next morning, Momoga slowly got up. He looked at his skeleton covered in blood and was filled with panic. What's going on? Did I get drunk last night and kill the maid inside the great tomb? No, this shouldn't be happening. Even if I were completely out of my mind, I would never do such a thing. Momoga kept chanting to herself. And then she heard the sound of water being flushed in the room. "Zai Zai, are you there?" A silver-haired lowly suddenly rushed out. "Our Lady Momoga. Are we husband and wife from now on?" Hearing Sholtia's words, Momoga frowned. "No way. I lost. Am I going to have Lafan as my father-in-law in the future?" No way, I didn't lose. This was Sholtia's sneak attack. "No, I don't know anything about it." Momoga looked at Sholtia with displeasure and said, "Do you know what you're doing?" "Lord Momoga, I'm sorry, but I just couldn't hold back." Looking at Sholtia kneeling on the ground with a look of remorse, Momoga remembered Sholtia's character design. And he suddenly had a headache. "Forget it. You can't tell anyone about what happened last night." "Understand, Lord Momoga, why?" Seeing Sholtia's curious expression, Momoga felt a stomachache and then awkwardly said, "Be good." Yes, Sholtia will obey Lord Momoga's every word. Lord Momoga is my everything. Looking at Sholtia, Momoga remembered a setting and said, "By the way, can I have children?" It seems impossible." "No, Lady Momoga, don't be sad. We are all eternal beings and don't need offspring. If you really want offspring, Lady Momoga, then I will be your daughter." Ha, that's great. Watching Sholtia, who was becoming increasingly yandia, constantly exhaling hot breath, Momoga felt a chill run down his spine. He knew he shouldn't talk to such an abnormal person. Momoga dismissed Sholtia and reflected on the feeling of sleep. For someone who could never sleep, sleep was also a kind of happiness. After checking the time, Momoga realized that she had actually slept for 10 hours. This magic beer really is something else, however. Seeing those dozens of kilograms of blood, Momoga felt a chill run down his spine. He wondered what Gentia had been doing while he was asleep. Why hasn't Momoga come out yet? I'm already awake, but he's still not awake. Should we break down the door and check on him? Just then, Momogoho was watching Sholtia tidy up. Suddenly heard Yuzuru's inner thoughts. He panicked immediately. He absolutely couldn't let Lafan find out, or he'd be his son-in-law. I also need to help Albedo achieve her dream as soon as possible. Only then can I avoid embarrassment. You want to be my father-in-law, and I'm your father-in-law too. We can just mess with each other. Calm down, don't rush. First wash off the blood, then put on your armor, and then go with Lafan to the human city to eat, drink, and have fun. Anyway, this lazy bum just loves to eat, drink, and have fun. Having thought everything through, Momoga quickly used magic to clean up the bloodstains, then changed into his armor. Looking at Sholtia, who was still diligently cleaning the room, said, "I'm leaving. This is your room from now on. Take good care of it, understand?" Sholtia said with a sickly sweet expression, "Yes, Daddy. I'm so happy. Don't call me Dad, I'm leaving." Seeing Sholtia's sickly appearance, Momoga was scared and decided to leave first. As Momoga disappeared, Sholtia once again fell into a yandia state. Lafan was just about to knock on the door and take Momoga to the city to play. Momoga appeared behind him. "Let's go. Let's go play in the city." The human king looked at Momoga with curiosity. "Brother-in-law, why do I feel like you're acting a little different today?" Hearing the king's words, Momoga quickly said, "Ahem. Sister-in-law, last night was the first time I slept, so it's normal that I felt a little different." Hearing this, the king said worriedly, "How pitiful. You don't even have the ability to sleep. Should your sister-in-law help you change your race?" Momoga hurriedly waved his hand and said in a fluster, "Ahem. No need, I think it's fine as it is now. And since I've changed my race, my current bugs no longer exist, okay? If you want things to change, feel free to talk to your sister-in-law anytime." The king of men completely treated Momoga as his brother-in-law, and Lafan was used to their conversations. It's a pity that Momoga refused the human king's help, but thinking about it, it makes sense. He refused a job change that would have kept him stronger than he is now, let alone starting from scratch. Besides, This world doesn't have a world tree player system, so there's no way to learn super tier magic. Off I go, off to play in the human city. I miss the taste of those coarse grain noodles. Hearing Lafan's thoughts and La 953's words, Momogia also had a header, but he quickly said, "Let's go." Zizi and Nabe didn't come this time. Not because they didn't want to. Rather, Lafan didn't want them to come along. How to put it? It was good that they came along, but he felt a little uncomfortable. Now that a king is following him, the guardians of the Great Tomb can't say anything. In addition, the King of Men believed that Lafan was everything and that nothing could restrain him. So every decision was made by Lafan himself. The three arrived in Yelantal, where they were soon surrounded by a large group of people. "Finally, you've appeared. Lord Leshan, Lord Invincible, Lord Human King. The kingdom is in peril, the human race is in peril. We hope you can intervene and plead for mercy." An old man knelt down as he spoke, holding a coin in his hands. It might not be much, but it was the limit of what he could give. Many others also knelt down to beg Lafan. Displeased by the scene, he thought to himself, "Damn it. What does this have to do with me? In a couple of days, the Empire will announce the establishment of the Ainz Ooal Gown kingdom. If you're afraid of dying, just join. If you don't want to join, then go die. I'm not going to save you." Listening to Lafan's cold-blooded rant, Momoga didn't think it was too much, after all. His sin value was -500, and it was already merciful that Lafan hadn't killed these ants who were surrounding him. Looking at the kneeling old man in front of him, Lafan had no interest and simply walked around him, not even wanting to pay him any attention. Lafan's performance surprised the old man who, as a professional actor, had never encountered such a situation before. Was my acting not good enough? Or do they already know that we are actors hired by His Majesty the Duke? In fact, there are thousands of actors throughout the city of Yelantal. Which was the Duke's intention? While there's a success rate to asking Earthling adventure teams for help using normal methods, it's not enough to be on the safe side. He invited top actors from all over the country, just to stage a tragic scene. Let the Earthling team, driven by compassion, help the kingdom and its people. Unfortunately, they didn't know that one member of the Earthling team had a justice value of -500, another -1000, and the Human King completely regarded them as ants, making it even less likely that he would offer any help. So even if it were real, let alone fake, they wouldn't take action unless the enemy invaded the city of Yelantal the next second while they were eating. They might clean up the bugs. Otherwise, don't expect them to do anything. Watching Momogelfen and the others leave, the old man kneeling on the ground was stunned. His tearful eyes wide open the next second. He came to his senses and cried out again, "Please, I beg you. The Orc tribe has already begun its attack. We are not from the city of Yelantal. We are from the surrounding rural areas. Our village will be the first to suffer. Please, this is all the funds our village has." The old man's desperate cries did not stop Lafan and the others from continuing to leave. At this point, some passers-by couldn't stand it anymore and had to admit that humans are just that kind of creature. "How could you do this? You're all adventurers, what's wrong with helping him? If he doesn't have enough money, you could have said so, and we could have thought of a solution. What makes you so cold-hearted? You can remain unmoved even when an elderly person kneels down and begs you." "Yes, that's too much. Don't worry, old man, where is your village? Our Vision Adventure team will take over. Why didn't the Earthling Adventure team accept the invitation? I heard that the mayor personally invited them to help the country defend against alien races. But they refused. If I had such power, I would love to protect my country and become a great hero." "You can't say that. They become adventurers just for money. And this isn't their country. Maybe they're afraid they can't defeat the alien race. Before the words had even finished, the speaker exploded and died. The human king calmly surveyed his surroundings, and, "Say another word and I'll annihilate this entire nation." Those words screaming a terrifying majesty and that surging, terrifying magical power enveloped the entire kingdom. Everyone in the kingdom was forced to their knees by the terrifying magic, and everyone could hear the king's words. This time the king was truly enraged. "These ants dared to speak ill of my husband to my face. If she hadn't actually destroyed the country and left her husband with nowhere to eat, drink and have fun, she probably would have already started acting right now. Because the Great Tomb has special protection, there was no impact inside the Great Tomb. But outside the Great Tomb, Demiurge and the others felt a tremendous magical pressure, as well as a majestic voice. Demiurge unconsciously looked up at the sky, which seemed to be shrouded in endless magic. Is that the king's voice? He excitedly crossed his arms. Ah, is this the power of the human king created by Lord Lefan? Just how powerful is Lord Lefan? Perhaps he could destroy an entire planet, an entire world, in an instant as expected. This world is merely a world created by the supreme beings, and its main purpose is to test us subordinates. We need to step up our efforts. Otherwise, if someone foolishly offends the supreme being and the human king really destroys this planet, that would be a real problem. This meant that the plan, which originally required 2 or 3 years of preparation, needed to be implemented ahead of schedule. Demiurge no longer had the leisurely pace of the original story. After all, the original story shows that even after 3 years of hard work, they still couldn't conquer Middle-earth, which is indeed embarrassing. Under the overwhelming pressure, Princess Nara of the capital knelt with a sickly, delicate expression. What kind of power was this? If I received such power, could I achieve immortality? If Cram also gains immortality, then can I achieve eternal happiness at this moment? She could no longer suppress her inner thoughts. The previous failure of the invincible divine kingdom made her realize that there was no chance, because Clem and he could never get past that hurdle. But now a new powerful figure has appeared, and perhaps there really is a chance. Seeing that the king was angry, Lefan hugged her tightly and said, "Let's go home. After all this, we are not in the mood for eating, drinking, or having fun." Momoga looked at the two and said, "Perhaps we can eat freely in the divine kingdom." Lefan thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Good idea. Shall we go take a look over there?" Momoga smiled. "Shall we go walk?" The three of them vanished into thin air. In an instant, the magic that had suppressed the entire kingdom disappeared. All the lives that had knelt down stood up, and those closest to Lefan were too frightened to stand. What was that oppressive feeling just now? I'm a bronze-level adventurer, yet I was forced to kneel under their wires without any strength to defend myself, and I couldn't even speak or beg for mercy. My God, are they gods? We've been fighting against gods all this time. This must all be fake. Maybe only we are affected. Hey, stop fooling yourselves. Look at the people at the end of the street. They're so scared they can't even stand up. This is no joke. They made everyone on the street kneel down. That's incredible power, but why are they so powerful? Yet they don't help the kingdom and humanity. Perhaps they really are gods. Which is why Zhao Hao doesn't intend to help humans. Powerful adventurers were exchanging words, while the ordinary people were too frightened to speak. Inside the Adventurers Guild's special room, Azith looked at the two women beside him with an embarrassed expression. He had just led them both to kneel down. And those terrifying words, could they be the intimidation of an invincible god? He couldn't carve that many right now, so he quickly changed into his beginner's armor. He then leaped out of the window and looked down from the sky at the entire city of Yelantal, where everyone was slumped on the ground. He realized the gravity of the situation. What started as a conflict between powerful individuals targeting their side has now affected the entire population of Urantia. The difference between the Adventurers Guild and Urantia is so vast that they're not even in the same league. If Azith knew that it wasn't just Urantia, but the entire kingdom itself that was enveloped in magic, what would he think? As the magic that had suppressed the kingdom vanished, the entire kingdom was plunged into unprecedented fear. Because this magic also carries the phrase, "Destroy the kingdom." Everyone in the kingdom was baffled, who had offended such a terrifying being. Could this terrifying being be an invincible god? Or are people from some kingdoms speaking ill of the invincible god? The truth will only come out a few days later when news from Yelantia spreads. The nobleman's use of a self-inflicted injury ruse and the adventurer's sarcastic tone were destined to be condemned by the entire nation. As for that adventurer who was instantly killed, who cares? Azith, wearing novice armor, kept asking questions in Yelantal. Upon learning the result, he instantly flew into a rage. "You bunch of bastards." The terrifying beginner armor boasts attack and defense power of around level 80. And these ants were instantly blasted away by Aziz. Seeing the enraged Azith, everyone was at a loss. They knew the Earthling team was strong, but no one expected someone to be like a god. If they had known of such a powerful being, they would have protected it like a treasure long ago. Only when the Mayeth Adventurers Guild Master and the Magic Guild Master arrived did Aziz finally calm his 400-point rage. But all the adventurers present, as well as those actors who were putting on a show of suffering, were severely injured. It was already merciful of Aziz not to kill him. Aziz had finally found an opportunity to be a sycophant. Maybe with a little more effort, I can get another set of this equipment, or even equipment that's even more powerful than this one. As a result, this opportunity was snatched away by those bastards. And now they've gone to the invincible divine kingdom, which they can't get into at all. Aziz knew who he was. He was absolutely not someone who could enter the invincible god kingdom. And now he was very angry, but getting angry won't help. All they can do is spread the word and warn the people of the kingdom to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, they might be wiped out without even knowing it. The meeting that just ended in the capital yesterday is being held again today. The magical suppression incident that occurred at noon forced them to hold this meeting. After an hour's flight, Aziz returned to the capital, where he had initiated the meeting. Seeing that all the nobles were present, Aziz began to make a proposal. The first move caused all the nobles to abandon their self-inflicted suffering scheme. Secondly, all nobles must contribute money. It's not a matter of waiting until the people have paid before they replenish the funds. Thirdly, and most importantly, Aziz will not participate in ordinary battles. He will only eliminate the enemy's high-end combat forces. The nobles were all completely baffled by Azith's sudden change of heart. The new kingdom fully supports Azith's ideas. And now that Azith is on their side, the various nobles have no choice but to compromise. The reason was simple: the kingdom lacked a strong military force. And the 6 noble families each took the lead in donating 1,000 gold coins. Other minor nobles either have 500 or a public shield. With a large reserve of gold coins, the kingdom can now recruit soldiers on a larger scale. As for the Earthling team's issue, it could only be left unresolved. All the nobles knew about this incident the moment Aziz sent back the message. The Earthlings are like goods, practically invincible. So trying to recruit them into the battle is simply impossible. In the study of a luxurious villa on the outskirts of the capital, Sebastian and Solius were waiting, because in the morning they were subjected to that terrifying pressure, that terrifying being whose magic alone was enough to make any living being kneel down. Although I have learned through information these past few days that Lord Leffen's guardian, the human king, has been born. He knew that the human king was an extremely powerful being, but he still couldn't be sure that the terrifying pressure 2 hours ago, CFFJ, came from the human king. If it's an enemy, then that would be very troublesome. Inside the invincible divine kingdom, The three were enjoying a delicious meal. How did they get in? Lafan entered through the lock of Jushi Jushi. When he first arrived, seeing Jushi Jushi's frightened yet adorable appearance, Lafan was also excited, but after thinking about it, I realized I came here to eat, drink and have fun, not to bully Zetsuki. As for the fact that the elements were dormant, Lafan couldn't be bothered to care. It has to be said that the Kingdom of Gods is different. It is home to cuisines from all over the world, because it is the most prosperous country in human history, a place where people from all over the world gather. Moreover, the prices here are very cheap. It's practically paradise on Earth plus, with the special energy protection. This is paradise for everyone. But other people can't get in suddenly. A message came from Sebastian, indicating that it was an urgent notification. Has it started Sebastian getting a wife? But isn't it a bit too much in the original story? He didn't get a wife until 4 or 5 months later. Forget it, the world has changed a lot since then. So it doesn't matter if things move quickly. I wonder how Momoga is going to deal with Sebastian. This is practically a paid date pickup. Hearing Lafan's inner thoughts, Momoga's hamburger suddenly lost its appeal. Damn. Sebastian, I never expected you to be this kind of person. Momoga snapped out of her daze and said, let's go take a look. The king was unaware of their thoughts, so she was curious, what urgent matter could it be? If she knew it was because of the 2 hours of intimidation she endured. I wonder what she would think. The three of them quickly finished their hamburgers and chugged down 3 kilograms of magic beer before leaving satisfied. As for paying in the invincible divine kingdom, you always pay first before you eat, which is a very good rule. As the portals opened one after another, Sebastian watched as Demia Jalbedo and Sholtia all went to bed. He was waiting for Lord Momoga and Lord Leffen. The three were also bewildered by the sudden summons, but seeing Lord Momoga and Lord Leffen, they both felt it was well worth it. 3 figures appeared out of thin air in no time. There was no portal, it was a genuine teleportation. A more advanced form of magic than a portal. No, this isn't magic, it's just the rules. The king looked curiously at the white-haired old man before him. And Suo Lixiang beside him, was he a chef? Everyone bowed as the 3 arrived. But since Lafan had said he didn't like people kneeling, no one else did. Momoga, seeing Sholtia rushing towards him, awkwardly hugged her and then asked Sebastian, "What's wrong?" The moment Sholtia lunged, Albedo also lunged in front of Lafan. What could Lafan do but hug this beautiful woman? Seeing that both of them were holding stunningly beautiful women, Sebastian took a deep breath and said, "This morning, a terrifying magical force suppressed the kingdom and threatened to destroy it." Upon hearing this, the king couldn't help but burst into laughter, before recovering after a few seconds and saying, "Ha ha ha. That's what I said, no need to make a fuss." Hearing the king of men's words, Sebastian was also surprised. He looked directly at the king of men and into his eyes. The feeling of an endless abyss made Sebastian feel a chill down his spine. Sebastian, that jerk, I thought he was getting married. But it turns out it's just something trivial. Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momoga awkwardly replied, "It's nothing serious." How's Sebastian's work going these days? Based on various investigations, my arrival has revealed a lot of important information. An hour ago, a person wearing beginner armor entered the capital. I suspect he is a player. Hearing Sebastian's words, Momoga also remembered beginner armor. I have 3 sets of that, but it's definitely equipment only players can have. Do you know anything about that person? Maybe we could meet with them, silly Momoga. Even if the other party is really a player, would they really meet with us if they were going to meet? They would have already gone to the invincible divine kingdom. Isn't this just blatantly avoiding us? They're probably a bunch of weaklings, but that's all right. Maybe they have a player alliance. Becoming an alliance leader shouldn't be too difficult. Right, outer space is too dangerous. We need more like-minded partners. Hearing Lafan's complaints, Momoga was very angry. You're the idiot, your whole family are idiots. Sebastian said uncertainly. I heard they're members of the Crimson Dewdrops, an adventure team formed by the 13 heroes. It said that the 13 heroes team included someone similar to the 6 gods and the 8 greed kings, probably a player. Demiurge, hearing Sebastian's uncertain words, angrily retorted Sebastian. Don't report uncertain information. You're wasting Lord Momoga and Lord Lefan's time. Do you know your crime? Demiurge was the ultimate sycophant. How could he tolerate Liba's wasting the two masters' precious time? No one present was surprised by Demiurge's sycophantic words. Sebastian immediately bowed and said, It was my dereliction of duty. Please forgive me, Lord Momoga and Lord Lefan. Momoga said awkwardly, It's all right. Many things are inherently uncertain. We also happen to want to meet that person. The royal palace, I've never been there in real life. I'd love to go and see it, broaden my horizons. Hearing Lafan's thoughts, Momoga retorted, Can the royal palace compare to our family's luxury? We live in a place far more luxurious than the royal palace. What kind of knowledge could you possibly gain from going there? Lafan thought for a moment and said, Then this person should still be in the palace. Momoga, shall we go? Upon hearing this, Momoga released the person in her arms. Let's go. Sholtia looked at Momoga with reluctance. Lord Momoga, will you be back tonight? Momoga was startled and quickly looked at Lafan. Fortunately, Lafan knew that Sholtia often asked this question, so he didn't pay much attention. And Momoga escaped a disaster. Ahem, it depends on the situation. Under the king of men's gaze, Albedo had no choice but to release Lafan and say, Lord Lafan, I will wait for you to return. The king wasn't staring at Albedo, but rather using the exploration rules to observe the location of the royal palace. After all, even the human king doesn't mind Lafan and Zeschi being together. So why would he mind having Albedo as well? Honey, my brother-in-law is gone. I've already discovered the existence of that equipment. Woke. Then the three of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. The 5 people present felt quite awkward seeing the 3 leave so abruptly. However, after the 3 adults left, they returned to normal. Sebastian then asked curiously, was that the king of men? Albedo gritted her teeth and said yes. She's Lord Lefan's principal wife. I'm furious, but there's nothing I can do. However, I will definitely make sure I hold on to my position as the secondary wife. And requesting flowers, 09970-1325 Feilu, 112,511,351. Sholtia, brimming with confidence, retorted, ha. You old had, you are no match for me. I am Lord Momoga's rightful wife, and I truly deserve it. You actually lost to an ant, how shameful. Upon hearing this, everyone present was taken aback. Truly deserving. Demiurge quickly looked at Sholtia with respect. Sholtia, may I ask about your and Lord Momonga's children? This is quite troublesome. Lord Momoga doesn't want offspring. But both Lord Momoga and I are immortals, so we don't need to worry about having children. Sholtia spoke with pride. Albedo froze for a moment, then bit her finger tightly. Damn it. I must win Lord Lefan's love. Looking at the 2 women, Demiurge smiled. As long as there was a bond between them, the 2 ladies wouldn't leave so easily. But that's not enough. I need to speed up my conquest of the world and let the adults know that even if we lack strength, we still have wisdom to help. At a party in the new kingdom of the capital Azith, with a woman on each side, said happily, I never expected that my little tagalong from back then would become so sensible. I'm very satisfied. The new king's heart bled as he looked at the 2 stunningly beautiful dancers. They were the most beautiful dancers he had ever gathered in the entire kingdom. But considering Azith's strong support for him today, which has further solidified his throne, what are these two women compared to that, Brother Aziz? As long as you're satisfied, I'll always be your little brother. Haha, no need for that, you are still the king. Although I possess the power to destroy a country, I have no interest in such things. My true hobbies are eating, drinking, and having fun. Before he could finish speaking, he saw the three people who had suddenly appeared before him. He had seen the portraits of all three of them before. The next second, Aziz hurriedly pushed away the two beautiful dancers in his arms and knelt down like a sycophant, saying, "Greetings, Lord Joshan, Lord Wudi, Lord Renwang." The new king was utterly bewildered as Azith, showing no mercy, pushed his two beautiful dancers to the ground and made them kneel down like lapdogs. Because just a moment ago Aziz was jokingly boasting about his power to destroy a country, and the next second he became like a humble, insignificant person. How could a king kneel before others? The new king, as seen in the original story, is a simpleton and an incompetent man, which is why he wouldn't kneel. This didn't even stop the surrounding guards from rapidly approaching, driving Aziz mad. You be ****D, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you. I don't want to die. At that moment, Aziz suddenly changed into his beginner armor, stood up and blasted away the surrounding guards, and forced the new king to kneel down with him. Every move he made was so practiced. He was clearly a professional sycophant on par with Demiurge. Looking at the kneeling king and Aziz wearing beginner's armor, Momoga, Lefanand, the human king were all speechless. Holy crap, is this a player? I don't remember any players being this bad. They probably aren't even players. But they know our adventurers' names. So they must have investigated us. Well then, we'll investigate you too, Momoga. Upon hearing Lefan's thoughts, retorted, "If you want to investigate, just ask." Then the three of them remained deadlocked for more than 10 seconds without anyone speaking first. The human king looked down on this ant who had no dignity left, while Lefan was waiting for Momoga to show off. Momoga, having heard Lefan's thoughts, assumed that Lefan was about to ask a question. The blasting away of the guards naturally alerted the kingdom's royal guards, and a large group of them slowly approached. For those 10 seconds or so, the new king was in great distress. He couldn't understand why the powerful Azith would kneel down. He knelt down fine, but why did he have to drag me down with him? I am the king, how can I kneel? This action naturally alerted the old king, who then moved closer to the area. Holy crap, what is Momoga doing? Isn't he going to show off yet? It's been 13 seconds. And I'm standing here feeling awkward. He's already started hugging the human king. If you don't show off soon, I'm about to start drinking with the human king. Hearing Lefan's thoughts again, I can say that this is absolutely right, forced into a corner. Momoga could only ask seriously, "Where did you get this armor? You're not a player, so why do you have player equipment?" Hearing Momoga's question, Aziz, who had been fantasizing about how to lick the three of them for the past 10 seconds, instantly came to his senses. "Your Excellency Yoshin, this was a gift from my grandfather's eldest brother. My grandfather's eldest brother is a player just like you." The player? The new king tried to look up at the three of them upon hearing this word, but his head was being held down firmly by Aziz's hand, making it impossible for him to lift his head. Hearing Aziz's answer, Momoga nodded and asked again, "So, is your grandpa still alive? Do you know any other players?" At this moment, Gazetta rushed over with a large number of guards to provide support. He saw the new king kneeling on the ground, and the guards who had been blasted 20 meters away and were already dead beyond any doubt. He quickly realized that the other party was an intruder who had come to assassinate the king. But this action seemed more like an insult than an assassination attempt. So he shouted loudly, "Who are you? Daring to insult the king like this?" Hearing Jeff's voice, Lefan turned around curiously. "Hey, you ingrate. You're still alive. Upon hearing the term ungrateful wretch, Gerdridge was stunned. The guards around him also looked at Gazeta with curiosity, seemingly expecting him to answer. Although they were waiting for Gerdov's reply, they still skillfully gathered at the king's location, wanting to protect his safety. Grav regained his composure. Why do you say that? I have lived an upright life and have never wronged anyone. Lefan was just talking nonsense. The animation initially gave him a good impression. But this is reality and Lefan disliked his behavior. You forgot Khan village, you killed your savior. What are you if not an ingrate, upright and honorable bar? You're nothing but a scoundrel. Listening to Lefan's complaints, Gerdov also recalled a wrong thing he had done in his life. But he could not admit it. The blood demon's side must be evil. If they admit their mistake, it means the old king is also wrong, which means the old king and his bloodline must apologize. The consequences would be enormous, so he could only insist. Blood demons are inherently evil beings, and different races have different stances. I did nothing wrong. Hearing Gerdov's sophistry, Lefan suddenly laughed. Ha ha ha, as expected. This kingdom is doomed. Even the warrior captain is this kind of person. There are no good people left in this country. Hearing Lefan's words, the human king smiled and asked, should I make a move? I can't act. The enemies in outer space are too dangerous. But Momoga can. He's too weak. If he destroys this country, he can strengthen himself. Secondly, even if he is unfortunately killed instantly by enemies from outer space, the human king and I can still save him immediately and turn him into my perfect familiar. As for whether I can win or Notven if I can't beat them, I can still run away with the king's teleportation ability. I can go wherever I want. This can be considered a test. Lefan, whose evil value didn't care about any of that. He smiled and said, I don't need you, leave it to Momoga. What do you think, Momoga? Hearing Lefan's inner thoughts, Momogia felt like she was about to vomit blood. Damn it, are you using me as a guinea pig? I treated you like a brotherno. You even wanted me to be your perfect partner. Although you didn't mention changing jobs. You definitely haven't given up. Damn it, you still love me so much. Is this love turned to hate? After not getting me for so long, is he planning to betray me? Damn it, I'm your brother, how could you betray me like this? But how am I supposed to refuse? Oh right, Demiurge and the others. Momoga could only feign arrogance and say no need for that. Death is just a relief. Let them taste what it's like to be in hell. Isn't it better to let them experience the living hell? The king was displeased upon hearing this. Killing someone is just a matter of nodding. Why torture them like this? Little uncle, your mentality is unacceptable. Looking at Momoga, and then at the two pitiful dancers lying on the ground, Lefan suddenly had an interesting idea. Ha. Why not create a feminist world? The men in this country are all wicked. So why not make all the men women's toys? Hearing Lefan's words, Momoga came to her senses again. An interesting experiment. In a world ruled by men, chaos reigns and women are treated like toys. What about a world ruled by women? At this moment Aziz, kneeling on the ground, was trembling all over. If he could, he would have rushed out and killed Gazef 1,000 times over. You ungrateful wretch, how dare you cheat the players? You're the culprit behind the nation's downfall. I'll F***K your grandpa, this kingdom is poisonous. I keep wanting to lick it. And you guys just keep disrupting my rhythm. As more people arrived, they saw Aziz kneeling on the ground and the new king being forced to kneel by him. Everyone was stunned, especially the old king, who could no longer tolerate such a scene. Who are you people to dare treat the king like this? And Aziz, what do you mean, are you plotting treason? It must be said that the king himself was not a very smart person. He was just an ordinary person who instinctively wanted to protect his son when he saw him being bullied. If the king were a good person, The country wouldn't be managed like this. Calling him an ordinary person, rather than a good Fornathingi's already giving him face. After all, she is the captain of the warriors, and all the high-end combat forces of the Blue Rose Kingdom are on her side. Anyone with a normal IQ can manage the country well. Lafan and Momoga ignored the king's words and continued their discussion. Which woman should rule this country? Let the men of this corrupt nation experience what it's like to treat women like toys. Momoga thought for a moment and felt that Sholtia was quite suitable. How about letting Sholtia become the queen of this country? Anyway, she can do whatever she wants with this country. Lafan looked at Momoga. How can that be? You already have too few body pillows. If Sholtia comes, won't that make it even fewer? Superior. Momoga looked at Lafan. You wouldn't be thinking of bringing Albedo, would you, hearing Momoga's explanation? Lafan asked curiously, is that not allowed? Momoga was counting on Albedo to drag Lefan down with them. So how could they let Albedo come here? Of course not. She is the chief steward of the Great Tomb, and she is in charge of all matters big and small. Of the Great Tomb, that's true. She's in charge of so many things at the Great Tomb. It wouldn't be very convenient for her to come. Why don't we let Nabe take over, me? Lafan stroked his chin and then slapped him. He had just heard an old man making a racket, and he was still arguing. It was so annoying. So Lafan simply slapped him into dust, seeing the old king instantly killed. The warrior Captain Gazef was enraged and charged forward with his sword. Momoga ignored the old king that Lefan had killed, and instead looked at Aziz kneeling on the ground saying, Nabe might not be able to hold on after all. Nabe couldn't beat that novice armor Nabe. Lafan looked at Aziz and said, it's okay. Just give her a set of level 100 equipment right anyway. I don't have much of anything, but I have plenty of level 100 divine equipment. The King of Men remained silent throughout, simply listening to their discussion. As for the surrounding soldiers and the warrior captains who were about to pounce, they were all frozen in place and immediately silenced. When did it become the place for ants to interrupt when the big shots are discussing matters? That works, level 100 equipment. But how do we reform this kingdom? And won't it conflict with Demiurge's and the others' plans? Hearing Momoga's words, Lafan became even more interested and said, conflict. No way, just give them a piece of land as their base. I'd like to see what a world run by women would be like. Momoga thought for a moment and boldly said, now that you mention it, I'm actually quite looking forward to it anyway. This world has supernatural powers, and women can do the same things as men. So all the men will be distributed as toys. Upon hearing this, Lian immediately retorted, holy crap. You're playing that hard, are you even a man, Momoga? Seeing Lafan trying to shift the blame also complained. Didn't you bring it up first? Lafan nodded and said, that's right anyway. There aren't any good people in this country. So let's just leave it at that. The new king, who was being held down by Azith, couldn't help but shed tears. His father was killed before his eyes, and now his enemies are still discussing how to divide the country. Why did this happen? He wanted to shout, wanted to ask. But the terrifying pressure rendered him speechless and unable to move an inch. The king watched as Lafan and Momoga discussed for several minutes before finally asking, have you two reached a decision? Lafan nodded, then looked at Aziz kneeling on the ground and said, all right. By the way, is your grandpa still there? Aziz never felt any physical pressure but as a sycophant. He knew when to speak and when not to. My uncle passed away 100 years ago. I'm sorry I can't help you. Hearing the humble tone of Aziz's words, Lafan looked at Momoga again. Holy crap, isn't this Momoga's old template? Always playing the coward. Always apologizing and saying sorry first. Is it really that funny? Hearing Lafan's inner thoughts, Momoga felt a chill run down her spine. Damn it, working in society requires humility. Do you think I want to, however? Looking at the humble and sensible Azith, Momoga wondered if he should let him join the great tomb of Nazareth. Are there any other players? When Lafan suddenly asked a question, Az thought for a moment and said, all the players who came before are dead. But one of the 6 great gods and one guardian is still alive. By the way, the invincible god has also descended. I believe you already know that. Hearing Aziz's answer, Lafan looked at the sky again. Could these players have outmaneuvered their opponents and developed enough strength to travel to space? There are definitely some, so many players can't all be weak. And some might even join because they can't beat them. Did he become one of those colonists? I'll go back and bring Nabe over, and give me the equipment first. I'll have her change into it and come over. Upon hearing this, Lafan casually tossed a level 100 divine set to Momoga, who then disappeared immediately after receiving the set. Watching Momoga disappear, Lafan looked at Aziz again. All right, you are quite good. Will you join the divine kingdom? Hearing Lafan's words, Aziz was taken aback. Are you from the kingdom of gods? That's about right. If you want to go, I'll take you there now. Oh, and we still have some games to play, so we won't go. Please let me join the kingdom of God. Lafan nodded and then raised his hand to summon Ju Shijuming, who was in a daze, and he was immediately summoned. Ju Shijuming was also stunned when he saw his surroundings. But when he saw his master, he quickly lowered his head and said, my lady. Lafan hugged Ju Shijuming tightly and said, arrange a position for him in the divine kingdom and let him join the divine kingdom. Yes, Lafan patted Ju Shijuming's adorable little head, then raised his hand and tossed out a portal. All right. Let's go. Ju Shijuming listened and used magic to grab Aziz from a distance and enter the portal, which then disappeared. Everyone present was terrified as they listened and watched. These people were actually from the kingdom of gods. Good heavens, why is our kingdom so unlucky? We keep provoking the wrong people, first the blood demon, then the earthlings, and now the god kingdom. Is this any way to survive? A few minutes passed, and more people came from the capital. Under the king's coercive pressure, all of them were forced to stand still and were unable to speak. Meanwhile, the king and Lafan began to drink their wine, waiting for Momoga's arrival. Honey, wouldn't it be better to destroy a country like that? If you want to establish a matriarchal world, wouldn't it be better to just create a completely new world? Hearing the human king declare that he would create a world at the drop of a hat, Lafan chugged drids of water again. Seeing that Lafan remained silent, the human king looked around curiously, then took a sip of his magical beer. That's right. The new world we establish may not necessarily consist of these people. Too lazy to speak. Lafan tossed aside the magic beer he had finished drinking, grabbed the king of men and snatched his magic beer, then drank it himself. This displeased Wang, husband, you've gone too far. Lafan smiled down his magic beer in one gulp, and said with a smile, what's wrong with that, hateful? Just then the king of men launched a sudden counterattack, catching Lafan completely off guard. Those who were being punished by standing watched the two of them constantly displaying their affection. It was all so saccharine. And then there are those occasional phrases like creating the world or destroying the world, which really bothers them because of the restrictions imposed by the king. Not only is speaking impossible, but even suicide is a luxury. 3 minutes later, Momoga arrived with Nabe, who was wearing purple armor. Nabe was stunned for a moment when she saw the two showing affection, and then respectfully said, Lord Lefan, Lord Human King. Momoga seemed to be jealous. All right. There are outsiders here. You two are an old married couple, so stop showing off. Hearing Momoga's words, Lafan released the Human King. Why did it take so long? Upon hearing this, Momoga retorted, what? You're that eager to see me? Lafan looked at Nabe, looking at the country, and said, it's all right, let's start helping Nabe. She might not be able to manage this country all at once. How about we arrest all the men first? And then gather all the women. Don't worry, honey. There are more women than men in this country. But many women are just toys for men, so they're kept in cages. And these women are all jealous and resentful of men. If you release them and lock all the men in cages, I wonder what they'll do. Listening to the king of men casually recount the cruel events, none of them felt anything was amiss. But the men around them were terrified. Were they going to be kept in cages from now on? To be kept like pets by women, they wanted to rebel. Even though they weren't like that. They must have seen such scenes before, after all. They were the Imperial Guard. And every year they would take time to arrest the more wicked and weaker nobles. They had seen plenty of girls kept in cages like pets. This is LeFan's thought sometimes. Those who turn a blind eye and a deaf ear are more hateful than those who commit evil. That's a pretty good idea, but we can't capture them all. By the way, let Demiurge and his forces use the Urantia region as their base. The rest of the population was rounded up. But aside from the 1 million in Yelantal, there were still 8 million people left, making it quite a difficult task to capture them all. Destruction is indeed easier. But since it was Momoga's terrible idea, naturally Momoga will carry it out. Hearing LeFan's heartfelt words, Momoga felt like spitting blood. What do you mean I brought this up? I only wanted to create a world in dire straits, not a country where women are supreme. You be ****D, all you do is shift the blame. I have to think of something, Momoga said, feigning retreat. LeFan's idea was yours. But the workload is so demanding that I think it would be difficult for you to complete it alone. I'll reluctantly help you subdue 2 cities. LeFan naturally knew that the kingdom had 9 major cities, each with a population of 1 million. But he didn't expect Momoga to be so shameless. Song helped sort out 2. LeFan immediately retorted, "Holy crap, I want to take 6. Have you no shame?" The king of men listened to the 2 men's back and forth and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, we not just destroy them." Momoga listened to the human king's words and said awkwardly, "Ahimsister in Lawescent, this a bit too much. You see, the girls are all victims, they are innocent." The king spoke again, "Oh. Then why not just wipe out all the men?" LeFan calmly said, "No need for that. Let's first reorganize the capital. Then have Nabe lead the army to reorganize the other areas. We can just watch the show, right?" Momoga smiled at Ainz Ooal and said, "Can you be lazy and never lift a finger?" Nabe looked miserable. "What the heck? All the tasks ended up falling on my shoulders." The king of men looked at Nabe's miserable face and smiled. "That's possible, but there can't be no reward, right?" Hearing the king's words, Nabe blushed and looked at LeFan, unsure whether she should make a request. Seeing Nabe's adorable appearance, Kiki Jia couldn't help but say, "Nabe, just tell me what you need. Yes, if I complete the mission." Can Lady LeFan go with Lady Albedo? LeFan, also curious, hugged Nabe and asked, "Why am I not with you?" Nabe said self-consciously, I'm just a maid, how could I be qualified?" Upon hearing this, Momoga quickly replied, "In that case, why don't Nabe and Albedo go with LeFan together? But the deadline has to be shortened to within a month. And we won't help with the capital. I've already sent Albedo over, holy crap. That scoundrel Momoga. He really wants to be my father-in-law. No way, I can't do this. Why don't we bring Sholtia and Shiz along? It's too much trouble for just the 2 of them. If the 4 of us work together, we won't lose out when we complete the mission." Momoga was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly recovered. "Do we really have to go that far? You know Zizzy is a doll." LeFan smiled and said, "Aren't you just bones too?" Momoga maintained a calm expression, but inwardly he was laughing wildly. "Ha ha ha, finally I can get out of this predicament. Fantastic, damn it, fine, I'll play along. I know you really like Nabe and Albedo, but you're afraid I'll see you as a potential father-in-law. So you're holding back. It's all right, I'll grant your wish. But a month is too long, how about 20 days? If all 4 of them work together, and it's finished in 20 days, then it'll be perfect. No problem. Momoga pretended to be deeply affectionate and righteous, sacrificing himself for his brother, which moved Lafan. Damn Momoga, did I misjudge him? Wasn't he trying to become my father-in-law? So what have I been enduring all these days for? No, 20 days, oh I see, he's just making it sound nice. But does he mean he doesn't want them to finish? The king of men watched the 2 of them quietly, and then Shia Urajand Bede came over. Because Momoga's provocation tactics are too powerful. For example, if I add an aura, you should add mercy or something like that. Lafan naturally knew that Rensa, having a part of his own soul, would definitely disagree. But Momoga did complain, so isn't that even better? Didn't you used to call it left girl and right girl? Why didn't you say it was disgusting then? After being subjected to this barrage of criticism, Lafan felt ashamed and immediately agreed. Even though Momoga had previously relied on Zyro Zuho and Zyro Yu for help. But how can brothers argue about something like this in front of their own women? Damn it, Momoga. You dare say you didn't have little left or little right to help you. All right, we are all brothers. Don't bring up our weaknesses in front of girls, I agree. This is good too. At least Momoga can experience the meaning of life. Momoga was deeply moved by Lafan's heartfelt words of consideration for her. He even wondered if he had gone too far. He was clearly trying to cover up his affair with Sholtia. But never mind anyway, me brother doesn't know. And he did indeed make a move against Albedo, Nabe and Mercy. Do you think I don't know what kind of person he is? He's just a lazy bum who wants everything, food, drink, and entertainment, so why don't you take action? He's just afraid I'll criticize him. He's so stubborn and suffers for it. But he still cares about me so much. I hope that after this experience, he won't love me as much anymore and will treat me like a brother from the start. Fortunately, Lafan couldn't hear Momoga's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would have picked up his 40-meter-long cleaver and chopped the B*****D into pieces. In his heart, he was always saying things like he loved him. I treated you like a brother, but you treated me like a gay man. As Portal 967 opened one after another, the 6 people were already standing there, the human king, acting as referee, simply addressed the 6, according to the agreement between the husband and the younger brother. Mercy Albedo Nabe will form the husband's group. Sholtia Orand Hiziu 2 groups. Successfully captured and imprisoned all the men in every city of this kingdom, except for the city of Alandia. Within 10 days, let women control their lives and deaths. And let this kingdom truly become a kingdom of women. Then it's all done, and you can be with the person you love. The simple and direct words made all 6 of them gasp for breath. Because it was the highest honor for them. Even though Sholtia already possessed a tangible form, she would still be extremely happy to gain the approval of the human king and Lefan. Even though it would mean 2 more people getting in her way. But who is Gar? He is the supreme being. And you see, Lord Lafan is surrounded by a large group. Won't it be shameful for Lord Momoga to be all alone then? So she didn't think much about it at this moment. Albedo, panting heavily, said with a Yandia expression, CFFC, can we begin? Can we begin? Hearing Albedo repeat her words, and seeing her eagerness to begin the mission, the king smiled. Then let's begin. I will be here waiting for you at this time in 10 days. As soon as she finished speaking, the 6 of them did not separate in Albedo's words. They would conquer the royal capital together, first to collect experience points, and then consider whether to conquer it individually or as a group. Seeing everyone's actions, the human king also lifted the restrictions around him. At this moment, warrior Captain Gazov suddenly stood up, sword in hand ready to slash at the human king in an instant. Sholtia put her to sleep with a spell, and Hitz's gun was switched to tranquilizer mode. Nabi also used sleeping magic. while Albedo violently captured all 8 of them and threw them into a pile. Rensai, who was in charge of overseeing the 5 people's actions, felt it was too slow and troublesome. I'll use the 10th tier magic sleep domain. You guys are responsible for capturing them all. Hearing Rensai's words, Civrione was overjoyed, because with Rensai's help, this mission could be completed easily at this moment. Nora and Clem were outside the gate of the palace garden. She saw and heard all of this, and she was a little scared. But when she thought about how this would be a woman's world, she realized that no one would stop her from being with Clem. The only thing I'm worried about is other women wanting to play with Clem. No, I can't let Clem become someone else's toy. Clem stood firmly in front of Nara, terrified by the oppressive aura he had just witnessed. But he absolutely could not allow the princess to be pushed in front of him. Sebastian looked at Demiurge and Solius beside him and said, "It seems my mission is over." Demiurge smiled. "Not yet. We should go and subdue Yelantia. It would be shameful if we were to subdue one city slower than they were to subdue 8. Sebastian nodded upon hearing this. In fact, Momoga had just brought Nabe here to explain the situation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. Leffen, Momoga and the King of Men had not left at this moment. They flew to a height of several square meters and looked down at the kingdom below. The 3 of them were drinking beer and eating barbecue. As for where the barbecue came from, the 3 of them had several dozen tons of it stored in their storage space. After all, how could alcoholics not have any stock? They quickly moved to the city of Yelantal, and Demiurge was still a little confused. The changes in the past few days have been too great. Every time I come up with a plan, the world is changed by the Supreme Being in the next second. Everything was originally planned perfectly, but each change made it impossible to implement the old plan. For example, right now, His Majesty's idea is that if one wants to establish a country, one should do so. He need the Empire's help. Why need others' approval? Even someone as shrewd as Daihua was somewhat taken aback. But after arriving in Yelantia, Demiurge had a bold idea to convert the land to Demiurge. Are Lord Momoga and Lord Leffen testing my ability to adapt to changing circumstances? Yes, this is the real world, not a fantasy paradise. Things can't always happen exactly as we imagine. There are so many intelligent people and so many strong individuals in the world. If I were to become accustomed to smooth sailing, what will happen to us when the Supreme Beings take us to see higher realms? If we suffer a crushing defeat, it won't be us who lose face, but rather the Supreme Beings. Indeed, I relied too much on long-term planning. The essence of planning lies not in its length, but in its adaptability, Demiurge said angrily, biting his finger. Hearing Demiurge's tone, Sebastian, who was standing to the side also, came to his senses. So that's how it is. The Supreme Beings want to teach us to adapt to changing circumstances. Listening to Demiurge's analysis, Soliuxiang hugged her shoulders happily and said, "Ah, what a great Supreme Being. It's already a great favor that they're willing to stay and let us serve them. And they're even willing to teach us. We absolutely cannot let the Supreme Being's kindness go to waste." Hearing Soliuxiang's words, Demiurge shouted even more frantically, "Of course. We must go all out now. Give our all to respond to the Supreme Beings." It has to be said that Demiurge's influence and infectiousness instantly infected Sebastian and Sorensen. And it's likely that everyone in the Great Tomb of Nazarick will soon follow suit. In terms of Daihua, a type of Huxia cuisine, I consider myself second to none. Lefan looked at Ren Ci, who had returned to his original form and was suspended 1,000 meters in the air, empowered by immense magical power and with such a massive body. In an instant, the entire capital was enveloped by a terrifying magic circle, a 10th tier magical dormant domain. Damn, I didn't expect Mercy to be such a bug at this rate. It won't take 10 days at all. It'll be finished in 4 days at most. However, Mercy's magical skills are truly impressive. He was able to construct a magic circle so vast that it covers the entire capital city. Keep in mind, the capital city spans a massive area with a diameter of 20 kilometers. If it were made, 5,000 magic points wouldn't be enough to complete such a powerful magic circle. It would require at least 10,000 magic points. Judging from Rensai's appearance, he used at most 1,000 magic points. I really can't be too lazy. I need to think about how to control my magic more precisely. After all, this is reality, not a game. Many things that aren't allowed in games can be done here. Listening to Lafan's thoughts, Momoga also used his magic to explore and look at the Mercy below. Sure enough, Mercy still had 4,000 of its 5,000 magic power stored. What does this mean? 1,000 units of magic power can create a magic circle surrounding the entire capital. Actually, this isn't difficult. For example, in the original work, Demiurge's magical fire wall also surrounded a large area of the royal capital. Keep in mind that a fully powered Mercy can take on all the Guardians single-handedly. And she is a world boss though, not a limited time one. However, its size is also enormous. And the World Tree's magic attack range will expand as its size increases. This also avoids the situation where a world boss has a massive body hundreds of meters long. But the area affected by the spell is only a few hundred meters wide. Who would it be used to attack? However, this design also drew fierce criticism from players, who complained that a single screen-clearing skill from a world boss was unbearable. Fortunately, the introduction of guild and party systems can forcibly mitigate most of the damage. This setting forces players to team up to fight bosses, further increasing the game's activity level. Of course, there are still people who can solo world bosses, such as Lafan, who has the highest speed and magic resistance in the entire village. These world bosses are just cash machines, after all. Apart from some magic spells which have certain limitations, other skills can be dodged. This is why some warriors are very strong while others are very weak. The fact that magic always hits is indeed a trap. But considering that a guaranteed hit spell requires at least 100 mana, plus there are no mana potions and no way to restore mana, it's a real problem. This can be seen as a form of protection for mages. Compared to warriors who can unleash endless spells, mages have to be more frugal. With this in mind, everyone felt relieved. Mercy is quite skilled in magic. He was able to release a huge magic circle with a diameter of 20 kilometers, which directly covered the capital. Moreover, it only required this little bit of magic power. Even I couldn't do that. The king directly praised her kindness, saying that she was very capable. Lafan nodded in agreement. Yes, their control over magic seems to be innate. There's nothing we can envy about it. Momoga muttered to herself, I wonder if she'll get stronger. Lafan got excited upon hearing this. Yeah, it would be interesting if you knew how to do it. The human king looked at Rensai and then smiled, saying, You can become stronger. Everything in this world can become stronger. There's no setting that locks it in place. But the speed of becoming stronger is a bit slow. Hearing this, Lafan asked curiously, Can everything become stronger? Yes. As long as you have enough energy, you can become stronger. But everyone's tolerance level is different. Some people can only receive 10 units of energy, while others can receive 10,000 units of energy. Once the energy level reaches 10,000, the body will reach a critical point. This is the limit of his body. Every time he becomes stronger, he has to slowly break through that limit. Speed will plummet, but that doesn't mean it won't become stronger. The increase in strength was so small that they themselves couldn't even notice it. However, many humans are unaware of this because they are unaware of their increasing strength. Hearing the king's words, the two fell silent again. Damn it, can anything become infinitely stronger? Does having immortal life equate to invincibility? Holy crap! Then there must be ancient monsters in outer space that have lived for billions of years. Just how powerful would they be? Damn it, this world is more dangerous than I imagined. Why do I feel so weak the more I learn about its rules? Hearing LeFan's inner monologue, Momogia was too scared to speak after all. The universe could easily span billions of years without a word of warning. If life truly exists in the universe for billions of years, even if its limitation is only 100 in 10 years, even a pig would become stronger. Unfortunately, the human king was unaware of their thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely have complained. I'm not talking about getting stronger naturally. I'm talking about getting stronger through cultivation. You need to cultivate to break through the limitations. You can't just lie down and do it. Are you too dreaming? The king of men assumed that both of them understood, since it was such a basic thing. But the two of them insisted on thinking differently. I don't understand, I don't know. Then he fell into a fantasy of ancient monsters that had existed for billions of years in the universe. They were so frightened they trembled. The human king once again spoke of what he considered the rules. And then Momoga and Lefan were no longer on the same wavelength as him. It has to be said that the appearance of the human king has made Lefan and Momoga even more cautious. And Zero, the creation of the universe in outer space, was already 1,000 light-years away. Because the power of the laws of nature to shift was simply too great. She then arrived at an even larger galaxy. There is a sun here too, but it's blue and much hotter than the sun in our solar system. She plunged headlong into the sun, activating the elemental rules, and instantly felt herself growing stronger without end. As she grew stronger, she sensed that her younger sister, Elemental Supreme Heaven, was still too weak despite constantly becoming stronger. Such a weak existence seems to insult the Master's soul. So she used proper etiquette to relay the message, Master, I would like to bring some elements outside to cultivate. Is that all right? Lefan, who was gripped by fear, was stunned for a moment upon hearing the words of the Creator. Holy crap! Is Genesis taking the elements to the universe to cultivate? Has she found a treasure trove for cultivation? Why refuse? Just let the elements go. Lefan asked calmly, is there any danger? Upon hearing Lefan's thoughts, Momoga immediately exclaimed, damn. Cultivating in outer space. The king of men was taken aback when he heard Lefan suddenly speak. The king asked curiously, who? Lefan said softly, a Tuanshi. She said she's going to take Yuan Su outside to cultivate. The Creator felt the intense heat of hundreds of billions of degrees. It might be a little dangerous for his younger sister, but with him watching over her, he figured the danger shouldn't be too great. She humbly said, there are dangers, but as long as we stay calm, there shouldn't be any major problems. Holy crap. There really is danger. It looks like we've encountered aliens. But I'm relatively confident in the Creator's abilities. They might need some elemental help. Oh well, let them go. I can still summon my soul anyway. Sending the elements is fine, but try to minimize contact. Who knows if the enemy will detect us? Lefan pretended to be calm and said, okay, just be careful. Don't contact me unless it's absolutely necessary. Momoga listened to Lefan's thoughts without any emotional fluctuation, and even picked up a bottle of magic beer and chugged it down. Momoga is the one who's going to do big things. He's already comparing himself to cannon fodder and ant. Even if he knew about something so high level, it wouldn't change anything. Might as well eat, drink, and have fun. And thinking that I couldn't drink too much beer this time, so I wouldn't fall asleep again and miss out on some happy times. The human king listened to Lefan's words with curiosity. Although she possessed the power of all the rules, her rules were different from those of the 10 supreme heavens. For example, the elemental Skeptuan used by her allows her to use all elemental abilities, but she cannot absorb elemental power. As for the elements, they can control all elements, and even absorb elements to become stronger. This is not even in the same leg. The reason why the human king can become stronger at all times is because she used the power of the creation crown. Each use of this creation crown increases her strength by 1 level. The principle behind her and the God King's growth is the unlimited use of the creation crown, which creates a large number of enhancement fruits within their bodies, thus allowing their attributes to continuously improve. These enhancement fruits only disappear after logging off. But this game doesn't have the concept of logging off, so it's a never-ending process of getting stronger. Unfortunately, these enhancement fruits cannot be used on others, because 9 enhancement fruits will randomly spawn at 9 different locations in the 9 worlds of the game every day. If you're lucky enough to find it, you'll get a full attribute boost and you'll take off. Keep in mind that this is a full attribute boost, but the boost is random. Some people get a boost of 100, while others get a boost of 10. Unfortunately, once the enhancement fruit is discovered, it will disappear, and then the person who discovered it can use it. Whether it's a player, NPC or wild monster, the Crown of Creation can create anything that isn't a world-class item. So this thing can naturally be created. The God King's setting is that he can endlessly create enhancement fruits while he is in a deep sleep. The human king, on the other hand, used the eternal serpent ring to simulate the power of the Crown of Creation and to create enhanced fruits. It's just incredibly amazing. However, due to official restrictions, LeFan lost a channel to become stronger. Otherwise, if he had woken up the God King and allowed the God King to create an endless stream of enhancement fruits for him, he would have taken off on the spot. This is the real deal, a truly exhilarating experience. After hearing LeFan's words, Genesis also stopped contacting him. She simply raised her hand and summoned her sleeping sister, and the element instantly left the divine realm. In an instant, she felt a scorching heat, and her whole body glowed red when she saw her eldest sister. She was stunned for a moment. Eldest sister, get stronger. This blue sun is enough for you to absorb for 10 years. After 10 years, I'll take you to another sun. You're too weak now, which is an insult to your master. You know, as the Creator spoke, he bestowed upon the element a power of order, granting her the ability to protect her with a shield for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Ainz Ooal said excitedly, I understand. Eldest sister, I will work hard and strive to absorb this blue sun within 8 years. Looking at his stubborn younger sister, Chuangshi patted her head and said, all right. I'll find you in 8 years. I will definitely try my best. I will never let my master down. As the elemental watched the disappearance of creation, it too began to fall into a deep sleep. The elemental's absorption rate is fastest during its slumber. This is also her unique skill. Even the Creator cannot accelerate the absorption of elemental energy through sleep. Who knows? Maybe in a few years, the weakest element will become the strongest. This blue sun is more than 10 times larger than the sun in our solar system. The elements say that they can absorb such a huge sun in just 8 years. It's no wonder that creation absorbed the sun and then ran away in no time. It wasn't that she didn't want to absorb it, but that once she did, the sun was gone. It would definitely get scolded by its owner, so it ran away. 099701325 Failu 112,551,061. Fortunately, LeFan was unaware of the 2 sisters' cruelty. If he had known that the 2 sisters used the sun as their food, he's probably about to vomit blood. His summoned creatures are so powerful, and he's still just playing it safe. What's the point? That's why I'm hiding back in the primordial world. Above the capital, the human king looked at LeFan. Husband, aren't you worried about creation and the elements going out? Upon hearing this, LeFan internally imagined, holy crap. The human king has already detected their danger. Who can stand this? My wife and subordinates all know the dangers of outer space. But I'm the only one who doesn't know the specific dangers and is only guessing. But it would be too embarrassing to ask. Besides, asking won't solve anything. The Creator and the human king are both more powerful than me. They both feel it's dangerous. How could I possibly handle it? Wouldn't it be wonderful to just stay apathetic and be a couch potato? Mercy, speed things up. I can't wait to be a proper couch potato for a while. Hearing LaFan's heartfelt words, Momo Gia also expressed her agreement. We salted fish should act like salted fish. LaFan shook his head and said, I'm not worried about them coming. And they have their own freedom too. The King of Men thought LaFan's words made sense. So he raised his glass and said, that's right, let's drink. After everyone in the capital fell asleep, Sholtia and Aura began entering the house and capturing people. If they're caught, they are thrown into the street. And then Nabe, Shiz and Albedo deal with them. Mercy maintained the magic circle and erected a massive cage capable of holding 1 million people, indicating that they could throw people inside, of course. Such a massive cage would naturally destroy many of the buildings in the capital. But they didn't care for them. Completing the mission is the top priority. Isn't sabotage inevitable? Everything happened so fast that half a day had passed in the blink of an eye. And more than 300 people who had been sleeping had been locked in cages. There are over 500,000 women outside. And the elemental magic has been cancelled. The most crucial task at the beginning was to change the mindset of the women in this area, to make them stop seeing themselves as tools or toys, and to empower them to become the masters of their own lives. With a purifying spell, all the sleeping people were awakened. Sholtia looked at the 370,000 people imprisoned in cages. Their faces filled with astonishment. There were also 520 people gathered outside the cages, tens of thousands of whom were disheveled and in a daze. Her face was filled with fear and terror as she kept saying, don't hit me, don't hit me, I'll be good. This wasn't an isolated incident. Many women also appeared mentally unstable, demonstrating just how corrupt this kingdom truly was. In the original story, Sebastian's wife was captured and beaten to death by that fat, swine-like nobleman, and that was under those circumstances. This is the capital of the kingdom. If this is what happens in the capital, you can imagine that the starting point must be even worse. Tens of thousands of girls who were abused were mentally unstable, and many noblewomen were terrified when they saw this scene. Meanwhile, Gazef's hands were bleeding as he was locked in the cage. He clenched his fists so tightly that only God knows how much force he used. Clem's expression was also rather abnormal, even though he knew about the corruption in this kingdom. But seeing tens of thousands of women with disheveled clothes, and tens of thousands of women whose mental state has been disturbed by abuse, any normal person would be angry. But this corrupt kingdom is abnormal in itself. Mercy looked at the warrior captain and his soldiers, who were all angry. Are you just pretending for them? A simple sentence spread to everyone's ears. Don't imprison these angry, righteous people in the front row. And those who are abused and have mental problems are also at the very front row. This was Albedo's idea, to treat a woman who thought herself the most righteous man. A woman driven to madness by abusers as toy as her possession. Nora was currently in the very back row, and everyone else standing there like her was dressed in Hua-style clothing. Then let me explain the rules first. From today onwards, the kingdom will perish, and we will establish a female empire here. In this country, women are absolute, and men are just our tools or toys, of course. You can love them and treat them like family. It all depends on your own choices. Now, those of you in the first row will begin choosing. Choose the people you want, because you have suffered the most. You can choose 3 people. But as soon as the words were spoken, these abused and mentally unstable women didn't dare to move. They even knelt on the ground, covering their heads, pleading, "Don't hit Medonte. Others simply stripped off their last remaining clothes, pleading, "I'm a dogmaster, I'll be good, please don't hit me." Seeing this scene, Jurda finally broke down. He had thought that even if there were victims in this kingdom, they would only be a minority. But looking at the tens of thousands of victims and their faces, he unconsciously knelt on the ground. "I'm sorry. It's me, Gerd, I'm sorry. I had the ability to save you. But because of my cowardice and hesitation, I'm sorry. I'm not worthy of being a human being. And I'm even less worthy of talking about defending my country." As Jurdov spoke, he kept kowtowing, and his scalp instantly bled. And Gazif's soldiers also knelt down one after another. Seeing this horrific scene, they no longer had the ruthlessness they once had. This scene would break anyone's heart and fill them with guilt. Even the girls dressed as dogs had nothing. But none of the people in the front row had any thoughts about it. Clem was an orphan destined to die on the streets. But Princess Nora saved him and changed his fate. He thought he was already the most miserable person in the kingdom. But no, looking at these girls, couldn't believe it. He was glad he wasn't a girl. Otherwise, even dying on the street would be a luxury. Who could stand this? Tears welled up in his eyes without his noticing. Why is our kingdom like this? At this moment Ora laughed and said, "Ha ha ha. Put away your useless pity and self-blame. Do you want to commit suicide? Do you want to escape?" Hearing Ora's words, the warrior kept in his soldiers, and the righteous men of the kingdom all came to their senses. Can they commit suicide? No, absolutely not. Shaltia then spoke up, "You don't need to do this. Now in the female empire, you will be superior beings. Please choose a tool or a toy, choose boldly. The female empire will protect you from now on." But the girls were still afraid in the end. Albedo shook her head, "Then let each of them take one. The people in the front row are still somewhat conscientious. Remember, from now on they are your masters, and you will spend your lives protecting and cherishing them." As they spoketh, doors to the first row opened, and the men with the highest moral character were released. They felt guilty at that moment. These abused girls were undeniably beautiful. Just a little dirty. But what right did they have to look down on them? This is the best solution after all. The first group of people have already been mentally broken. Killing them would be a relief, but would the human king, the Refereeb, satisfied? They definitely won't be satisfied. So there's only one way: choose some people with a strong sense of justice and have them take care of these girls who are having emotional breakdowns, taking responsibility for caring, for protecting, and cherishing them for the rest of their lives. Mercy also possesses powerful magic, easily selecting those with a high justice value, 393. These individuals are considered good because their masters are not as cruel as others. The women in the second row are all slaves, subjected to all sorts of abuse, not yet broken. But their hearts are blackened to the extreme, therefore. The second row is all men, all nobles. And all nobles will become toys for these women. Since none of the nobles are good people, it doesn't matter if they are played to death. Even someone with a justice score of 500 would be satisfied with this choice. At that moment, Gerd walked up to the girl who was playing the dog, helped her hang up her clothes and picked her up, saying, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Feeling Gazip's embrace, the girl said fearfully, "Master, whatever you want, I'll do it. I'll be good and won't hit me." Grav couldn't help but shed tears. He wiped them clean. The girl's face was that of a little girl. He was furious at that moment. If he could, he would have drawn his sword right now and killed all those noble scum. Clem hesitated, but he had no choice. He knelt down in front of the silent girl and said, "From now on, I will protect you, although I already have someone to protect for the rest of my life. As a human being and as a soldier of the kingdom, it is my responsibility. I swear that I will protect you for the rest of my life and not let you suffer any more harm. Should righteous men take care of those who have been wronged?" It sounds ridiculous, but it's also reasonable. At least these men with a sense of justice won't be treated like toys or tools. They'll still be human beings. However, the problem is the last row, those are the nobles. There are only 370,000 tools and 10,000 of them are people with a sense of justice. There simply aren't enough people to choose from in the back. Are we going to let those nobles experience the life of commoners? Can they handle this plot twist? Oh right. Nora seems to be there too. And Clem seems to have chosen a young girl. That ingrate Gazef is definitely a lolicon. Well, he didn't have a choice before. Now that he's faced the darkness head-on, he probably won't be ungrateful anymore. I'll be magnanimous and forgive him this once, however. The new king and the second prince are in the second row, which is full of slaves who are as black as can be. They'll probably be tortured to death after Allah's royalty. They did nothing and let them suffer so much. So they'll definitely pay double. Is this too lenient? The third row is full of ordinary people, couples, fathers and daughters. Are they trying to make them live ordinary lives again? I've calculated that an angel with a justice score of 500 isn't really a good choice to make her a demon. But you're right to be merciful. Just wait until you complete your mission. Then I won't be so merciful. Listening to Lafan's heartfelt words, Momoga also watched as the righteous people below chose the targets they wanted to protect and cherish. But will they always be righteous? And the magic of judgment between good and evil that Merciful just used seems to be a skill unique to world bosses. My family's millstone seems to be a limited-time world boss. And it has specific skills. I think it's called something like money. Forget it, it's a useless skill, let it stay dormant. I really envy Lafan, who always summons beautiful women. You've disappointed me greatly, you millstone. At this moment the millstone, which had been sleeping soundly on the 11th floor, suddenly woke up and yawned. Who's talking bad about me? Momoga has misunderstood, the millstone has no gender. Of course, this means that it can change whatever Momoga wants. If Momoga had ever shown any affection for it, Momo would probably have turned into an absolutely stunning, mature woman. Unfortunately, Momoga won't mention it. Soon, more than 10,000 people had made their choices, each of them along with the people they were to protect, gathered in the open space on the left, under the instructions of Nabe and Zizi. There is plenty of food and water. The first step is to have them feed the girls until they are full. The second step is to have them take care of how to clean their bodies, and then to dress them up. All of this is a kind way of putting it. She says that if you're going to manage, you should manage well, and she hates giving up halfway. And they're also afraid that someone who's only half-baked won't buy it. Otherwise, Nabe and Zizi wouldn't have time to care about them. With food and water prepared, Jerdov carried the little dog to a spot. Watching her cower in fear, he gently selected some milder foods and then cared for her like a loving father. At this moment, Jerdov looked gratefully at the mercy floating in midair, thinking that perhaps it wouldn't be bad for her to manage the kingdom in the future. Moreover, it doesn't matter whether women or men are in power, as long as there is peace. The first batch of selections is now complete. The second batch began, and it was observed that Rensai was focusing his attention on the victimized girl. Albedo knew it was her turn to take charge, and she also approved of the merciful plan. Although she was a demon, she was still a woman. She said in a good mood, "Then the second row will begin selecting people. Because you have suffered the pain of the second row, you can choose 2 people. These 10 rows are all representatives of nobles and evil. A total of 80,000 people. There were just enough for each of them to choose 2, the 40. 0 women who had been played with and ruined all showed sickly and delicate faces. They stared at the men in luxurious clothes in front of them with madness. A young girl suddenly shouted, "I want him and him." If the first batch consisted mostly of lowlies, and the oldest were only teenage girls, the second batch consists mostly of mature, older women. Then the new king's second prince was chosen. And this girl was none other than. She is indeed today's dancer. She wasn't ruined because she's so beautiful that no one could bear to ruin her. Then the second girl also shouted. And 2 more of the 6 noble families were chosen. Then they were led to the right, where the dancer looked at the new king and the second prince with a sickly smile. Lie down. Don't even think about it. I am the king of this country, Langsin. I have treated you well all these years. And yet you treat me like this. Where is my family? Didn't you kill my father, mother, and brother? You're unhappy with me. Do you really think I don't know? Lan Yi, you've come. The dancer named Langsin spoke of terrifying things with a sickly expression, then turned to look at her twin sister, who had chosen 2 members of the 6 noble families to stay in the capital. Lan Yi smiled sweetly. You're the king, that's great. Don't worry, Lan Xin won't kill you now. I'll beat you up with Lan Xin later. The second prince also knew about the pair of stunningly beautiful twin dancers. They were recruited by his elder brother a few years ago and had been kept at home ever since. I never imagined my older brother could be so ruthless as to kill their entire family. My God, why did he bring them back in the first place? Are you really at ease? The second prince did not resist, but obediently lay down, because he had also made many mistakes over the years. Under the influence of his father and elder brother, he didn't treat women as human beings either. He kept many dancers in his household. I never thought karma would come back to bite me today. But he had no choice but to back down. As long as I'm alive, there's hope. Besides, this dancer is absolutely gorgeous. If I could conquer her, wouldn't I be free? It has to be said that although the second prince is fat, he still has a lot of ideas in his mind. But the new king was not like the second prince, who could bend and stretch. He firmly declared that he would not lie down. Aura rushed over to assess the situation and immediately turned the new Nordek king and the second prince into slaves of the dancers. The new king had no power to resist. Looking at the necklace of effort that had appeared around his neck, he angrily declared, I am the king of this country. Aura smiled and said, Yes, yes, your majesty, lie down. As soon as Aura finished speaking, the king lay down. Aura then handed the bracelet to Langsin and helped her put it on, saying, play with it as you please. It doesn't matter if you die, it's just a toy anyway. Lan Xin looked at Aura and knelt down to express her gratitude. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to take revenge. Haha, no need for that from now on. You are citizens of the female empire, and no one can bully you. As she spoke, Aura ran to Lanya's side and put the effort necklace on the 2 nobles as well. Then let Lanya control them, the other slaves. Witnessing this, Sina began to choose their own people, each bringing 2 powerful districts with them. On the right side of the royal square, a stunningly beautiful young woman was bouncing and jumping on the backs of the king and the second prince. Seeing her happy expression and blissful smile, one couldn't bear to interrupt. She laughed and said, this is so much fun. The girl, named Langsin, smiled and looked at Lani, who was also jumping on the 2 noble men, and said, sister, shall we switch jumps? Okay, the twins had switched places, and the 2 sisters had never been so happy in all these years. However, they were just young girls, stunning beauties weighing less than 90 pounds. The new king and the second prince were quite powerful, so they didn't react much when the 2 of them jumped on them. The other 2 nobles are also not much of a problem, because they are stronger than the new king and the second prince. One was Marquis Ren, one of the 6 nobles who supported the second prince, and the other was the new king's father-in-law. Both were skilled in military campaigns, so their strength was beyond question. All 4 were powerful figures in the kingdom, even though their dignity was being trampled on by the girl. They said nothing because none of them wanted to die. It was only Lan Yi and Lan Xin who didn't want to kill them so quickly. The other nobles didn't receive such good treatment. A fat, aristocratic man was being relentlessly slammed on the ground by a mature, older woman who was grabbing his head tightly. Ha ha ha. You finally met your match. Die, I'll make you die. The fat pig died on the spot a few minutes later, its head bleeding profusely. And these scenes keep happening, and death is just a relief. There are even more tragic things to come, anyway. The second batch was extremely dark, involving 80,000 people. And basically all the powerful and wealthy people from the front were going to suffer. The second batch of selections was completed quickly, and the third batch of selections began. The third group consisted of ordinary people, and the group on the other side was also made up of ordinary people. Each of them chose their own family members. Soon, all 370,000 candidates were selected. The fourth batch consisted of adventurers and self-reliant women, who had no other options. The fifth batch consisted of nobles, who had no choice whatsoever. The selection of the leader was completed in just 4 hours. From this day forward, I will act in the name of the Empress of the Female Empire, and the city management regulations will be drafted by those who are capable. The kind voice rang out again, and all the girls fell silent. Many female adventurers and female merchants stepped forward eagerly, expressing what they knew how to do. Then the merciful little angels, who gave them an answer, promised that these second-order little angels would follow and protect them throughout their journey. It must be said that Nora is quite remarkable. She immediately caught Albedo's eye and received special treatment. Nora knew she had to demonstrate sufficient value because the new country was a matriarchal society. If I had more real power, perhaps I could save Clem. During a conversation, and in the subsequent management of the female empire, Nora put forward her ideas. Albedo was quite satisfied with Nora's idea, and then inquired about Mercy. After all, she was the Grand Tomb Steward and couldn't possibly manage the female empire, while the others weren't strong enough. Only kindness can govern. Rensai listened to Nora's management, glanced at her, and said, "Okay. Then you will become the first Prime Minister of the female empire, responsible for managing all affairs of the country." Hearing the kind words, Narana was delighted. May I have one?" Kindness looked at Nora and asked, "Who?" Nara then revealed a sickly sweet expression and said, "My dearest person, you are still pure. There's no need for you to pursue mortals with your wisdom. You will still be of some use to us in the future. However, you made your decision too early. Let me show you the Supreme Being, Albedo." Upon hearing Mercy's words, immediately said with displeasure, "Mercy, we shouldn't disturb Lord Leffen and the others." Kindness smiled at Albedo. "I think she's very good. We can't be so selfish, okay, Sifei?" Albedo could only stomp her foot and say, "Then I'll take it." Rensai nodded in agreement. Albedo just wanted to see her master a little more. Although she wanted to see him too, she had a mission to complete. Nara was also filled with curiosity. Was Lefan the invincible god? Even if I saw him, so what? I only love Clem. I only like Clem's eyes holding Albedo. Ra quickly reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. The three people who were enjoying their wine watched Albedo arrive with Nara. However, being at an altitude of 10,000 meters, they realized that most people would experience altitude sickness. The human king raised his hand and created an airfield. At this moment, Nara looked at the three of them up close. Not long ago, she had seen their figures from a distance. But nosing her up close, I realized just how absolutely stunning the king and Lefan are. Nara, who originally thought she was the most beautiful woman in the kingdom, realized after meeting Nabal Bed and Shatia that she might not be the most beautiful, but she was definitely among the best. But the moment she saw the human king and Lefan, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. My God, what kind of beauty was this? Lefan smiled as he looked at Nara, who was staring intently at him and the human king, another Yandia cutie. The king of men also noticed Nara's gaze when their eyes met. She was actually captivated by his affection. Could this girl be a princess at this moment? Nara realized that she had originally thought the purest and most beautiful eyes in the world were Clem's eyes. Looking into the eyes of the human king, which seemed to encompass the entire universe, she was completely captivated. Compared to those eyes, Clem is utter trash. It's like someone who has never drunk alcohol before discovering that Clemens is the best alcoholic beverage they've ever had. But the next moment, a bottle of premium Mautai and a bottle of top-grade raw liquor appeared before her eyes. Would she still drink the blended liquor? Nara was captivated by the king's eyes, which held an infinite world within them. But those eyes were not yet fatal when she saw Fan's eyes. She collapsed completely powerless. Even clutching her shoulders, Arto be such a beautiful, such a magnificent being in this world, at this moment. The queen frowned, because she discovered that Nara had actually gone there. She just exchanged a glance with herself and her husband, and then left. This isn't just Yandia, this is pathological. Albedo also sensed the strange smell and glared angrily at Nara. How dare you?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.